Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Lin Zheng let go of Zhu Xiaming's hand and then said lightly, "Find a place to hide and don't come out no matter what happens." That's all he can do. Zhu Xiaming was a little confused. Just when he was about to ask, he heard someone knocking on the door. "Captain, it's time to serve the meal." A man with messy hair knocked on the door twice and shouted, but the door didn't seem to be locked and it opened slowly. After opening the door, he saw corpses and scraps of meat all over the floor. He was so shocked that his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. The next second he reacted and shouted, kill people, they killed the captain." Then he ran out dancing like crazy. Lin Zheng said to Zhu Xiaming, "You stay here to guard your wife and this child." After that, he led Jiang Yitong and others out of the room. As soon as I came out, I saw a large group of people gathered outside, their faces full of resentment and hatred. It's not that their captain died, but that no one gave them food. It was them. They and Zhu Xiaming killed the captain and Su De. I just saw it with my own eyes. They were very cruel. The captain's head was chopped off by them and Su De and the others were stabbed dozens of times. The blood is all gone. The man from before began to speak in a lively and emotional way, as if he was really there at the time. Lin Zheng glanced at the man. He usually hated people who exaggerated and made up their own minds. Just seeing part of the matter, I started to figure out the whole thing according to my own thoughts, and then told others plausibly. In Lin Zheng's eyes, this man was already a corpse. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing glasses stood up and said to the angry crowd, "Brothers and sisters, these few people and Zhu Xiaming killed the captain. Without the captain, we will have nothing to eat in the future. You think we what to do?" I saw they had several packages of supplies. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Hand over the supplies, hand over the supplies." The man with glasses walked up to Lin Zheng, glanced at him maliciously, pushed up his glasses, tilted his mouth and said, "You heard me, you killed our captain, I'll let you pay a few bags of supplies, no problem." At this time, the man with glasses saw Jiang Yitong standing next to Lin Zheng. Jiang Yitong's clean and fair face instantly attracted his attention. Because there is no water for bathing, the women here are filthy and smelly. Compared with them, Jiang Yitong, who is clean and has a light fragrance, looks like a fairy. The man with glasses swallowed his saliva and whispered to Lin Zheng, "Your woman is pretty good." When Lin Zheng heard this, he suddenly became angry and glanced at the man with glasses. "Have to?" another body added. The man with glasses said fiercely, "Boy, leave the supplies and the woman and get out of here. Otherwise, I will encourage them to kill you every minute. You can think of your own choice." Lin Zheng looked at him and said coldly, "Of course I know how to choose. Ha ha ha, he who knows the current affairs is a hero, you are smart." The man with glasses was full of pride. He glanced at Jiang Yitong and showed a lewd smile and licked his tongue, already thinking about the next scene. A big hand suddenly grabbed his face. He was so frightened that he trembled all over. "Boy, what are you doing?" Lin Zheng smiled slightly and said, "I choose you to die." Boom! A pillar of flame with a diameter of about 50 centimeters ejected from Lin Zheng's palm. The intense high temperature vaporized all the parts above the eyes man's chest, leaving a half-moon-shaped wound on the lower half of the body's belly, which was also hissing. Hissing white smoke, the flame beam continued to shoot backwards, hitting the wall and colliding with a violent burst of fire. Finally, a burnt shape resembling a circle is left on the wall. Lin Zheng's explosive power is obviously many times stronger than Zhu Xiaming's, and his range is also much farther. When the other people saw this scene, they were all stunned on the spot. They did not expect that the other party was so fierce. Even if they attacked together, they would not be able to block the other party's attack, turned directly into strings. The man before started to exclaim, pointed at Lin Zheng and said, "Look, I'm right, they are always going to kill people." The crowd who were still echoing him before now listened to his words, unconsciously and slowly took a step back, trying to keep a distance from him. "You are so brave if you dare to speak against someone with such terrifying methods. Aren't you looking for death?" The atmosphere at this time became awkward. The man swallowed and realized that he had said the wrong thing. At this moment, there was a violent B***G sound from the iron gate of the base. It seemed like some terrible monster was about to rush in, bang. After a loud noise, the iron door of the base was violently knocked away, and then countless zombies swarmed in. The leaders were several first-level zombies. No wonder there was such a big movement. The crowd that saw the zombies was like a flock of chickens that saw a wolf, instantly becoming confused. Everyone screamed and ran around. The man with messy hair looked around, turned a white plastic bucket upside down, and then got in. However, what he didn't expect was that there are actually zombie dogs among these zombies. Lin Zheng looked at the zombie dog, smelled it as he walked, and slowly approached the white plastic bucket. The next second, the zombie dog suddenly pushed open the plastic bucket. The man was holding his head, sticking his butt out and shivering. However, the zombie dog did not immediately pounce on him, but instead barked at him, seemingly trying to drive him somewhere. The man slowly stood up and, driven by the zombie dog, slowly walked downstairs and outside the house. People are very confused. Normally, zombies bite everyone they see. Why didn't they bite this time? Has the taste changed? Driven by the zombies, they did not dare to resist and could only walk downstairs one by one. Lin Zheng and others also mixed in the crowd and slowly went downstairs. Walking on the road, Lin Zheng nodded. Before, he was still thinking about how to completely destroy the zombie king larvae in one move. Now it's fine. All he needs to do is blast it. Make sure it is burned cleanly, leaving no residue behind. What a sleepy pillow. The zombies surrounding the sycamore tree slowly gave way to a path. The zombies behind Lin Zheng and the others drove the people in the building from that road to the embryo of the zombie king's larvae. At this moment, all the zombies shouted in unison, "Ho ho ho ho." Everyone was so frightened that they crowded together and couldn't help but tremble all over. Only then did Lin Zheng see the embryo clearly. It looked like moldy jelly, with black lines like tendons densely covered inside. He thought he could still hear breathing sounds slightly, and the whole embryo was shaking rhythmically with the breathing. Suddenly, all the zombies came around, surrounding more than 100 living people in the middle. Those giant zombies also stayed on the outside, paying close attention to the situation here. As the zombies continued to approach, the more than 100 people continued to move closer to the center, getting closer and closer to the embryo. Suddenly, someone discovered it and shouted in fright, "What is this? It's so disgusting and scary." As soon as he finished speaking, the embryo suddenly jumped up and flew towards his head. The man wanted to run away, but it was too late. His head was covered by the embryo. He wanted to reach out and take off the disgusting thing, but as soon as his hand touched it, he was sucked in. He could only shout in pain, and after a while his voice disappeared. He should be dead, but the strange thing is that his body did not fall and he still stood upright. The people nearby looked at this scene in horror and could faintly hear the sound of flesh and blood being eaten. Ah. Someone in the crowd shouted in fear. Slowly, the embryo keeps moving downward, eating as it moves. After eating the head, then the chest, then the stomach. Finally, I saw a pair of legs carrying a ball of embryos. Suddenly, the embryo accelerated, and in less than 3 seconds, it engulfed both legs. This may be because the legs are all bones and have little flesh and blood, so it ate faster. In this way, a living person was devoured by it in less than a minute. Finally, it squirmed violently. Wow. It seemed like something was spit out from its body. It turned out to be the clothes, pants, and shoes of the previous person. This B****ch is quite particular. He knows how to spit out his food when he eats it. After the rest of the people saw the horror of this thing, they fled outside one after another. But there are zombies outside. Seeing that they wanted to run away, the zombies bared their teeth and roared at them with claws and teeth, and kept moving forward to let them get closer to the embryo. Dilemma: they could only sit down on the ground and start crying loudly. Some people had despair and fear on their faces, waiting for death. Soon, the second person was selected based on the experience last time. The embryos obviously ate much faster this time, and they were all eaten in less than 30 seconds. After eating this time, the remainder was obviously bigger and the color became darker. Still the same, it spit out the man's clothes, pants, and shoes. There are also a few stone-like things. It turned out to be stones. It seems that this man is sick. After eating this person, the embryo seemed very unhappy because it had eaten low-quality flesh and blood. It took a while to react before it was ready to choose the next person to eat. At this time, it did not choose randomly, but carefully observed it and decided to choose the one with the healthiest body and the freshest flesh and blood to eat. Soon, it set its sights on Lin Zheng. Obviously, Lin Zheng's flesh and blood is the best among this group of people. The embryo screamed twice excitedly. The sound was sharp and terrifying, and then flew towards Lin Zheng suddenly, as if it couldn't wait any longer. Lin Zheng looked at the embryos flying towards him, slightly twitching his lips. The energy in the hand slowly gathers and an orange light slowly appears in the palm. He said calmly, "I've been waiting for you for a long time, disgusting thing." Ah. The embryo screamed excitedly, thinking that it would be able to eat fresh and delicious flesh and blood soon. But the next second, Lin Zheng's eyes changed, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. He stretched out his palm that had already gathered energy and waved it violently towards the embryo superpower explosion. He said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a column of flame light with terrifying energy shot out, like a volcanic lava, erupting at high speed, carrying sparks and whizzing away. The embryo felt the danger, but its inertia prevented it from stopping. It could only watch as it rushed towards the blasting light beam. Moths fly into the flame, stab. There was a sound similar to the instant evaporation of water on a red-hot iron plate, then there was a scream like a baby crying. Lin Zheng's other hand also condensed a blast and shot it over. The two explosions just met at the embryo and converged into a point, bursting out sparks, extremely gorgeous. Bang! The two blasts seemed to have broken through some obstacle and rushed forward, forming an X shape. Lin Zheng knew that the disgusting thing was directly vaporized. In order not to waste the two blasts condensed in his hands, he directly aimed his palm at the zombie group, and the two blasts were like cutting lasers, sweeping down a large group of zombies. In the end, due to the lack of superpowers, it slowly dimmed until it completely disappeared. Only then did those zombies react. They all howled angrily and rushed toward the center with all their might, trying to tear Lin Zheng into pieces. Lin Zheng winked at Jiang Yitong, and Jiang Yitong instantly stretched out his angel wings and flew hundreds of meters into the sky. "Hey, where is the golden retriever? Didn't we agree that Jiang Yitong would hold the golden retriever and fly into the air? Why is it missing?" At this time, a zombie not far away winked at Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng smiled slightly and instantly understood that it turned into a zombie and blended into the zombie group. While the zombies were not paying attention, it launched several sneak attacks from time to time, and several zombies died under its claws. Don't tell me this trick is quite clever, but it's a bit old-fashioned. Lin Zheng also stretched out his angel wings, hugged Li Jiang and flew into the air. At this time, Li Jiang was wielding the Tang Dao, like chopping melons and vegetables, slashing wildly among the zombies. The piles of zombies were cut into two pieces under his knife. Some of them missed their vital points, leaving only half of their bodies, supporting the ground with their hands and still rushing forward crazily. At this time, Jiang Yidong was using his explosive bow to shoot wildly at the zombies below. Explosions continued to sound. Pieces of zombies were blown down one after another. Lin Zheng also took out the explosive bow and threw it to Li Jiang. "See *M for me." "Hello." Li Jiang excitedly took the explosive bow and shot an arrow suddenly. The next second there was another arrow in his hand, and the arrows he shot seemed to split, instantly turning into 128 arrows. "Shoot out of the zombies below," Li Jiang exclaimed. "Zheng, it turns out that you usually have so much fun shooting arrows with your copying abilities." "Don't be distracted, see *M for me," Lin Zheng said. "Okay, today I will show you my hand speed after being single for 18 years. What is 10,000 strokes per minute?" After that, Li Jiang kept bending his bow and shooting arrows. A hail of arrows fell continuously, and those living people below were instantly overwhelmed by zombies. After the zombie king larval embryos were destroyed, the zombies no longer cared about the life and death of these people. They became food again and were torn apart crazily. The man with messy hair before was now being grabbed by 5 zombies, his limbs and head respectively, and being pulled outwards violently. In ancient times, 5 horses divided the body into pieces. There are 5 zombies torn into pieces today. Stab. His body was torn apart instantly and eaten clean in an instant. There were people below asking for help from Lin Zheng and others who were flying in the air. "Save us, save us." It is almost impossible to save them in this situation, and there are more than a dozen second-level giant zombies underneath. If you go down now, you will most likely end up there. Lin was staring calmly at the scene below. Suddenly his eyes became more and more strange, as if he had discovered something terrible. His pupils are getting dilated. The next second, he took a breath, suddenly realized it, and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to have some IQ." The reason why Lin Zheng was so surprised was because he didn't see Zhu Xiaming and the child down there. He originally thought that as long as Zhu Xiaming took the child and hid, he would most likely not be discovered by the zombies. However, there were zombie dogs among the zombies. With their sensitive sense of smell, Zhu Xiaming and the others should also be caught. But Lin Zheng didn't see them anymore. Does this make sense? When the man hiding under the white plastic bucket was discovered, Lin Zheng's heart skipped a beat, as if he thought of something, but it was fleeting and he didn't pay much attention to it. It turned out to be this. Actually, there was another thing that puzzled Lin Zheng. At that time, there was no unformed baby's body next to the pregnant woman whose belly was cut open. If the baby's body was eaten by zombies, then the pregnant woman's body should also be eaten by zombies. It is impossible for it to be preserved. Now Lin Zheng thought. They must have been misled by the female zombie in red they encountered before. The female zombie in red was eating a heart, and the pregnant woman's heart happened to be taken away. So Lin Zheng naturally thought that the heart of the pregnant woman was taken away by the female zombie in red. But this is not the case. If so, it is impossible for the pregnant woman to only have her heart eaten. Lin Zheng still clearly remembered that the pregnant woman's head was intact and there were no traces of being eaten. The brain is the favorite part of zombies, so it's impossible for the female zombie in red not to eat it. The only explanation is that the pregnant woman's heart was not taken away by the female zombie in red, and the only person present at that time was one. It's the kid hiding in the closet. Thinking of this, Lin Zheng couldn't help but feel shocked. Could that kid be the real zombie king larvae, and the so-called embryo outside is actually a cover? If that's the case, then it all makes sense. The zombie king larvae is indeed in an embryo at the beginning, and it needs to be cultured with living people as a medium. When it matures, it breaks out from the inside. The newly born baby zombie king is still relatively fragile, so it took out the heart of the pregnant woman and devoured it to replenish its blood. But before it was finished, Lin Zheng and the others came. It could only hurriedly hide in the cabinet next to it, but it was still discovered by Lin Zheng and others. So when Lin Zheng and the others saw it when they opened the cabinet, it was completely naked. It was precisely because it had just emerged from the embryo. At that time, it was babbling and could not speak out, because it still had the heart in its mouth that had not been swallowed, and it did not dare to open its mouth. And now, he and Zhu Xiaming were hiding in that room. The reason why they were not found by the zombie dogs was because the zombie dogs don't dare to go there at all. What exudes there is the aura of the zombie king larvae, which has a natural pressure on their bloodline. That's why Zhu Xiaming and the child did not appear in the human sacrifice below. Lin Zheng also recalled that when he used explosions to destroy the embryo, it made a sound like water being evaporated instantly. Lin Zheng guessed that it should be the condensed blood essence that it had devoured before. The mission of this embryo is to condense the flesh and blood of 100 living people into a ball of blood essence for the zombie king larvae to take to help it grow faster. Thinking of this, everything makes sense, but Lin Zheng still had a little doubt. Why did it do this, or why did the high-level female zombie who gave birth to it do this? By doing this civet cat exchange for a prince, could it be that she had expected that humans would come back to destroy the embryonic zombie king she gave birth to? At this moment, Lin Zheng began to feel that those high-level zombies were not only terrifying in terms of strength, but also chilling in terms of intelligence. It seemed that in the later stages, these zombies would only become more and more difficult to deal with. Just when Lin Zheng was thinking, suddenly there was a roaring sound in the distance, and in the air, Lin Zheng looked towards the roaring sound. Several tanks drove up not far away, and there was a helicopter in the sky. The helicopter's propellers rotated at high speed, making a sound of piercing the air as if it was tearing apart the space. Lin Zheng instinctively felt that this group of people came with bad intentions. He shouted to Jiang Yidong, "Little Baozi, fly into the building." Jiang Yidong nodded and flew into the building. Immediately afterwards, tanks on the ground began to frantically bombard the zombie swarms, and people on helicopters were also firing with rocket launchers and high-speed machine guns. The firepower is extremely fierce, and it seems that he is very skilled in combat experience. He does not look like an ordinary person, but a professional who has been trained in this field. Seeing this scene, Lin Zheng realized that someone would indeed come to strangle the zombie king larvae. Lin Zheng and the others just returned to their previous base. Suddenly, someone from behind shouted, "Little brother." Lin Zheng turned around suddenly. It was Zhu Xiaming and the child. It should be the larvae of the zombie king. Lin Zheng was a little surprised that it didn't swallow Zhu Xiaming. It seems that it was too late, or it realized that Zhu Xiaming was an awakened person and it would be difficult to deal with him, so it delayed its move. Although he is a zombie king, he was just born after all. At this moment, Lin Zheng looked at Zhu Xiaming without saying anything. The atmosphere was a bit strange. "Little brother, what's wrong with you?" Zhu Xiaming asked curiously. Suddenly, Lin Zheng punched Zhu Xiaming. Suddenly, a huge black fist appeared out of thin air and hit Zhu Xiaming with a sound of breaking through the air. Zhu Xiaming's face changed drastically. "Little brother, you..." He couldn't dodge and was directly knocked away by Lin Zheng's punch. After he stood firm, he found that he was not injured. He obviously had a hand in this punch. "Little brother, what are you doing?" After Zhu Xiaming stood firm, he asked Lin Zheng. But Lin Zheng did not answer him but walked straight towards the child, staring at him with his eyes as if looking at a powerful enemy. When the child saw Lin Zheng approaching him menacingly, he immediately became panicked and looked back at Zhu Xiaming with a look of horror on his face, as if he was asking Zhu Xiaming for help. Don't be afraid, my brother is a good person, he will not hurt you." Zhu Xiaming stretched out his hand and comforted the child, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately slapped in the face. Lin Zheng stretched out his hand and grabbed the Zombie King larvae by the neck. "Zombie King, stop pretending, you have been exposed." Suddenly, Lin Zheng's nose twitched and he heard a faint stench which was coming from the zombies. Now he was even more sure that this thing was the Zombie King larvae. The Zombie King was still pretending, crying and slapping Lin Zheng's arm with his hands. Zhu Xiaming, who was not far away, also shouted to Lin Zheng, "Little brother, what are you doing?" "What a Zombie King, he is just a child, it's not good for you to treat him like this." Lin Zheng did not answer Zhu Xiaming but looked at the Zombie King and said in a deep voice, "You are still pretending, right? I will crush you to death and let's see how you continue to pretend." Just when Lin Zheng was exerting force with his fingers, the child in front of him suddenly laughed strangely. "Hey, hey, hey, hey," hearing this laughter, Zhu Xiaming was shocked. "What?" The next second, Lin Zheng suddenly felt the texture on his hands change. It becomes extremely slippery, as if you are catching a loach. The Zombie King larvae was seen secreting a lot of mucus all over its body. Lin Zheng had nowhere to apply his strength, and the Zombie King larvae slipped from Lin Zheng's hand. Seeing this scene, Zhu Xiaming was so surprised that his mouth opened wide. At this moment, his world view seemed to be completely shattered. Such a simple and cute child is actually a zombie, and he is also the king of zombies. "No more pretending," Lin Zheng said to the Zombie King larvae. "Damn it, you damn human being, you actually hindered my growth. I will slowly chew your flesh bit by bit." This was the first time that Lin Zheng and others heard zombies talking. In the past, they only heard them making roaring sounds similar to the howls of wild beasts. Now they were very surprised to hear them speaking human language. Its sound was very rough, like it came from an old gramophone, with a heavy bubble sound, like an old man in his twilight years, and a slight echo which sounded very strange. How could this happen? Zhu Xiaming held his head, his expression depressed and desperate, as if he was still unwilling to face this fact. Lin Zheng said to him, "Your kindness is the glory of your humanity, but it is also your fatal weakness. The brilliance of human nature, its fatal weakness." Zhu Xiaming kept repeating Lin Zheng's words as if he was thinking about something. The next second, the Zombie King larva laughed again. Immediately afterwards, a gash opened on its head, and the gash continued to extend. As the gash extended, the human skin on its body slowly faded away. Its true face slowly emerged in front of everyone. It seemed to be no different from ordinary zombies, except that it was a little smaller. But the next second it looked painful, as if it was about to transform. Seeing this, Lin Zheng punched it directly with all his strength. A huge black fist slammed towards it, boom. The Zombie King larvae was violently thrown away and hit the wall behind it, directly punching a big hole in the wall. It got up from the ground, spat out a mouthful of black blood, and looked at Lin Zheng with resentment in its eyes. "Cunning human beings have no moral ethics." Lin Zheng said, "When you finish transforming, will you hit me again? Am I stupid?" It seems like it has nothing to say, but the next moment there was only a bang, and his head instantly split into 3 and his arms split into 6. Damn it, 3 heads and 6 arms, Neja. Perhaps because the transformation was interrupted by Lin Zheng, one of its heads was like a shriveled football, hanging limply around its neck. Its 4 newly grown arms are very short, like 4 chicken feet, and they look a little funny. Seeing himself transformed into this appearance, the Zombie King larva instantly became furious, roared, and rushed towards Lin Zheng quickly. And the aura emanating from it is actually of the 2nd level. As expected of the Zombie King, he was born with 2nd level strength. If he allowed it to develop, it would be okay. However, its form will definitely greatly affect its strength. Looking at the Zombie King larvae like this, Lin Zheng couldn't help but smile slightly. Seeing that he was being laughed at by the Zombie King larvae, he became even more angry. "Ho ho ho ho," roaring, speeding up and rushing towards Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng quickly condensed the blasting energy in his hands, and in the next second he stretched out his palm to face the Zombie King. Superpower explosion. Boom! A huge blasting beam of light spurted out and shot towards the Zombie King larvae. Seeing this scene, Zhu Xiaming couldn't help but exclaimed, "It turns out that my little brother has also awakened this power, and it seems to be many times stronger than mine." Li Jiang, who was not far away, heard Zhu Xiaming's words and couldn't help but smile slightly. He has awakened many powers, what's the surprise? Awakened. Awakened a lot of powers. Zhu Xiaming was a little unbelievable. He thought that a person could only awaken one power, but he didn't expect that he could awaken many powers. Li Jiang saw his expression and continued, "Don't think too much, we can only awaken one power, he is different." Oh, that's it. That little brother is the kind of person who is unique in his talent. No, he is a 1 in a billion person with extraordinary talent. Hearing Li Jiang praise Lin Zheng so highly, Zhu Xiaming couldn't help but glance at Lin Zheng, who was fighting, with both fear and admiration in his eyes. Then Li Jiang pointed at Jiang Yidong and said, "She has 2 powers." Then he pointed at the golden retriever, who ran up and returned to its original shape at some point, and said, "It also has 2 kinds of superpowers." Hearing this, Zhu Xiaming's eyes widened and he looked at Li Jiang in surprise. Li Jiang pursed his lips and nodded very seriously. "That's right, I'm worse than both dogs." Zhu Xiaming, the zombie king larvae, saw the blasting flames and did not dodge. The head in the middle suddenly opened its mouth wide and resisted forcefully. As expected of the zombie king, he used his mouth to force explosions. Lin Zheng smiled slightly. "I'm going to let you take it." Then he continued to move forward and finally grabbed its head. His other hand also condensed a blast of supernatural energy. Aiming at the back of its head, Lin Zheng was like holding a watermelon, blasting out 2 blasts like crazy. Hands condense and explode. Zhu Xiaming was surprised again when he saw that Lin Zheng could condense explosives with both hands. He tried it later, and he could only concentrate blasting with one hand. This time, he once again saw Lin Zheng's extraordinary talent. Of course, Lin Zheng was the chosen one who was given SSS-level talents by the system. Sure enough, under the continuous output of Lin Zheng's 2 blasts, the zombie king larva let out a painful howl. Bang. Lin Zheng's hands suddenly exerted force, and the power of the 2 blasts increased by a few points. The head of the zombie king larvae was squeezed alive like a watermelon. At this moment, it seemed to realize the terror of the man in front of it and quickly backed away. Fortunately, it has 3 heads. If you crush one of them, it will not die directly. It looked at Lin Zheng with horror on its face. "Human, let me go. I promise you that zombies within 100 miles will not attack you." Unexpectedly, the zombie king larvae also started begging for mercy. Lin Zheng said calmly, "No need." Then he took out his Tang Dao and slashed at it. At this moment, the plane flew in front of the glass window, and a hail of bullets broke the glass. Then several heavily armed men jumped down from above. Each of them holds a rifle in his hand, and the leader is holding a launcher that looks full of technology. At this moment, the zombie king larva wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to escape. But he was discovered by Lin Zheng. "How can you run away under my nose?" Lin Zheng's arm was instantly extended. After the steel was strengthened, it turned into the shape of a net, covering the zombie king larvae and wrapping it tightly. The man holding the transmitter looked at it with a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Awakened one, it seems there is an unexpected harvest." He pointed at Lin Zheng and then said to his men, "Except for that zombie and that man, kill everyone else." Duh. In an instant, dense bullets sounded. This group of people is well-trained and cooperates tacitly. But they don't look like a regular army, so they are most likely mercenaries or people from a certain force. Upon seeing this, Jin Mao immediately strengthened his steel and turned into a steel plate to block Li Jiang and Jiang Yidong behind him. The bullet hit the golden retriever, making a clanging sound and sparking countless sparks, all of which were bounced aside. Ma Jun was a little surprised when he saw this scene. "Oh, is there an awakened one?" "No, it's a mutated animal. It seems that this time I can return with a full load." Lin Zheng looked back at Jiang Yidong and others who were attacked, and immediately looked at the group of heavily armed people. "You guys die." Ma Jun noticed Lin Zheng's eyes and then ordered his men to cease fire. He looked at Lin Zheng and said, "Little brat, follow us with that zombie and let your friends go, and I promise you won't be able to eat or drink in the future. Don't worry about zombie attacks." When he saw that Lin Zheng was silent, he slowly approached Lin Zheng, thinking that the other party was tempted. "Yes, this is a smart man. Come on, be obedient, let go of the zombie and give it to us." As he spoke, he pointed the launcher in his hand at the zombie king larvae. It is a high-powered transmitter that can emit a specific frequency. It is specially developed for zombies. It can make zombies faint instantly. And these people are from the safe zone established by the wealthy Wang family in Jiangtang City. After the apocalypse, many rich people used the resources in their hands to establish their own safe zones in a short period of time. They were even studying the genes of zombies and awakened humans, trying to master ways to quickly awaken and upgrade. The scientists in the safe zone established by the Wang family have already reached a critical step in their research. They still need an awakened human or high-level zombie to conduct sample experiments and extract the serum to make a strengthening solution. Finally, through investigation, they found that there were a large number of zombies gathering in Jiangtang City. They guessed that there might be high-level zombies here, so they sent out the mercenaries they had raised in the safe zone to arrest the zombie. If they encountered awakened humans, can also be captured together. Lin Zheng looked at Ma Jun, who thought he had control of the situation and couldn't help but laugh. These mercenaries always feel that they are far superior to ordinary people. They always act like they have everything under control. They are aloof and look at ordinary people as if they are playthings. This time he will be disappointed, because this time he encounters an iron plate. I saw Lin Zheng suddenly tightening the barbed wire. The fine barbed wire was like countless sharp knives, cutting the zombie king larvae into countless pieces. At the same time, a blue crystal core was exposed, but it was relatively small. It must have not been fully developed yet. At this moment, the chopped pieces of meat slowly started to squirm and gathered towards the blue crystal core. This is to reorganize the body and be reborn again, but how could Lin Zheng give it this opportunity? He directly transformed into a big hand, grabbed the blue crystal core, and then suddenly took it back. The pile of minced meat suspended in midair lost power in an instant and scattered in a pile. Kid you. When Ma Jun saw this scene, his face changed instantly, and he stared at Lin Zheng with wide eyes, his cheeks bulging as if he wanted to eat someone. Such a person is like this. If someone disobeys him, he will become furious. However, he also saw the blue crystal core. Even a fool could guess that it was the essence of zombies. If he didn't catch the high-level zombies alive, he should be able to deal with it if he took the crystal core back. Kid, hand over that crystal core to me. As he spoke, he pointed the transmitter at Lin Zheng, and electric sparks were sizzling from the transmitter's port. This was not only a specific frequency transmitter, but also a high-intensity stun gun that could fire tens of thousands of volts. The electric current can stun even an elephant instantly. That's why Ma Jun knew that the opponent was an awakened person and was so confident. Lin Zheng immediately put the crystal core into the system space, and then looked at Ma Jun. Who the hell are you? Give it to me if you want it. When Ma Jun heard this, he immediately ran away and gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, are you looking for death? I will help you." After saying that, he pressed the electric shock button of the transmitter. In an instant, an electric spark with tens of thousands of volts struck Lin Zheng like a thunderbolt. With a terrifying crackle and dazzling purple light, absolute space start. Brush when the electric spark was 2 meters away from Lin Zheng, it was suddenly blocked by some invisible barrier. It suddenly exploded and split into countless fine, long and winding electric sparks forming a power grid in front of Lin Zheng. It flickered. It gradually fades until it disappears. What? Ma Jun was shocked. Was tens of thousands of volts of electricity useless to him? Before he could recover, Lin Zheng rushed to him. Suddenly a sword flashed. The transmitter in his hand was neatly broken into 2 halves in an instant. Ma Jun stared blankly at the man in front of him, swallowing his saliva, his eyes full of fear. "Tell me who sent you here and what are you here for?" Lin Zheng asked sharply. Ma Jun sneered. "We are mercenaries, do you think we do it casually?" He said with great force and suddenly screamed. He looked down and saw that a knife was stuck in his thigh, and blood was dripping down his trouser leg. Lin Zheng turned the handle of the knife in his hand, causing Ma Jun to scream again in pain. "You can say it now." Ma Jun's face was pale, sweat was pouring from his forehead, and he said hurriedly, I said, we are mercenaries sent from the Wang family security zone. Our mission this time is to capture a high-level zombie or awaken a human." "What for?" "It is said that scientists from the Wang family have developed how to quickly awaken superpowers, but they still need a high-level zombie or an awakened human to conduct the experiment. After the experiment is completed, the zombie blood or the blood of the awakened human will be made into a serum, and the serum will be injected once it enters the human body. It can stimulate people to quickly awaken their superpowers." Lin Zheng thought for a while and found that the reason why this method can quickly awaken superpowers is that it absorbs another form of high-concentration fog, just like the zombie crystal core, which is a high-concentration crystallization of fog. For now, although technology has not played any substantial role, it has taken some shortcuts and is also a big threat. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. I've said everything, can you let me go?" Ma Jun begged in a low voice. Lin Zheng looked at him and smiled. "You want to kill me, how can I let you go? You and I are just kidding." "Ma Jun, Wow, a flash of sword light flashed with little drops of blood Golulu. Ma Jun's head kept rolling on the ground. Seeing that the horse army was killed, the rest of the people raised their guns and fired at Lin Zheng, but the bullets were all suspended around Lin Zheng and could not move forward any further. Everyone was shocked. Seeing this unnatural scene, they even forgot to shoot. Whoosh, Lin Zheng's thoughts moved and all the bullets poured out and a heavy rain of iron fragments was fired towards the group of mercenaries. Bang, 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 bang. Countless shrapnel was nailed into each person's body instantly, and the shrapnel hit the gun, causing bursts of sparks. Then their whole bodies trembled, then paused, and the next second they fell neatly to the ground without even uttering a death cry because the bullet penetrated their throats. The people on the plane hovering nearby noticed something unusual here, and immediately turned the heavy machine gun installed on the plane and fired wildly into the building. The bullets fired by the high-speed heavy machine gun with 3,000 rounds per minute were like a line of fire, and soon the building was turned into a battlefield filled with smoke, and countless gravel droplets were splashed. However, a bullet of this strength cannot penetrate Lin Zheng's absolute space at all, not to mention that he has steel-enhanced body protection. An attack of this level is almost painless, so he faced the dense bullets and walked step by step towards the plane hovering next to the building. When the man who was controlling the heavy machine gun saw this scene, he thought he had seen a ghost. He yelled, "Come on, let's see if I don't shoot you into a sieve." While yelling, he pointed the muzzle of the heavy machine gun straight at Lin Zheng and fired. Countless bullet casings popped out from the side of the heavy machine gun and piled up on the plane. The man kicked the pile of shell casings down and continued to go crazy. Ground shooting, when those bullets poured out and flew in front of Lin Zheng, they seemed to lose their kinetic energy in an instant and fell vertically to the ground. So as he walked, shrapnel fell all over the floor. Impossible, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Seeing that such ferocious firepower could not even hurt the opponent, the heavy machine gunner instantly felt guilty and frightened. He's not a human, he's not a human. He was so frightened that he forgot to shoot and exclaimed repeatedly. Bruh. A crescent-shaped sword flashed past, and the high-speed heavy machine gun was cut in half. "You had a great time playing," Lin Zheng suddenly said coldly. The heavy machine gunner's hair burst instantly, his liver and gallbladder burst, his face was ashen, and he hurriedly yelled at the driver. "Go, go, go." The pilot had been debugging the aircraft and did not know what was happening outside. He leisurely gestured OK to the heavy machine gunner. "Roger, receive, over." At this moment, the heavy machine gunner's heart was filled with 10,000 grassmud horses roaring past. "Stop overcoming, brother, drive quickly. The 40-meter-long sword was almost at my neck." As soon as he turned around, he suddenly felt numb all over his body and a burning pain in his abdomen, which was extremely cold. The next second, he felt his upper body falling. Snap. His upper body fell to the ground and he saw his legs. Finally, he died with a look of fear on his face. A burst of blood hit the driver's body. When he looked back, he saw the heavy machine gunner cut in half. His expression suddenly changed. He saw Lin Zheng sneering again and felt numb in his heart. Suddenly, the elevator lever was pulled sharply and the plane quickly rose. At this moment, he was just glad that he had escaped. He would never forget those eyes for the rest of his life. They were so cold and terrifying, as if one more look would drag him into hell. He immediately sent a message to the headquarters of the Wang family security zone. "Report, this is the Wild Wolf team. We were attacked by a terrifyingly powerful human being. Many team members were killed. The mission failed. Please return immediately. Please return immediately. Return immediately, return immediately," came the voice from the other end of the communication device. At this time, the tank troops below were already evacuating. The driver looked at the building below and couldn't help but said angrily, "Damn, I'm scared to death. I'll reward you with a cannonball." Call out. He dropped a cannonball on the building. Boom, blow a big hole directly into the roof of the building. Then he breathed a long sigh of relief and was ready to leave with satisfaction. But at this moment, he didn't know that a poisonous stinger had been aimed at him. Whoosh. The missile was launched and shot towards the aircraft. The aircraft radar immediately showed that a high-speed moving object was coming. The pilot realized the danger and immediately operated the joystick to avoid it. But in the end, he was shot by a stinger that could track corners. With a bang, a huge spark exploded in the air, followed by countless plane wreckage crashing down. Lin Zheng then threw the launcher on the ground. At this time, the system's voice sounded congratulations to the host for successfully killing the zombie king larvae. The range of copied objects has been expanded to 200 cubic meters. The range of copying objects has been expanded. Lin Zheng recalled that when he wanted to directly copy a library into the system, he found that only a bunch of bricks were copied into the system. At that time, he discovered that there were limits to copying objects, but the system did not say what the upper limit was. Okay, now, I clearly know that it is 200 cubic meters. 200 cubic meters may be a bit abstract. You can imagine it as a house that is 10 meters long, 74 meters wide, and 27 meters high, which is almost a 74 square meter house. Lin Zheng remembered that he had successfully copied the sycamore tree. It seemed that the range did not refer to the extension range of the object, but the size of the space it occupied. It seems that we need to do more tasks prompted by the system in the future and continue to increase the scope of copying objects. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into Lin Zheng's mind. At that time, can we directly copy a new blue star and play the role of ball master on it? Lin Zheng laughed twice to himself, thinking too far. Now he just wants to take a good bath, then have a good meal, and then have a good sleep. This trip really took a lot of effort. However, I also gained a lot. I expanded the copying range and obtained a crystal core of the zombie king larvae. I also learned that there is a place called the Wang family safe zone that is studying how to awaken quickly. Ignore all this for now, go home, he shouted to Jiang Yidong and Li Jiang Jinmao. Let's go home. Woohoo, go home and take a bath, eat and sleep, it's so cool. Li Jiang shouted. At this time, Zhu Xiaming stepped forward and said, Little brother, thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, I would have been eaten by this zombie king now. I won't thank you enough for your kindness. If I can be useful in the future, Zhu Xiaming will definitely lead the way. See you soon. Then he walked into the room, picked up Liu Xiaomai's body and slowly disappeared from the sight of Lin Zheng and others. At this time, Li Jiang stepped forward and said, Zheng, he is quite nice. Lin Zheng knew what he was going to say. He probably wanted to keep Zhu Xiaming. Lin Zheng said to Li Jiang, everyone has his own way to go. He obviously still has his own way to go. Li Jiang nodded thoughtfully. Lin Zheng patted Li Jiang on the head and said, let's go home. How about having roasted whole lamb tonight? Okay, Li Jiang shouted. Woof woof woof. The golden retriever also shouted. Little Baozi clasped his hands on his chest, still looking like a cold lady. Ah, vomit. Li Jiang emerged from the swimming pool and took a sip of water, looking extremely leisurely. In this troubled wasteland, it's almost dreamy that they can still swim in such a big swimming pool. Lin Zheng was half lying by the pool with a glass of cocktail beside him, enjoying himself very much. Jiang Yidong stood by the swimming pool with his arms folded in front of his chest and a burst bow behind his back, expressionless. Sister Yidong, come down and swim, it feels so good. Li Jiang shouted to Jiang Yidong on the shore. Jiang Yidong whispered, boring tilde, and turned around, his face slightly red. It wasn't that she didn't want to go down, it was just that she had some unspeakable secrets. Lin Zheng looked at her and knew what she was worried about. It's the birthmark on her butt. It's very big and extends all the way to her thigh. She must be afraid of others seeing the birthmark, so she doesn't dare to swim in the water. She can't swim in the water with her clothes on. Seeing that Jiang Yidong couldn't get down, Li Jiang went swimming by himself. As he swam, he felt uncomfortable wearing swimming trunks. Jiang Yidong didn't go into the water anyway, and there were no outsiders here. He simply took off his swimming trunks and started swimming in the water. Let yourself go. It was such a joy to swim. At this moment, Lin Zheng suddenly felt that the bottleneck was loosening and he should be breaking through to the second level. He immediately put down the wine glass in his hand, took out a purple crystal core from the system space, and quickly absorbed it. Then I felt that my whole body was surging with energy and blood, as if a huge energy was continuously pouring out from a certain secret realm in my body, filling every cell in my body. Every cell becomes extremely active, frantically absorbing that powerful energy and strengthening itself. The muscles all over Lin Zheng's body shook violently. In the next second, the strength of the muscles doubled several times, and the lines became more distinct and tangible. It was simply the golden ratio of the human body, perfect. Bang. A wave of air instantly spread out, creating a big wave in the swimming pool. Li Jiang in the water rose and fell with the waves. He was so frightened that he hurriedly covered his crotch with his hands for fear of being exposed. Fortunately, his lower body was always in the water. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the second level and awakening the wind power at the same time. After practicing this power to the later stage, it can set off huge waves in the sea and thousands of miles of yellow sand in the desert, which is comparable to the power of a level 15 super hurricane. Breakthrough can also awaken supernatural powers. Is this a good thing? Of course, the host is an SSS-level talent. Breaking through the realm and awakening a superpower are just routine operations. Lin Zheng nodded then he wanted to try his wind power, rise. He made a rising gesture towards the pool in front of him, and a tornado suddenly rose in the pool. The speed of the tornado was getting faster and faster, and it kept sucking the water in the pool into it. It doesn't seem very powerful. Lin Zheng waved his hand violently again, and the power of the tornado increased several times again. Call in just a few seconds, all the water in the swimming pool was sucked in. Meanwhile, Li Jiang was hanging on to the edge of the swimming pool, naked and floating in the air. Zheng, have you awakened any special powers again? Can you use them? There are people in the water. Li Jiang shouted to Lin Zheng. At this time, Jiang Yidong also noticed the movement here, turned to look at Lin Zheng and said with envy, "Brother Lin Zheng, you have awakened a new power. If you continue like this, you will almost forget that you have awakened. What kind of power?" Lin Zheng was stunned. What she said seemed to make sense. So many powers must be integrated and used properly, otherwise in the end he would forget which powers he had awakened. Wouldn't it be a waste? The next second, Jiang Yidong looked away and saw the naked Li Jiang not far away. She was so frightened that she turned around immediately. Lin Zheng was stunned. What happened? Only then did he hear Li Jiang shouting not far away, and he immediately withdrew his powers. The water sucked into the tornado was slammed down, and the swimming pool was filled instantly. Li Jiang then submerged into the water. Lin Zheng rolled his eyes at Li Jiang. "It's so small, but you still have the nerve to wander around." Li Jiang quickly put on his swimming trunks and hurriedly climbed ashore, fearing that Lin Zheng would evaporate the entire water in the next second, which would be really embarrassing. Lin Zheng also climbed ashore and began to think about what he had just thought. Suddenly, he had an idea and took out a mutated Tang Dao from the system space. Holding the Tang Dao, he stood up slowly concentrating the wind power on the Tang Dao, and finally concentrated it on the blade. Then he swung a knife at the wall not far away, and the wind power condensed on the blade also drew out along the blade. It turned into a sword energy and suddenly cut a long crack on the wall. Looking at the cracks, Lin Zheng nodded and smiled. Sure enough, it can be like this. Immediately afterwards, he swung his sword several times, each sword carrying a sharp sword energy, and struck the wall. Suddenly, several crisscrossing cracks appeared on the wall. With this move, one can be unexpected in battle and kill people invisible. Jiang Yidong on the side was stunned. As soon as he said that, he used the mutated items and powers together. How terrifying is this talent and understanding? At the same time, Lin Zheng also felt that his body's sensitivity and reaction speed had improved several levels. He should be able to continuously change his body's movements within a second without being affected by inertia. Lin Zheng looked at Jiang Yidong. How about trying her? Jiang Yidong's cheeks turned red when Lin Zheng looked at her, and she lowered her head slightly. Because at this moment, Lin Zheng was only wearing a pair of swimming trunks with all her muscles exposed, and her lines were extremely perfect. This kind of body proportions should be something a woman would have imagined. In fact, what Lin Zheng was thinking was, doesn't Jiang Yidong have the power of prediction? He can predict the actions of others 1 second in advance, but Lin Zheng can change his own actions within 1 second. This means that Jiang Yidong's current level of prediction is not suitable for others. Lin Zheng is invalid. Come on, little bun, shoot me with your explosive bow. Jiang Yidong thought he heard wrongly, opened his mouth slightly and saw Lin Zheng. You still need to use your prejudgment. It's okay. I'll use steel to strengthen my body. You can't hurt me. Lin Zheng said with a smile. Jiang Yidong then took off the explosive bow from behind and said, "Brother Lin Zheng, be careful. Bring it on." The next second, Jiang Yidong's eyes changed and became extremely fierce. The moment she drew her bow and arrow, she completely changed into a different person, like a battle-experienced general on the battlefield. She aimed her arrow at Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng deliberately ran left and right so that Jiang Yidong could predict his next move. Jiang Yidong blinked and smiled slightly on the right. Then, his fingers suddenly released and the arrow flew out, but the next second, Jiang Yidong's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Lin Zheng did not run to the right as she expected, but to the left. Boom, the explosive bow explodes on the right. She hurriedly took another arrow and aimed at Lin Zheng. This time Lin Zheng stood still and didn't move. Suddenly his muscles tightened and he had an obvious tendency to move to the left. Jiang Yidong also predicted that he would move to the left in the next second. She smiled slightly. "Brother Lin Zheng, I have predicted your plan. You still want to stand there and shake me. Your next move is to the left." Whoosh. The arrow flew out towards Lin Zheng's left direction, but this time Jiang Yidong was careful and shot an arrow to Lin Zheng's right. Completely blocking the road to his left and right, Jiang Yidong smiled proudly and said, "Brother Lin Zheng, you can't hide this time." But at this moment she saw a smile on Lin Zheng's face and suddenly woke up. I've been fooled again. Lin Zheng originally planned to move to the left, but because his control over his body had increased several times, he forced the movement back and remained standing where he was. The inertia of his body was not greatly affected. He didn't expect that little Baozi would also seal an arrow on the right side, thus blocking the roads on his left and right sides. But she ignored one thing: if you E***** like this, I can just stand there, boom boom. Two explosions sounded on both sides of Lin Zheng, one after another. Jiang Yidong slowly put down the explosive bow, his expression a little depressed. Why did his prediction fail? The next second she broke the head of an ordinary arrow and pointed it at Li Jiang not far away. Li Jiang, she shouted, I'm here, Sister Yidong. When Li Jiang heard Jiang Yidong take the initiative to call him for the first time, he was immediately overjoyed and looked back with a smile on his face. But when he saw Jiang Yidong aiming at him with an arrow, his expression instantly froze. It seems that I was wrong after all. Seeing Jiang Yidong suddenly draw the bow to full capacity, Li Jiang suddenly ran away, shouting, Sister Yidong, please be merciful, I really didn't mean it just now. Besides, that was Zhang, it's not Zhang. I want to try out his new power, I didn't show it on purpose. Hearing this, Jiang Yidong was so angry that he gritted his teeth and pulled back the bow a little further. All it takes is an arrow with an arrowhead. Whoosh, arrows shot out. There is no doubt that Li Jiang was hit hard by an arrow in the back. Jiang Yidong was stunned, no problem. Li Jiang screamed and fell to the ground, I'm dead. At this time, Lin Zheng came over and said to Jiang Yidong, who was full of doubts, Little Baozi, there is nothing wrong with your prediction. It's just that my movements are faster than your prediction, so you frequently make mistakes in prediction. The action was faster than I expected. Jiang Yidong was surprised. That's right, I have already broken through the second level. Lin Zheng said calmly, then patted Jiang Yidong on the shoulder and continued. Little Baozi, don't worry, as your abilities improve, your prediction time will become shorter and longer. The longer it gets, the more accurate it becomes. Jiang Yidong nodded seriously. Well, brother Lin Zheng, I will try my best to keep up with you and will never hold you back. Then, Lin Zheng and Jiang Yidong came to Li Jiang, who was lying on the ground. You won't really shoot him to death, will you? Lin Zheng said half-jokingly. Brother Lin Zheng, the arrow I used has no arrowhead. Jiang Yidong replied. Oh, Lin Zheng suddenly said, it's time to eat, here we come. Li Jiang suddenly got up from the ground, within the Wang family security zone. In a conference room, the head of the Wang family slammed the table angrily and said angrily, Who are the mercenaries who dare to attack my Wang family? Find out for me, you must find out for me. Master, could he be from the quarantine area? Wang Tian frowned and thought for a moment, it's impossible. As far as I know, no one was sent from the quarantine zone this time. Is it possible that they are people from the safe zone established by other families? Around Jiangtong City, Anyuan City, and Tianyang City, in addition to the official quarantine area, the only safe areas are my Wang family, Ma family, and Liu family. Now that the end has just begun, each family is secretly conducting research. No matter how quickly we wake up, it's all a matter of hiding our ignorance, so they won't be able to turn against us so soon, Wang Tian analyzed. Now is a time when the world situation is undergoing major changes. Traditional thinking and strategic forms are no longer applicable to the current situation. Of course, these big families knew this, so they responded quickly and reorganized their family forms to adapt to the situation. Nowadays, money is no longer supreme. Only by mastering materials and superpowers can we have the right to speak. Therefore, various families and official quarantine areas are looking for ways to quickly awaken. Only by allowing more people on our side to awaken superpowers can we quickly gain a foothold in this world and regain our dominance. Each of the three major families has their own ulterior motives and ambitions, and they all keep an eye on the official quarantine area. Is it possible that he is an awakened person? Wang Mushin, the second master, thought for a while and boldly guessed. When Wang Tiancheng heard this, he thought it made sense. Although they had not seen awakened humans yet, the world was big and there were all kinds of evildoers. In every small corner, there were people who had completely awakened. What surprised Wang Tiancheng was that the awakened people were so terrifying. The Wild Wolf team, equipped with helicopters and heavy weapons, was completely wiped out, leaving no one alive. This made him yearn for the awakening of supernatural powers even more. Once they find a way to awaken quickly, the Wang family can directly. Above the other two and the quarantine area, Wang Tiancheng's eyes darkened and he said, Send me people to Jiangtong City. We must find this awakened human before other families. According to the information sent back by Ma Jun before his death, the zombie king larvae is already dead. It's a waste of our time. With such a big effort, we must not miss this opportunity this time. Yes, Master, we did not hesitate to sacrifice 100 living people to the Zombie King's larvae to help it come out. Unexpectedly, we were defeated in the end. This time, we will definitely win in one fell swoop. It turned out that the location of the base in the previous building was deliberately revealed to the zombies by the Wang family. Using flesh and blood as a guide, they placed fresh blood in various locations in the building, especially on the roof of the base to attract the zombies. Enter the building and arrest people. The stench in the base was overwhelming, so no one could smell the blood. Go call the rattlesnake team. They are all strengthened people. Let them go and bring the new weapons we developed. It should be fine. As soon as he heard about the rattlesnake squad, the second boss, Wang Mushin, felt like he was in a panic. They are all very powerful and can fight 10 of them. Especially after being strengthened first, they are even more brave. A team of 5 people can be used as a team of hundreds of people. But they are all ruthless and cruel, and cutting the heart and throat is a routine method. Moreover, they are extremely insidious and despicable. They carry out sneak attacks and plots, poison and sulfuric acid and sprinkle lime powder. They have no sense of martial ethics at all. When fighting them, if you don't have 10,000 tricks and don't pay attention, you will die. In an open space, a man in black clothes stood in front of a strong bull. The man kept provoking the bull, and the bull mooed and charged towards the man. At some point, the man took out a bottle and threw it into the charging bull's eye. A burst of white smoke suddenly appeared, and the spilled liquid was high-strength sulfuric acid. The bull's eyes and part of its face were quickly corroded. This time it went straight into madness, spinning wildly in place. Immediately afterwards, the man took out a machete, looked at the right moment, and stabbed the bull into the belly. Then he pulled it out suddenly and blood spurted out. The bull was obviously much weaker. The man threw away the long knife, hugged the bull's head, and then violently twisted it and put it to the ground. Then he picked up the machete thrown aside and stabbed the bull's neck. Suddenly blood flowed like a column, and the bull struggled desperately. The man kept stabbing it in the belly with a long knife. After more than 10 seconds, the bull finally stopped struggling. Its whole body was soaked in blood and it died. The man slowly stood up. At this moment, a man wearing camouflage came in and said, "Brother, the head of the family asked us to go to Jiangtong City to capture an awakened human being." Awaken humanity. Yes, as long as we catch him, we will be able to find a way to awaken him quickly. By then, with my brother's talent, we will definitely be able to awaken his superpowers. I'm looking forward to it when I think about it. Let's go see how powerful the awakened humans are. He glanced at the bull on the ground and said, "We'll eat beef when we come back later." After that, he licked a mouthful of cow blood on the knife edge with his tongue with a perverted expression. At the same time, in a villa in the center of Jiangtong, a girl with an iron chain around her neck looked ashen, and her face was covered with various bruises and scars. She slumped on the ground helplessly, her eyes dull like a zombie. But her heart was shouting over and over again, why does fate treat me like this? Not long after the doomsday came, she was kidnapped by a few extremely vicious people. Those people wanted her to be their plaything, obey their orders, and let them play with her. Of course she didn't want to and rose up to resist, but she, a weak woman, was no match for several men. They locked her up with chains and forcibly violated her. In the days to come, they would take turns to do it again. The girl who was captured with her had obeyed them early, so she was not chained and could walk freely in the villa. At this time, the girl came to bring her food. The two used to be colleagues. Because she always took the lead and stole the girl's limelight, the girl always held a grudge. Now she finally found an opportunity to humiliate and scold her, not to mention how happy the girl is. Li Zioru, it's time to eat. Huang Qiqi held a porcelain bowl with only a little gruel in it. Looking at Li Zioru, who looked like a dog, Huang Qiqi smiled proudly. "Weren't you very good before? You won the best sales every time, and once you stole a big customer from me. Why are you lying like a dead dog now?" Li Zioru glanced at Huang Qiqi. "Because I don't want to be a plaything." HMPH. Upon hearing this, Huang Qiqi stepped forward and slapped her, saying, "Then what are you now? Are you just a plaything? At least I live a more decent life than you." "Decent?" Li Zioru said with sarcasm. "You dare to laugh at me? What qualifications do you have to laugh at me? You look like a dead dog now. How can a dog laugh at people?" As she said that, she kicked Li Zioru in the stomach again. Li Zioru instantly felt severe pain. She curled up, her face was ashen and her body was trembling. She said tremblingly, "Do you think you are still a human being now?" When Huang Qiqi heard this, she immediately became angry and cursed. "You be **ch, how dare you say that I am not a human being? I will let you taste my power." Huang Qiqi grabbed a handful of Li Zioru's hair and then pulled it violently, tearing off the hair and a small piece of scalp. Li Zioru howled in pain, then kept rolling on the ground. Next time you say something, I will rip off a handful of your hair until all your hair is gone and call you a S***T. Huang Qiqi threw the bloody hair in front of Li Zioru, then spat into her rice bowl and walked away. Li Zioru looked at the food in front of her, silently shedding 2 lines of tears from the corners of her eyes, and then began to sob. She was stunned for a while, then she smashed the porcelain bowl into pieces, picked up a fragment, and slashed her wrist. The feeling of the sharp porcelain shards scratching the skin and blood vessels was so weak and numb that Li Zioru only felt a cold streak passing by her wrist. There was no trace of pain, but a sense of relief. F***K the world. She said something fiercely, then spread her hands, lay on the ground, and began to wait quietly for death. At this moment, a strong man pushed open the door and entered. Just as he was about to take off his pants, he saw Li Zioru lying on the ground with blood all over the floor. He suddenly became furious. He turned around, grabbed Huang Qiqi, threw it on the ground, and cursed, B***ch, did you do it? Huang Qiqi was a little surprised when she saw this scene, but she immediately said, it's not me, I left after giving her the meal. She must have broken the bowl herself and cut her wrists to commit suicide. The strong man took a look at the debris on the ground and thought it should be like this. Then he scolded Huang Qiqi again. Then why don't you wrap her wrists with a piece of F***G cloth? If she dies, we will have more than a dozen brothers looking for you. Huang Qiqi was so frightened that she immediately found a piece of cloth and wrapped it around Li Zioru's wrist. B***ch, you must not die, your death will harm me. Huang Qiqi hurriedly bandaged Li Zioru, not noticing that her wrist was no longer bleeding. The muscles on her body were shaking slightly, and her breathing became more even and powerful. Have you wrapped it up, you stinky woman? The strong man scolded from the side. Okay. Huang Qiqi hurriedly turned around and said. Then the strong man grabbed Huang Qiqi's hair, threw her to the ground, and prepared to bang. A wave of air swayed away from Li Zioru, and the frightened man immediately stopped what he was doing and looked at Li Zioru. I saw Li Zioru slowly getting up from the ground, looking at her wrists, and then looking at the 2 people lying on the ground. When the strong man saw that Li Zioru was fine so quickly, he immediately smiled and said, you are more mellow. Since you are better, let's play with you. With that said, he got up from Huang Qiqi. Huang Qiqi took a long breath, glad that she had escaped once, and then looked at Li Zioru with gloating B***ch, let's see if he doesn't kill you now. The strong man looked at Li Zioru with lustful eyes. Just as he was about to hug her, Li Zioru stared at him fiercely, frowning slightly. His hands seemed to be solidified by cement and he couldn't move at all. Hey damn, what's going on? Why are your hands frozen? The strong man was a little strange. Li Zioru's eyes moved again. The strong man's fingers began to bend slowly, leaving only the index finger and middle finger. Then the arm also began to slowly bend inward. He poked his eyes with his middle and index fingers. The strong man finally realized something was wrong. His face became frightened, and he stood up. Damn it, why are my hands moving so much? He grabbed the wrist of this hand with his other hand, but to no avail. He tried to bend his index and middle fingers, but he couldn't. His hand seemed to be completely out of his control and was now being controlled by a mysterious force. What are you still doing, you stinky woman? Why don't you help me? The strong man yelled at Li Zioru in front of him, but Li Zioru stood motionless and did not help. On the other hand, Huang Qiqi, who was standing aside, hurriedly ran forward, grabbed the strong man's wrist and stretched it out. Seeing that Li Zioru didn't take action, the strong man stared at her angrily. You're so damn deaf, aren't you? I asked you to help. The 2 fingers were getting closer and closer to his eyes, and he was getting more and more panicked, and Huang Qiqi's addition had no effect. Huang Qiqi was ecstatic in her heart. If you offend this person, you will feel better later. At this time, Li Zioru suddenly raised the corners of her mouth and sneered, her pale face looking extremely terrifying. Laugh, I'm going to make you laugh. The strong man raised his other hand and was about to slap her hard. But the slap suddenly stopped half an inch away from her cheek, then changed direction and grabbed Huang Qiqi's neck. Huang Qiqi looked at the strong man in horror and grabbed the strong man's wrist with both hands. The strong man looked confused. What the hell is going on? Is this really a ghost? Suddenly he looked at Li Zioru in horror, as if he understood something. You are awake. Li Zioru sneered again, making a faint sound, then her eyes moved and the strong man's fingers suddenly inserted into his eyes. His eyes exploded instantly like 2 water balls, blood and unknown white liquid splashed everywhere. The strong man also howled in pain, my eyes. Li Zioru did not stop her thoughts and stared at the strong man. The strong man's two fingers were still trying to push in as if they were going straight into his head. There was a click, his fingers directly penetrated the skull and stuck on it. Then Li Zioru looked at Huang Qiuqiu. Next, it's your turn. Huang Qiuqiu looked at Li Zioru with horror on her face. Zioru doesn't want it, aren't we good friends? Unexpectedly, she would actually play the emotional card at this time. When Li Zioru heard this, her eyes turned red and her face became extremely angry. With a look from her, the strong man let go of Huang Qiuqiu's neck, fell to the ground, rolled back and forth, and howled loudly. Then she looked at Huang Qiuqiu and approached her step by step. Huang Qiuqiu was so frightened that she backed away repeatedly, shaking her head and saying, "No, Zioru, no, Zioru." Suddenly, she retreated to the table and kept groping with her hands on the table. She found a chopstick and hurriedly grabbed it in her hand. "Go to hell, be ***ch. Huang Qiuqiu shouted and thrust her chopsticks towards Li Zioru, but like the strong man, when she was about to touch Li Zioru, she suddenly stopped and could not move at all. "Friend." Li Zioru sneered with her red eyes and ferocious face. She looked like a demon walking out of hell. "This is the end. Let the evil ones become more evil and force the good ones to become evil. Brush." Suddenly, Huang Qiuqiu thrust a chopstick into one of her eyes with such force that the chopstick broke directly. "Ah!" Huang Qiuqiu screamed, hurriedly threw away half of the chopsticks in her hand, fell to her knees on the ground, and kept kowtowing to beg for mercy. Even though her head was bruised and bleeding, she did not dare to stop. Because she finally realized how terrible Li Zioru was. She is no longer a human being, she has transformed into a terrifying demon. Bang. A wave of air spread out, and Huang Qiuqiu was thrown to the ground. The next moment she seemed to have gone crazy and started biting the flesh on her body. I saw her face was full of pain, and she was crying from pain, but she didn't hesitate in the movements of her mouth. Pulling off the flesh one by one, spitting it out, taking another bite, pulling it off, spitting it out again. This cycle went on, and soon her arms were exposed with white bones. The next bite she bit directly on the hand bone, which seemed a bit hard. Her expression was distorted, and she kept making whining sounds from her mouth. The strength of her bite continued to increase. Click. She bit her hand bones violently. This kind of pain that penetrated into the bone marrow made her roll her eyes several times and almost fainted. Li Zioru used her mind to force her to wake up and continued to tear her own flesh. Bang! The door of the house was kicked open. What's going on? When people outside the house heard the noise, they all ran in. The leader was Li Hu. He glanced at the two people on the ground. Their miserable condition made him feel numb. He has been around for so many years and has never seen such cruel methods. He couldn't help but take a breath. Looking at Li Zioru, who was standing not far away, he had already guessed that this woman had awakened. Otherwise, she would not have been able to bring these two people into such a miserable state on her own. "Brothers, come together and kill this crazy woman." "There is no way, now we are in a dilemma. Run out, there are zombies outside, don't run. There is a demon here." In the end, he chose not to run away and kill the devil. Li Hu gave the order, and everyone rushed forward like crazy, including those who were kidnapped by Li Hu. They have become accustomed to obeying Li Hu's orders. If they don't listen, they will either be beaten severely or thrown outside the villa to feed the zombies. Except for one person, Lin Zheng's cousin Lin Fei. At this time, he was dumping everyone's excrement at the back door of the villa. He also escaped this disaster. Looking at the people rushing towards her, Li Zioru gritted her teeth and roared. Everyone stopped immediately, as if they were under a restraining spell. The next second, they seemed to go crazy, biting the people next to them like yellow Qiuqiu. Li Hu hid at the back and did not rush over. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately took out his gun and pointed it at Li Zioru. Unexpectedly, Li Zioru's look directly caused him to point the gun at his crotch. Without hesitation, he fired several shots, just beat the chicken with eggs. The blood flowed to the ground along the thighs, staining the pants red. Then Li Zioru controlled Li Hu to use the key to open the iron chain around his neck. Then he walked up to him and said coldly, "You like using guns so much, right? Then just eat it." When Li Hu heard this, his eyes widened. He kept shaking his head, but his right hand had already put the gun to his mouth. Then he opened his mouth cooperatively and swallowed the gun in one gulp. His other hand also came to help, and he desperately stuffed the pistol into his mouth. Soon blood began to flow from the corners of his mouth. He wanted to beg for mercy but could not speak. Suddenly his eyes widened, his expression was very painful. I saw the shape of a pistol suddenly appearing on his neck, and then slowly squirming downwards, he actually vomited a pistol alive. This also caused his esophagus to be scratched and scarred, and a heartbreaking pain would come from inside at the slightest movement. He was lying on the ground, his face was as pale as paper and he was dying. He could only breathe out but not in. He was not expected to live much longer. Li Zioru slowly looked back and saw that everyone was lying on the ground with bloody flesh and blood, their bodies in disrepair. Although I still have one breath, I am only one step away from death. She smiled contentedly, then turned and left the room. When I saw instant noodles, ham, chicken legs, and the like on the table, I immediately ran over and crazily stuffed them into my mouth. After eating, I took a swig of water. Then she sat down and calmed down for a while. Seeing some food piled not far away, she found a backpack and stuffed all the food into it. When she was about to leave, she saw a suit on a chair. She stared at the suit for a long time, finally picked it up, put it on, then picked up her backpack and left this place full of sin and her painful memories. From then on, he transformed into a butcher in a suit, which made people frightened for a while. Inside the safe house, Jiang Yidong and Li Jiang looked at the zombie crystal nuclei all over the ground and were extremely surprised. They were like crystals on the ground, shining brightly. Li Jiang looked at Lin Zheng blankly. Zheng, your skills are really incredible. As long as there is one crystal core, it means there are countless crystal cores. There is no such thing as a shortage of cultivation resources. Lin Zheng's copying power cannot be hidden. He has shown it to them many times. He simply told them long ago, but he only told half of it. Lin Zheng did not tell them that he could copy superpowers, and that his copying ability would continue to improve, and he didn't know what unexpected things he could copy in the future. And every time he takes supplies from the system space, Lin Zheng just tells them that he has awakened a space system power, and the space is about 100 cubic meters. He didn't tell them that his space was infinite, and that the flow rate of time was 0 on one side and that the flow rate of time could be adjusted on the other side. And I can still enter this space. This is Lin Zheng's biggest trump card. Once something happens, he will get into the system space and let the sky fall apart, volcanoes erupt, tsunamis come and zombies everywhere, but he can still be leisurely and contented in the system space. No matter who it is, he has a hand in reserve. He looked at the golden retriever. Now it was the only one entering the system space. Compared to people, sometimes dogs are more reliable. After all, people's hearts are unpredictable. Old rules, these are the crystal nuclei of the zombie king's larvae. Each of you three should take one piece and absorb it slowly. Don't absorb it all at once. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. Hai Li Jiang waved his hand and picked up a crystal core, as if he had already guessed what Lin Zheng said. Jiang Yitong and Jin Mao also took one. The remaining pile naturally belongs to Lin Zheng. Now Lin Zheng has 9 kinds of powers. Absolute Space, Steel Reinforcement, Angel Wings, Prediction, Black Demon, Giant Shadow, Explosion, Wind Power, Ice Spike, Shape Control. This requires strong energy support. If Lin Zheng used 9 kinds of powers at the same time in his current state, he would be drained in an instant. Therefore, he needs to absorb far more mist or crystal nuclei than ordinary people. This is equivalent to building a pillar on flat ground. The height of the pillar represents the level of cultivation, and the thickness of the pillar represents the foundation of cultivation. If Li Jiang's current cultivation level is like a 1-meter-long bamboo pole, then Jin Mao and Jiang Yidong are like a 1.5-meter-long piece of wood as thick as the mouth of a bowl. Lin Zheng, on the other hand, is a concrete block 2 to 3 meters high. This is related to his SSS-level talent. Generally speaking, the higher the talent, the more abilities that can be awakened, the more powerful they are, and the greater the room for improvement. But the reality is that now that he has the system, he can copy or awaken unlimited abilities and is not limited by talent at all. But as the number of superpowers increases, the amount of mist or crystal nuclei he needs will increase geometrically. Fortunately, he can copy infinitely, and the most important thing is material and training resources. The only thing he lacks now is time. As long as there is enough time, it is not a problem for Lin Zheng to become the strongest in the entire universe. Suddenly, he thought that the left area in the system space could adjust the flow rate of time. It could accelerate time by 100 times at the fastest. Would it be 100 times faster if we practiced there? System, will practicing in the left area of space be 100 times faster? System, will Lin Zhengyixi, wouldn't it be as easy to practice cultivation in the future as drinking water and eating? But you, the host, will also age at 100 times the speed of time. Gan, excuse me. Please ask the host to continuously collect mutated items or mutated animals and plants, copy abilities or complete tasks released by the system, and you can unlock new functions in the time acceleration zone. The time flow rate only affects cultivation, not the host itself. Oh, it turns out that new functions have been developed in this area. It seems that we will have to work harder to collect mutated objects and copy abilities in the future. Lin Zheng thought about it and felt that it would be too time-consuming and laborious to go out and search one by one. Is there any way to make mutated items, mutated animals and plants, and people with awakened powers come to your door automatically? For example, publish a notice. Anyone who has awakened his powers and shakes his hand for 10 seconds will receive a box of spicy beef instant noodles. If you let yourself touch other people's mutated items, the owner will get a box of Lao Tan pickled cabbage beef noodles. Lin Zheng nodded, thinking this method is feasible, but the prerequisite for implementing this method is that you must be strong enough, otherwise in this era of unpredictable people, the other party may directly kill you at any time and steal your supplies. Thinking of this, Lin Zheng started to pick up the zombie crystal core and absorbed it suddenly. Almost every tens of seconds soon, there were a bunch of dull crystal nuclei next to him, like pieces of cement. At this moment, Lin Zheng felt like there was a vast sea of energy in his body, and the incomparable energy was rolling and surging in his body. This feeling is amazing. It feels like I have endless powers inside my body. At the same time, Lin Zheng's cultivation level also broke through to the peak of the second level, and he was still just shy of the third level. However, he still needs to consolidate the second level peak. Only by laying a good foundation can he go higher and further. Cultivation is a lifelong matter. Don't do it too hastily or perfunctorily. Therefore, Lin Zheng is not in a hurry to break through to the third level. Moreover, with his current strength, even if he encounters a third-level zombie, it will not be in vain at all. 9 superpowers and 2 mutated weapons, just ask you which level 3 zombie can withstand it. Suddenly, Lin Zheng had an idea. How about trying to activate 9 kinds of abilities at the same time and see what the effect is? Thinking about it, he came to the open space of the safe house. Li Jiang and Jiang Yidong also expressed curiosity. They speculated that Lin Zheng had either achieved a breakthrough or had awakened some new power. They have all become accustomed to Lin Zheng's unfavorable operations. Come outside. Lin Zheng stood slightly, take a deep breath and slowly close your eyes, then he opened it suddenly. An unprecedented powerful energy burst out from his body, causing slight ripples in the air. Neither Jiang Yidong nor Li Jiang could stand firm and took 2 steps back. So strong. The two of them couldn't help but sigh at the same time. How far has Zheng gotten? The next second, I saw the rubble around Lin Zheng slowly floating up. This was the activation of absolute space. Then angel wings sprouted from behind. The whole body turned silver-white, which is reinforced by steel. The pupils of both eyes are shrunk. This is a prediction. A huge shadow with black wings appeared behind him. This was the giant shadow of the Black Devil. Growing 3 heads and 6 arms is form control. 6 arms condensed into 6 dazzling light balls. This is explosion. The next moment, the floating stones around him began to spin rapidly, forming a tornado. This was a wind power. Several huge ice spikes appeared all around. This is an ice attribute. At this moment, all 9 powers are activated. The scene exploded for a time. Jiang Yidong and Li Jiang were dumbfounded, looking at Lin Zheng as if they were gods. So many superpowers. Is Zheng a human or a god? At the same time, the leader of the Rattlesnake team in a high-rise building was observing the situation here with a telescope. On his mobile phone was a photo of Lin Zheng, which was a bit blurry. This photo was taken from the footage sent back before the death of the captain of the Wild Wolf Squad, so it's not very clear, but the appearance can still be discerned. The young man not far away who is performing countless supernatural powers is the person in the photo. I saw the leader of the Rattlesnake team with sweat pouring from both sides of his cheeks and a nervous expression. He swallowed and said slowly, "Nah, boss, what's up? Is it him?" The leader of the Rattlesnake team hurriedly put away the telescope and said, "It's not him. Let's look elsewhere." "Oh, okay. Receive." As Lin Zheng's aura calmed down, all his supernatural powers slowly faded away and he gradually returned to normal. A few beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, but he still breathed slightly. It's still a bit overwhelming to activate all 9 abilities at once. It seems that in the future, we have to continue to broaden our base and absorb more crystal nuclei. It would be best if we could fully activate all 7 powers without any effort. Zheng, you have so many awakened powers that it's a bit ridiculous. Li Jiang couldn't help but clicked his tongue. Lin Zheng just patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, take your time, you will awaken more powers in the future." Li Jiang rolled his eyes. "I have also awakened more powers. I am already thankful to God for awakening this one power. You think everyone is as defiant as you? Come, I need your help with something," Lin Zheng said to Li Jiang and Jiang Yitong. The two looked at each other, a little confused. "Is there anything else you need our help with?" Arriving at the safe house, Lin Zheng took out a printer, a computer, several drones, and a pile of A4 printing paper. You have hoarded all these things. Li Jiang was a little surprised. Be prepared for anything, I have stocked up on everything. Li Jiang looked at these things in front of him and asked, Zheng, what help do you need from us? Print something for me and then use a drone to distribute it. What to print? Li Jiang asked curiously. I told you to fight. Good. Then Li Jiang sat in front of the computer, opened the typing software, put his hands on the keyboard and got ready. Lin Zheng thought for a while and then began to say, anyone who has awakened supernatural powers or possesses mutated items can go to the western suburbs of Jiangtang City. At this point, Lin Zheng paused. He was thinking about what their place should be called. The outside world is chaotic and full of dangers, but Lin Zheng and the others can live a leisurely life in this small place, just like a paradise. Why not just call it Tauan Base? Lin Zheng nodded and continued. You can all go to Tauan Base in the western suburbs of Jiangtang City to exchange for a generous supply of supplies. At this point, Jiang Yidong's eyes suddenly lit up and he said excitedly, Tauan Base, is that the name of our base, brother Lin Zheng? Lin Zheng nodded solemnly, yes, from now on our base will be called Tauan Base. Starting from this place, we will create an extremely powerful base. Hearing Lin Zheng's words, Jiang Yidong and Li Jiang both looked at Lin Zheng eagerly, their eyes full of longing and yearning, as if they had already seen the extremely powerful base being built. At that time, you will be the elders of the base, the founding heroes and heroes. Jiang Yidong looked at Lin Zheng with smiling eyes full of expectation, but Li Jiang suddenly burped and said in confusion, why do I feel so full suddenly? Oh, it turns out I ate a huge piece of cake. But suddenly Li Jiang realized something. Zheng, aren't you inviting wolves into the house by doing this? If other people know that we have supplies, wouldn't we be attacked in groups? So we have to arrange it later to show the strength of our base. As long as the fist is strong enough, whoever dares to seek death will be killed. Li Jiang thought about it. Lin Zheng has now broken through to the second level. Nowadays, it is estimated that there are very few people who have awakened supernatural powers, let alone level 2. Moreover, Lin Zheng is still a second-level superpower with 9 kinds of superpowers. Who dares to mess with him? After Li Jiang typed up the content, he connected the printer to the computer in a few clicks. Click print. After printing one page, Lin Zheng continued to copy it a dozen times, and there were tens of thousands of A4 papers with the same content. Then, Lin Zheng came outside the safe house. I took a look at the surrounding situation to see how to equip some heavy weapons. There are 2 high-rise buildings on both sides of this place, one of which has been surrounded by Lin Zheng with a live barbed wire fence, and the other 2 sides are roads, which are also separated by Lin Zheng with a live barbed wire fence. Finally, Lin Zheng decided to place 2 rows of armored vehicles and tanks on both sides of the road, and a cannon on the top of the tall building. If this firepower was given to Li Yunlong, he would dare to fight for a living. After putting it away, Lin Zheng clapped his hands and looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Even if people from the quarantine area came, their tone of voice would have to drop an octave lower when talking to Lin Zheng when they saw this battle. Then, the 3 of them controlled the drone and began to distribute the A4 papers. There is a gripper-like device on these drones, which can be closed by remote control to send A4 paper to a certain position before distributing it. It took them almost an hour to distribute tens of thousands of A4 papers. Now wait for the superpower to come to your door. However, Lin Zheng was not idle either. He built a reception counter at the entrance, similar to a bar counter in a bar. In order to protect him from the sun and rain, he also built a small shed at the counter. Then, Lin Zheng took out a rocking chair and a palm fan, sat at the counter, rocked and fanned, waiting for the first trader. At the same time, in every corner of Jiangtang City, many people saw the A4 paper. They have different attitudes. Some people don't believe it at all. These people were frightened by the previous fake safe zone incident and still have lingering fears. They firmly believe that this must be another dirty scam. It is most likely to attract people with mutated items and then forcibly take their mutated items as their own. For people who have awakened their powers, it may be they will use some means to force them to work hard. People who have been fooled and hurt once choose to turn a blind eye and continue to be miserable. There are also those who believe that there are still good people in the world. In the end of the world, humans should help each other and fight against zombies together. This is where humanity shines. They cheered for this. But when I think about people who only need to awaken supernatural powers and possess mutated items, I immediately feel disappointed again. But then they thought about it. Maybe this was to encourage them to work hard to strengthen themselves and awaken their powers as soon as possible. Thinking of this, they became excited again. There was also a group of people who were robbers. When they saw this news, they immediately became very excited because they had something to rob. They picked up their weapons one by one, got on the pickup truck, and rushed towards the Tauan Foundation. Li Zioru finished eating the last piece of bread and threw away the packaging bag. A gust of cold wind blew by, and the packaging bag swayed into the distance with the wind. At this moment, she was extremely thirsty, and there were slight cracks at the corners of her mouth. She kept licking her tongue, trying to moisten her lips with the little saliva she had left. At this time, a pickup truck stopped in front of her. In the car were several men wearing jackets and with crotch hair. They were all holding sharp weapons and kept dancing in their hands. After seeing Li Zioru, several people whistled and seemed extremely excited. In these troubled times, meeting a woman is as difficult as meeting a piece of steak. Because in the early days, due to their physical strength, most of them could not escape the zombies and were assimilated into zombies or eaten completely. The women who survived did not dare to go out and either hid in a corner or in a safe area or isolation area. "Little beauty, come and get in the car. Let me give you some water," one of the men holding a watermelon knife said teasingly. Ha 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 ha. The men in the car all laughed lustfully. Li Zioru took a look and saw that there was indeed a box of mineral water and several boxes of snacks in their car. Obviously, these people are already lonely ghosts. The men couldn't hold it any longer and jumped out of the car in a hurry one by one, trying to carry Li Zioru directly into the car. Li Zioru didn't panic at all, but put on the suit that was placed next to her in a hurry. When they saw it, they immediately stopped and their expressions changed drastically as if they had seen a ghost. One of them said tremblingly, You are a butcher in a suit." Before that, they had all heard the terrifying rumors about the suit butcher. It was said that she was a girl who wore a suit that didn't fit very well and her methods were extremely cruel. Anyone who messed with her would die miserably. The worst one actually tore all the flesh and blood from his limbs alive, leaving 4 blood-stained white bones exposed. The scene was extremely horrifying. It makes people shudder just thinking about it. At this time, the girl in front of them was wearing a very ill-fitting suit, and mottled bloodstains could still be seen faintly on the suit. They couldn't help but connect the girl in front of them with the butcher in the suit. Li Zioru originally lowered her head slightly, but suddenly she raised her head and grinned. There was a trace of blood oozing from her chapped lips. Together with her gloomy smile, she looked extremely weird and terrifying. Several people were so frightened by the charming smile that they were about to turn around and jump into the car to run away. But suddenly, I found that my body couldn't move. The hearts of several people instantly went cold. They were now 100% sure that the girl in front of them was the feared butcher in a suit, because the rumored butcher in a suit used his mind to control the human body and made them kill themselves. I'm sorry, mister Butcher, we were blind and accidentally contradicted you. Please spare our lives." "Noisy," Li Zioru said softly, and then with a flash of his eyes, the man opened his mouth without hesitation, shot out his tongue, bit it down violently, and broke his tongue into 2 pieces. I saw his mouth full of blood and his expression in pain. When the others saw it, their faces turned pale and they hurriedly shut up, not daring to make any sound for fear that they would bite off their tongues next. "Don't you want to play with me?" "I will play with you, ooh ooh ooh." Several people were crying and making humming sounds in their mouths. They really want to escape, but they can't. Suddenly, Li Zioru looked at one of them. The man raised the watermelon knife in his hand and slashed at the companion in front of him. The force was so strong that it cut directly into the skull, and the knife stuck tightly on it. Suddenly, blood flowed down from the top of his head and onto his face. He just felt the severe pain on the top of his head and the fear of blood flowing continuously, slowly waiting for death. His face was full of panic, his breathing became more and more rapid, and his expression became more and more distorted. Li Zioru walked forward, smiled, and said in a playful tone, "Is it fun?" The man's head was shaking crazily, as if shaking his head, and then he said tremblingly, Number, fun. It's not fun, is it?" As soon as Li Zioru finished speaking, he suddenly looked at a man holding a machete. He also slashed hard, hitting the previous man's head, and now 2 knives were cut into his head. He finally couldn't help it and howled in pain, then tears and runny nose flowed down. "Now is it fun?" Li Zioru asked again. The man hurriedly replied with a cry, It's fun, isn't it? Then let's do it again." This time Li Zioru looked at a man holding a dagger. He raised the dagger and stabbed the man in the head. Stab. The dagger sank into the man's head in an instant and got stuck on the skull. This time the dagger should be inserted into his brain. I saw his whole body twitching for an instant. His eyes turned white and his lips kept trembling. After a while he straightened up and took a deep breath. The next second his limbs went limp and hung in the air. As soon as Li Xiaoru's mind relaxed, he slammed it to the ground like a puddle of mud. Next, it's time to play with you. Li Xiaoru said quietly with an excited tone. They were all crying, their heads were shaking, and all the cells in their bodies were resisting. Just then 3 more pickup trucks passed by. When they saw there were living people here, they stopped the car immediately. Especially when I saw that there were supplies on the car parked on the roadside, my eyes immediately lit up. Brothers, get out of the car and collect supplies. Oh, oh, oh. They were like a group of bandits, jumping out of the car, shouting and holding weapons in their hands. Brothers, we are lucky. Before we go to the Tauan base, we can also collect some supplies. Let's have a party tonight. Woohoo, have a party. Then their boss pointed a knife at the people on Li Xiaoru's side and said, "You guys, if you don't want to die, hurry up and get out of here, or I will kill you one by one and send you to the west." I saw someone coming. Those people were instantly ecstatic. They were saved this time. They shouted desperately, "Brother, save us, save us. We are willing to work as cows and horses for you." The boss was a little confused and turned his head to look this way. Just in time to meet Li Xiaoru's eyes, Li Xiaoru also lied slightly and grinned, "Ga. The boss's face changed instantly. "Worry, it's a butcher in a suit, run." He turned around and jumped into the car. When the other boys heard that he was a butcher in a suit, they were so frightened that they stopped moving their supplies and jumped into the car one by one like monkeys climbing a tree. Then, the 3 pickup trucks suddenly hit the accelerator and disappeared in an instant. Those few people were left messy in the car, exhaust. They looked at Li Xiaoru. "Do you really want to take a ride in the car? Then I'll let you sit." Then Li Xiaoru controlled them to get into the pickup truck. The supplies in the truck had already been moved out by the group just now. The next second, the man sitting in the driver's seat gave a strong kick, and the pickup truck started instantly and crashed straight into the wall next to it. Bang. The pickup truck exploded instantly, and several people in the car were slowly engulfed by the fire. At this time, a piece of A4 paper floated in front of Li Xiaoru. She glanced at it, and the content on it attracted her. She bent down to pick it up, looked at the content on it carefully, and then said slowly, "Is it the foundation of Tauan? Then let's take a trip." Here, Lin Zheng and others are sitting in front of the counter eating hot pot. The steam is steaming and the aroma is overflowing. Several people are eating enthusiastically. The golden retriever was also eating beside him, eating a bowl full of steak and a bowl of caviar, which was considered as an extra meal for him. And the ingredients used by Lin Zheng and others to make hot pot are also outrageous. What about bear paw, Australian dragon, king crab, wagyu, eel, golden shrimp? Drinking like Lafayette in 1982 and Beverly Hills 90 H2O. There are also after-dinner fruits, sunshine roses, cat litter, durians, cream strawberries, Chilean cherries. Just then, the 3 pickup trucks previously arrived at Tauan base. They looked inside the barbed wire fence and were surprised. "Boss, look, it's a tank, a lot of tanks." Their boss's name was Cheng Long. He looked out the window and then smiled, "Fake, fake. Do you believe that there will be so many tanks in a base established in such a poor place? Even the official quarantine area probably does not have so many tanks." The younger brother nodded if he understood. I could tell at a glance that these were just models meant to scare children. The boss is wise and saw through their little tricks at a glance. However, Chen Long nodded and said with a smile, "It seems that we are right to come back. This base must have a lot of supplies, otherwise they would not have to bring out these things to scare people." "Boss, you are right, we can have a good harvest this time." Cheng Long licked his tongue. "It would be great if there was a woman. Our brothers haven't touched a woman for a long time." Yes, boss, these brothers are almost crazy about women." "Let's go then, let's grab it with all our hands and feet." When they turned it on, they suddenly smelled the aroma of hot pot. Everyone licked their noses and greedily absorbed the aroma. So fragrant. They haven't had hot pot for a long time, and they haven't even had a decent hot meal. Everything I ate was packaged food such as bread and biscuits, and my mouth almost smelled like bird. Now that they smelled this spicy hot pot with a strong smell of red oil, their mouths immediately watered, and the gluttons in their stomachs began to surge crazily. "Boss, it smells so good like hot pot." Cheng Long wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and shouted excitedly, "Brothers, we really met a big player today." "Hoo hoo hoo," the boys all shouted excitedly. "Get out of the car, rush in, and grab whatever you see." Suddenly, more than 20 people on 3 pickup trucks swarmed down and ran towards the direction of the hot pot smell. "Someone is coming." Lin Jang put down the cup in his hand and said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people appeared in front of the counter. Lin Zheng glanced around and found that there was no awakened person in this group of people. Look at their menacing appearance, they are coming with bad intentions. At this time, Chenglong walked out of the crowd, put a machete on his shoulder, put his other hand on his waist, and said in an extremely arrogant manner, "I heard that you have supplies here." Lin Zheng said calmly, "If you are awakened or have mutated items, you can exchange them for a box of instant noodles. If not, leave quickly, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences." Yo yo yo, Chenglong smacked his lips and said, "If you eat hot pot, just give us instant noodles. Do you have a conscience? Come on, let me see what kind of hot pot you are eating." As he said that, Chenglong glanced inside. When he saw the ingredients placed next to the hot pot, he was dumbfounded. He glanced at Lin Zheng blankly. "Do you eat so well every day? You guys really deserve to die." Lin Zheng replied calmly, "No." Hearing Lin Zheng's answer, Chenglong breathed a sigh of relief. These days, they only eat bread or biscuits. If they knew that someone ate hot pot every day, they would be depressed to death. Unexpectedly, Lin Zheng paused for a while and then said, "Sometimes I also eat Western food or stir-fry, barbecue, etc. to change my taste." Chenglong, brothers. Chenglong went crazy instantly. "You guys are so damn special, what a fool." Then he put the knife in his hand on Lin Zheng's neck, panting heavily, looking like he was extremely angry. "Open the door and then get out of here, do you hear me? Otherwise I will chop you all up." At this time, a younger brother stepped forward and reminded Chenglong, "Boss, there is a woman inside." Chenglong's eyes lit up when he heard this and he looked inside again. Sure enough, he saw a pure and lovely little sister. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and said, "Damn, you guys are so damned, you are so damned. Not only are there so many, I'm jealous of the supplies and beauties, but fortunately these things belong to me now." Chenglong glanced at Lin Zheng, who was motionless, and said, "Kid, you are so deaf, aren't you? I tell you to get out." Lin Zheng said again, "Didn't I make it clear enough? Those with superpowers or mutated items can be exchanged for supplies. If they are waste, they can get away as far as they want." Ha 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 ha. Lin Zheng's words made them burst into laughter. Chenglong stepped forward and said, "Kid, I have already seen through those model toys you put up. There are tanks in such a wretched place. You have some brains, you can't scare people. Why are you here? I have survived this doomsday for so long." Lin Zheng was stunned. He didn't expect that they would think so. This was something he didn't expect. It is really unreasonable to have so many tanks in this small place at once, but they are all genuine and real guys. Lin Zheng didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. Just when I was about to start the absolute space, suddenly a blood-stained car drove from a short distance and stopped in front of them. A man got out of the car. It made Chenglong and others tremble instantly. It was the butcher in suit they met on the roadside before. Li Zioru was still wearing the large suit at this time, and there was another layer of faint blood stains on it. Her whitened face was expressionless. Just one look scared Chenglong and others to the side obediently. Then, under the horrified eyes of everyone, she walked towards the counter. At this time, Chenglong was ecstatic, thankful that the butcher in the suit was not interested in him. At the same time, he also looked at Lin Zheng with a sense of schadenfreude, as if watching a play. "Kid, this is a butcher in a suit, you will be in trouble next time. It doesn't matter if you offend me. The worst I can do is chop you with a knife and you will die happily. If you offend a butcher in a suit, you will always suffer. You will have to be tortured to death. Boss, is this butcher in a suit also here to grab supplies?" "It looks like it is." "Then what do we do?" Chenglong knocked him on the head and cursed. "Are you an idiot? How much can she take by herself? We just wait for her to take it first. After she takes it, why don't we go back?" "The boss is wise. Now we just need to enjoy the show." Chenglong squinted his eyes and said with a smile. Li Zioru kept her head slightly lowered, her hair slightly covering her face, so Lin Zheng never saw the person clearly. When she walked to the counter, Lin Zheng sensed something and was a little surprised. This girl who looked extremely thin was actually an awakener and very strong. She must have awakened some kind of powerful ability or talent. Lin Zheng said calmly, "In exchange for supplies, right?" Li Zioru nodded slightly. She didn't seem to attack Lin Zheng directly. However, Lin Zheng has already felt the fluctuations in her body's powers, and it is estimated that she may take action at any time. "Extend your hand. Just shake my hand for 10 seconds and you will get a box of instant noodles." Lin Zheng said calmly, and at the same time activated his power. A surging energy like a wave suddenly burst out from Lin Zheng's body, setting off a rapid wave of air. Blow up the hair on Li Zioru's forehead. Chenglong and others suddenly felt a gust of cool wind blowing from the side and couldn't help but tremble all over. What the hell? Li Zioru couldn't help but feel shocked when she felt this powerful power. This man is very strong. My combat power is only 1,000, and this person's combat power is at least 10,000. However, she did not intend to give up because her power is mental control, which belongs to the spiritual system. Although some awakened people have powerful powers, their mental power is pitifully weak. Therefore, low-level spiritual awakeners will inevitably have to fight against high-level awakeners. This is the difference between awakening powers. Mental powers are a relatively rare type. They are suitable for catching people by surprise and attacking them unprepared. They are often hard to guard against. Seeing the other person's stretched out hand, Li Xiaoru slowly stretched out her hand to hold it. Facing such a strong man, she didn't dare to be too confident. If the opponent was an awakened person of the same level as her, she could directly exert mental control from a distance, and that would be enough. However, the person in front of her was so powerful that she was not sure whether she could control him by using it from a distance, so she planned to use physical contact to directly control his mind. The intensity of such control would be several times stronger than using it from a distance. The two hands, one big and one small, are held together. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual force passed through the two men's arms and rushed straight into Lin Zheng's consciousness. Bang. Li Xiaoru's mental power seemed to have encountered a 100-meter-high wall. With a bang, the pitiful amount of mental power was like a small mist, which was instantly dispersed and disappeared into nothing. Li Xiaoru felt an unprecedented shock and impact, and at the same time there was a trace of fear. This is the person with the most outrageous strength among the people she has met. Lin Zheng's arm shook slightly, and he used the newly copied mind control ability to deliver a violent blow to the consciousness of the woman in front of him. Li Xiaoru trembled all over. Chenglong snickered from the side. Look, the butcher in the suit is so angry that his body is shaking. That kid has suffered. Yes, boss, it's so scary. Fortunately, we didn't provoke the butcher in the suit. Puff. The next second, Li Xiaoru spit out a mouthful of old blood. Lin Zheng's impact on her consciousness just now was so violent that she was seriously injured. Chenglong was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. What's going on? Why did the butcher in the suit vomit blood? He didn't move either. At this time, Li Xiaoru slowly raised her whitened face, frowning, and looked at Lin Zheng. The moment she saw Lin Zheng, she trembled slightly. It's you. The Rolls-Royce that Lin Zheng gave her as a gift was sold to the store at 70% of the market price. At that time, her mother was bedridden and needed a huge amount of medical expenses. I have younger brothers and sisters who are going to school and also need money. In order to treat my mother's illness, my family was heavily in debt. In this way, Li Xiaoru took the money and filled up all the holes, and there was still a lot of surplus. Therefore, she was very grateful to Lin Zheng and always wanted to find an opportunity to express her gratitude in person. But before we can find it, the end is coming. Unexpectedly today, under such circumstances, she saw her benefactor. She was very emotional and at a loss. Lin Zheng also recognized her. It's you. Lin Zheng slowly let go of his hand and looked at Li Xiaoru. He remembered that this girl was a simple and kind-hearted girl who looked a bit childlike. But now, her face has many scars and a sharp look, and I could faintly feel that there was a long-simmering anger and murderous aura in her body. What on earth did she experience at the end of the world? Li Xiaoru, who was originally very fierce, became a little embarrassed when she saw Lin Zheng. She didn't dare to look at him. She just nodded slightly and replied timidly, "Boss Lin." Lin Zheng didn't want to ask why she became like this. This should be the past she didn't want to face the most. Lin Zheng knew very well that exposing someone's scars was tantamount to letting people experience the pain of that time again, so why bother? So he just slowly took out a box of instant noodles from behind the counter, then poured out half of the instant noodles, and put in a lot of packaged deli meat and some glucose. This girl was the only one he met before the end who didn't disgust him. Therefore, by doing this, Lin Zheng was giving himself an explanation. For you, this. Li Xiaoru hesitated and did not reach out to pick it up. Lin Zheng then said, "You meet our standards and fulfill my requirements. This is the reward you deserve, take it." Li Xiaoru tremblingly took the box of instant noodles. The moment she received the box, she felt a weight that did not match the box. At this time, one side of the box was blown up by the wind, revealing the contents inside. The moment Li Xiaoru saw something, her expression changed and she glanced at Lin Zheng blankly. "Boss Lin, you still haven't changed." Then she put the box on the ground and said to Lin Zheng again, "Now let me repay you once again." Chenglong looked on in confusion. Why did the butcher in suit stop, and why does she seem to be slowly approaching him? "Don't come over." Chenglong was frightened and exclaimed, "Bang!" Li Xiaoru glanced at Chenglong and others. Their bodies suddenly stiffened and they looked at the people around them with horror on their faces. What's going on? Cheng Long seemed to realize that something was wrong and begged for mercy repeatedly. Master Butcher, we didn't offend you either. Please don't kill us. Li Xiaoro pointed at Lin Zheng and said coldly, but you have offended him. Ah, when Cheng Long heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Could it be that the boy knew the butcher in the suit? He couldn't help but guess. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have provoked him. Lord Butcher, it's our fault that we are ignorant and have offended your friend. You see, your friend is fine. Can you be noble and let us go? Cheng Long kept pleading with a sad face. He is not my friend. Li Xiaoru said coldly, and then let out a low groan. A powerful mental force rushed straight into the brains of the more than 20 gangsters in front of them. In just 1 second, their eyes suddenly rolled, blood began to ooze from their 7 orifices, the hairs on their bodies exploded, and then their whole bodies twitched crazily and then turned like a puddle of mud. As if falling to the ground, it's a benefactor. Li Xiaoru continued to whisper. This blow directly shattered the brains of these 20 people, and they died instantly. And Li Xiaoru also used her superpower overload, and blood was flowing from her eyes at this moment. My chest rose and fell violently a few times, and then I felt a sweet sensation in my mouth, and a large mouthful of old blood suddenly spurted out. Are you okay? Lin Zheng asked. Li Xiaoru hurriedly stopped Lin Zheng and replied with a trembling voice. I'm fine, Boss Lin. This is just a small thing I did for you so that I can feel more at ease. Then she slowly walked to the box of instant noodles, bent down with difficulty, picked up the box, and then he staggered to the pickup truck, put the box on the pickup truck and climbed into the driver's seat. Closed the door. After a long time, she stuck her head out of the window and said to Lin Zheng, Boss Lin, see you soon. She still said with an expressionless face as cold as ice, but my heart has already stirred up huge waves. Lin Zheng waved to her, smiled slightly, and still stood motionless. Li Xiaoru turned around, started the car, stepped on the accelerator and drove into the distance. After driving a certain distance, she couldn't bear it anymore and started to cry loudly. The face that was originally murderous and messy now returned to its former fragile appearance. At this moment, she was no longer a frightened butcher in a suit, but a fragile girl. Originally, she was completely disappointed with human beings and completely despaired of human nature. Anyone who offends her will die, but when she met Lin Zheng again, she was conflicted. The thick fortress she had built began to waver at this moment. Lin Zheng looked at Li Xiaoru, who disappeared at the end of the road, and said after a long time, see you soon. At this time, Li Jiang and Jiang Yidong came forward and Lin Zheng came to his senses. Zheng, that girl. Before Li Jiang finished speaking, Lin Zheng knew what he was going to say, so he immediately answered, she also has her own way to go. Oh, Li Jiang nodded slightly and looked at the end of the road. Next, several groups of people came, all here to rob. After reading the contents on the A4 paper, they immediately gathered their brothers and went to the Tauan base to plunder supplies, fearing that someone else would beat them to it if they were too late. Some timid people ran away in despair after seeing the 2 rows of tanks and armored vehicles. You can't afford to offend, you can't afford to offend. There are also some people who don't care about their lives and will rush in regardless. At this time, Lin Zheng and Li Jiang fumbled for a long time in a tank according to the instructional video and finally learned it. I am suffering from no object of practice. Just then, a group of looters came. Brother, they have tanks, do we really want to rob them? Bullshit tanks, are there so many tanks in Jiangtang City? How come I don't know about them? They are all paper shells to scare people. Don't think I don't know. This person has worked in the official weapons depot before, and his position is not low, so he is very familiar with the weapons configuration in Jiangtang City. As far as he knew, Jiangtang City was a small city, not a fortress or a hub. There were only a few military trucks, let alone tanks. Yes, boss, you have worked in the official weapons depot before. You know best whether there are tanks in Jiangtang City. Yes, the boss is using paper stuff, so that's right. Brothers, rush in and grab supplies. Hearing this, they shouted one after another, shook the weapons in their hands, and were about to force their way into Tauan base. At this time, Lin Zheng and Li Jiang, who were in a tank, looked at the group of looters outside, smiled at each other, and gradually became abnormal. Isn't this target coming soon? What a group of considerate predators. Knowing that they were short of targets, they came here themselves. Jiang, reload. Reloading complete. Aim. Aimed. Lin Zheng fired fiercely at their vehicle. Boom, there was a loud bang in the sky. Immediately afterwards, several small cars exploded one after another, setting off roaring fires. The aftermath of the explosions also knocked several people away. The younger brothers looked at the boss with frightened faces. I hope he can give a reasonable explanation, boss, huh? Boss, yeah, Maxian, why don't you run away? Boom, another cannonball was fired, directly blowing up several people, and they screamed again and again. The boss's intestines were filled with regret at this time. At the same time, I was extremely confused. Where did Jiangtang City get its tanks? Boom, a shell exploded next to him. He was so frightened that he yelled for his mother. His legs swung rapidly like an arrow from a string and he ran away without a trace. Inside the tank, Lin Zheng said, Jiang, it seems that we have to practice more in the future. We haven't fired a few rounds now and everyone is gone. Li Jiang replied, Zheng, there are still many people who are not afraid of death. We will have many opportunities to practice in the future. That's right, that's all, no one will come back later. I wonder if the group of plunderers who were lucky enough to survive told their experiences, which made other plunderers afraid to come. Lin Zheng guessed this way, at this time, at a necessary intersection heading to Tauan base, a weak figure in a suit stood there covered in blood. And in front of her were dozens of bloody corpses. Captain, what should we do now? We haven't found the awakened person yet. Zhang De, the leader of the rattlesnake team, slapped him on the head and said, You are stupid. If you just grab an awakened person and cut off his head, who would know? Captain is brilliant. Let's go and look quickly to see if there are any weaker awakened ones. Zhang De now recalled the terrifying scene before and still felt lingering fear. If he had rushed up directly at that time, the grass on the grave would have been several feet high by now. Zhang De is an enhanced person and is still one step away from awakening, so he can slightly feel the aura of the awakened person. At this time he frowned, as if he sensed that an awakened person was nearby, and he was immediately overjoyed. Brothers, there is an awakened one nearby, let's go. Zhang De led his team members and groped forward along the way, following the weak breath. There was an intersection ahead. They saw an extremely thin man wearing a suit standing there. Zhang De rubbed his hands and suddenly felt confident. Brothers, the bamboo pole in front is an awakened one, it's him. After that, he drew out his scimitar and rushed forward. He must show off his performance this time. He likes to pinch such soft persimmons the most. The fear he had been frightened before turned into anger at this moment, and he wanted to vent it all on this thin awakened person. Halfway through, he saw dozens of mangled corpses lying in front of the awakened one. Stay, instantly petrified. Why are all awakened people so strong? Li Zioru heard the movement behind her and slowly turned around. Her face was covered with blood, and her eyes were like those of a demon in hell. Zhang De hurriedly hid the scimitar behind his back and smiled helplessly, indicating that he had no ill intentions. Are you going to Taoyuan base? Zhang De was stunned and hurriedly waved his hand and replied, No, I am from the Wang family safe zone. Roll, okay. After saying that, Zhang De quickly turned around and ran away. When he ran back to the team members, he gasped for air and was thankful that he had escaped again. Captain, why are you back? Don't you want to kill him? He opened his eyes wide and said, Hey, that's not the awakened one. I sensed it wrong. Let's go, let's look for it elsewhere. In a gathering place for survivors, everyone was nestled on a dirty quilt. They looked lifeless. Their complexions were yellow and their eyes were black. It looked like they were caused by malnutrition. At this time, in a corner, a child stood beside his terminally ill mother, holding a glass of filthy water in his hand. He is feeding it to his mother bit by bit. Mom, are you feeling better? The mother showed a loving smile and looked at the child. Xolin, Mom is fine, you can drink some water yourself. It's okay, Mom, I'm not thirsty. The little boy licked his chapped lips and swallowed, but there was no more saliva for him to swallow, so he only swallowed air. He stared at the water in the cup. At this moment, he hoped that the water in the cup would slowly become full. It may be that long-term dehydration caused him to have hallucinations. He actually saw the water in the cup rising slowly until it was level with the rim of the cup, and then it stopped. He smiled helplessly. Are you starting to hallucinate? But the next second, he shook it gently, and the water in the cup sprinkled on his hand. The cold touch was so real that he couldn't help but make his eyes widen and his heart trembled. Is it true? He slowly brought the cup to his mouth and took a sip. The moist feeling instantly spread throughout his mouth and a coolness slowly slid down his throat. It's real water, there really is more water. He still couldn't believe it, so he handed the water glass to his mother and said, Mom, please take another sip. Cough, 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 cough. His mother coughed twice and said with a smile, Lin, you should take a sip too. Mom is really not thirsty anymore. Mom, if you take another sip, I'll drink it, okay? The little boy was eager to know whether the water was real. His feelings might be wrong. After all, after being thirsty for so many days, he was very likely to have hallucinations and hallucinations. Hallucinations, his extreme desire for water made him distrust his own feelings. The little boy's mother smiled and put her mouth to the cup. She was stunned for a moment. She felt something was wrong, but she couldn't put it in words. She took a sip of water. She was stunned again. This water seemed different from the previous one. It seemed a little cleaner. She smiled helplessly, thinking that her mind was so confused that it affected her sense of taste. Okay, Mom, drink it, Xolin, drink it quickly. Now the boy finally confirmed that there was indeed more water in the cup. He drank the water in one gulp, and his mother finally smiled happily when she saw it. Then he stared at the water glass, expecting another miracle to happen. After a while, the water glass was still empty. He turned the water glass over repeatedly, but still not a drop of water came out. Sure enough, miracles are only fleeting. If they happen again, what kind of miracle would they be? The boy placed the cup on the ground in disappointment and lowered his head silently as if thinking about something. The moment he lowered his head, he was suddenly startled. A large area was wet in front of him, but he clearly remembered that he did not spill a drop of water. Where did this water come from? Just when he was surprised and confused. The person in charge of the gathering place suddenly appeared, holding a piece of A4 paper in his hand and said to everyone, "Everyone, please pay attention, I have an announcement." For a moment, all eyes were attracted, staring straight at the person in charge, expecting to announce good news. We have a place called Tauan Base in Jiangtang City. People who have awakened their powers can go there to receive generous supplies. So if any of you have awakened your powers, don't hide them. Let me take you there. Collect the supplies and distribute them uniformly. If anyone goes alone, don't blame me for being rude. At the end, the person in charge said in a slightly threatening tone. What is the awakening of superpowers? Someone asked below. The person in charge thought for a while and said, you can understand it as superpower. Superpower, how is this possible? The person in charge continued. You all know about the butcher in a suit that has been rumored for a while. The person below nodded, with a hint of fear flashing across his face. The butcher in the suit is the one who has awakened supernatural powers, that is, superpowers. Otherwise, how could she kill dozens of people by herself? The person who nodded again, as if he understood something, and there was a sense of expectation in his eyes. The person in charge warned again. If you find that you have some unexplainable behavior or something weird, you must tell me, got it? Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. You can survive today because of I hope you won't be ungrateful and forget my kindness. At this moment, the little boy was about to raise his hand to speak, but was hurriedly stopped by his mother. The little boy looked at his mother with doubtful eyes, not understanding her intention for a moment. The boy's mother held his hand tightly, her eyes full of sincerity, her lips pursed slightly, and then she slowly shook her head, signaling the boy not to speak. At this time, the person in charge had already started to bring people down one by one to check. Have you noticed anything unusual about yourself recently? A middle-aged man with a beard shook his head dully. The person in charge looked at him with disgust, then turned to the others. They were slowly approaching the little boy. The little boy looked at his mother again. The mother slowly made a shushing gesture, then shook her head twice. Soon, the person in charge walked up to the child and asked him, Xolin, has anything strange happened to you and your mother recently? Xolin paused for a while, then shook his head and replied, no. The person in charge saw that they were a teenage child, a sick and half-dead person, and expected that they would not awaken any powers, so he stopped questioning and prepared to leave. Just when he stood up, he suddenly saw a place soaked in water in front of Xolin. He suddenly looked angry and asked, Xolin, how could you spill water on the ground? Do you know how precious water is now? As a punishment, you and your mother won't have dinner tonight. Xolin had an idea and immediately replied, no, this is not water. This is because I wet the bed when I was sleeping. The person in charge looked disgusted when he heard this. You are so old and you still wet the bed. It is unlucky. I will have the food at night and I will also participate in the search for supplies when I go out tomorrow. When Xolin's mother heard this, her face suddenly changed and she begged the person in charge. Captain Zhao, Xolin is only 14 years old. It is very dangerous to go out to search for supplies. Can you change someone? You two have been living here for free for a long time. I just let him go out today. I have already been very tolerant to you. Don't push your limits. The person in charge, Zhao Hao, said angrily. Captain Zhao, why don't you think about it? Can I take Xolin's place? Zhao Hao glanced at her, looked unhappy and said, you can't even stand up and you still want to go out to search for supplies, so you might as well just go out and feed the zombies. When he heard the other party insulting his mother, Xolin stood up suddenly and glared at Zhao Hao. What did you say? When Zhao Hao saw it, he yelled, grabbed Xolin's collar and continued to taunt. What's wrong, brat? You still want to beat me up? Take a good look for yourself. Your mother is such a loser. I will take you under my wing. You are already showing great mercy. Why don't you know what is good and what is evil? Stop talking about my mother. Lin clenched his fists, trembling constantly, and stared at Zhao Hao with his eyes. Zhao Hao got even more excited and smiled at the people behind him. Look, this brat really wants to hit me, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Others also laughed in agreement. Then Zhao Hao came up to Lin, twisted his mouth, and said in an extremely arrogant manner, "Your mother is a waste, and you are a waste, come on, hit me a waste." Lin suddenly felt a burst of energy and blood welling up in his heart, burning his face red. His whole body was shaking uncontrollably, his fists were clenched hard, and water dripped from his fists from time to time. At the moment he was about to swing his fist, his mother grabbed his hand in time, and her cold hand instantly calmed him down. He looked back at his mother. If he offended the person in charge, he and his mother would be kicked out of the gathering place. There was no gathering place. Without protection, their orphans and widowers will be killed by zombies at any time. He doesn't care about himself, but he cares about his mother, so he slowly unclenched his fists, took a long breath, and felt much calmer. "I'm sorry, Captain Zhao, I'm useless." When Zhao Hao heard this, he laughed instantly, patted his face with his hand, and said, "Boy, I am very happy that you can recognize yourself, ha ha ha." After that, they thought it was a joke and left. Lin then sat down, leaned next to his mother, and whispered, "Mom, something strange seemed to have happened to me just now." "I know, you know." Lin looked surprised. The mother nodded gently and said, "When you were concentrating on the water glass just now, water was flowing on the back of your hand." Lin glanced at the soaked mark on the ground and suddenly realized that this was how it came about. "And when you were clenching your fist just now and you were very angry, water was dripping from your fist." Ah, Lin was even more surprised when he heard this. He thought the water appeared out of thin air, but unexpectedly it actually flowed out of his body. He stretched out his hands, looked back and forth, and found that his palms were indeed a little wet. Could it be that I can create water out of thin air? Just when he was guessing, his mother looked around and found that no one was paying attention to them. Then she approached Lin's ear and said cautiously, "Lin, you should have awakened your powers. I feel." Lin was so excited that he almost shouted, but fortunately he covered his mouth in time to stop it. He looked at the others and found that they were all lying lifelessly in their positions, not caring about what was going on around them. Lin breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "Mom, I have really awakened my powers, then I can protect you in the future." Lin's mother smiled happily, looked at the cup next to her, and said, "Lin, try it again. Look at the cup with all your attention, just like you did before. Imagine that water will slowly come out of the cup. And see if it is. Didn't you get the ability to produce water out of thin air?" Lin nodded excitedly, then picked up the cup and said, "Okay, Mom." Then he held the cup in both hands, frowned slightly, stared at the middle of the cup, and imagined in his mind a stream of clear water slowly pouring out from the bottom of the cup. Wow, a slight sound of water flow came from the cup. Lin's eyes were surprised, his mouth opened wide, and he looked at his mother. "Mom, look." Saw it. The water at the bottom of the cup was still pouring out, and it quickly filled the cup. Lin was extremely excited as he held the glass of water and handed it to his mother. "Mom, it's successful." His mother was also full of tears. Her son had awakened his superpowers in this doomsday, and his chances of survival were much greater. She could go with peace of mind. "Well, Lin, don't tell anyone about your awakening of superpowers. You will quietly leave here tonight and go to Tauan base to exchange for supplies and never come back again. If Tauan base is willing to take you in, then that's the best," Lin's mother said solemnly. In fact, she had known for a long time that this gathering place was at the end of its rope, without any supplies, and Zhao Hao and others would run away at any time. They asked people who had awakened their powers to come forward. They just wanted them to go to Tauan base to exchange for supplies, and then defrauded them of the supplies under the pretext of unified management, and then ran away with the supplies. Let people like them fend for themselves. So when she found out something was wrong with her son, she immediately stopped him from telling others. "Why, Mom?" Then, his mother told him about the situation at the gathering place and the conspiracy of Zhao Hao and others. After hearing this, Lin was filled with indignation and said, "Those bastards have long seen that they are not good people." He glanced at his mother and said, "Mom, let's go together." Lin, "Mom knows what's going on. If I leave with you, you won't be able to leave." "No, Mom, I won't leave if you don't leave," Lin said firmly. "You silly boy." At this moment, Zhao Hao suddenly remembered something, looked shocked, turned around quickly, and walked quickly in the direction of Lin. Seeing Zhao Hao and others returning, Lin's heart was in his throat. Could it be that they discovered it? But his mother told him to calm down, to stay the same in the face of changes, and not to be impulsive yet. Xiao Lin then relaxed a little, took a few deep breaths, and tried his best to act as if nothing had happened. Zhao Hao came to Xiao Lin and his mother's bed, lowering his head as if looking for something, but Xiao Lin looked at the mark on the bed that was not dry yet with great nervousness. Suddenly, my breathing became rapid again. Huh, that's weird. Zhao Hao suddenly said something, and Xiao Lin's whole body trembled nervously. Zhao Hao noticed Xiao Lin's movements and glanced at him. Why are you shaking? My pants are wet and it's cold. Zhao Hao ignored him and continued to search. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He bent down and reached out to pick up something, found it. It turned out to be a car key, a false alarm. After finding their belongings, Zhao Hao and others left. His car key became a little wet because it hit a wet spot. He looked at his hand and the car key in disgust, let out a sigh and then shook his hand. Wrong. He suddenly realized something and slowly brought the car key to his nose and smelled it. There was no smell of urine at all. The next second his eyes became fierce and his mouth tilted slightly as if he was brewing some terrible idea. That night, when everyone falls asleep. Xiao Lin slowly popped his head out from under the quilt, looked around and found that no one was awake, so he gently pushed his mother. Mom, let's go. Xiao Lin, listen to Mom. If you go alone, Mom won't survive for long. No, Mom, if you don't leave, I won't leave either. Xiao Lin said extremely stubbornly. Hey, his mother sighed, knowing that she couldn't persuade her child, so she slowly sat up, looked at him and smiled slightly. Okay, let's go together. Xiao Lin helped his mother up, and then the two of them walked slowly and quietly outside without making any noise. They successfully walked out of the house. His house is actually a large warehouse. This large warehouse is in an industrial park. The industrial park is surrounded by walls and barbed wire is installed on the walls, so it is considered a relatively safe place. At this time, they had just walked to the gate of the industrial park when suddenly a black shadow appeared from behind the door. Then several black figures appeared one after another, frightening the hearts of the mother and son. Xiao Lin, where are you and your mother going in the middle of the night? The dark figure opposite suddenly spoke. It's Zhao Hao's voice. After the words fell, the dark shadows on the opposite side slowly moved forward, and under the illumination of the moonlight, they finally saw their faces clearly. Xiao Lin was not afraid of standing in front of his mother and said to Zhao Hao, Zhao Hao, you said it yourself at the beginning that we can come and go freely. Now I want to take my mother away from the gathering place. You are not going to stop us. Ha ha ha, you are free to come and go. If you are trash, of course you can get out, but if you have awakened your powers, then go to Tauan base to exchange supplies for us and then get out. Zhao Hao said with a smile. What if I don't do it? Xiao Lin was shocked. It seemed that the other party already knew that he had awakened his superpower, and he simply didn't bother to hide it anymore. Don't do it, I have plenty of ways to make you do it. Zhao Hao's face was fierce, and under the moonlight it looked eerie. Then he ordered to the younger brother behind him, catch your mother here. After saying that, several burly men immediately rushed forward and snatched Xiao Lin's mother away in an instant. Let go of my mother, Xiao Lin shouted, but was kicked to the ground by a big man. Zhao Hao pointed at Xiao Lin lying on the ground and said, if you don't go to Taoyuan base to exchange for supplies and give them to us, we will stab your mother to death one by one. As he said this, he also waved a dagger in front of Xiao Lin's mother, to and fro. How dare you? Oh, how dare you threaten me if you're such a big kid? I'll show you today if I dare. After that, he inserted the knife into Xiao Lin's mother's thigh, causing her to scream in pain. It was instantly stained red with blood. She was already extremely weak and could not stand firmly, but now she was even more unsteady. Her whole body was shaky and she was about to fall down, but she was forcibly held up by two big men to prevent her from falling. How about it? Now you believe I dare to do it. Zhao Hao pulled out the dagger and said, Zhao Hao, I must kill you. Xiao Lin gritted his teeth and said every word with hatred. Okay, I'm waiting for you. Zhao Hao taunted Xiao Lin mercilessly. Suddenly, he remembered something and then said, I'm curious about what kind of power your kid has awakened. Now show it to me right now. Look, or I'll stab your mother again. As he spoke, he raised the knife and gestured to insert it. Don't do it, I'll show you. Then Xiao Lin stretched out his palm and a stream of water shot out from his palm. When Zhao Hao and others saw it, they were so surprised that they opened their mouths. This was the first time they saw a real superpower. They couldn't help but exclaimed inwardly. Their eyes were fixed on Xiao Lin's palm. The stream of water just emerged from his palm out of thin air. As they got closer and closer, it almost hit Xiao Lin's palm. The reason why Xiao Lin's water power is so weak is because his body is too weak. He doesn't eat enough for many days, and he is still young, so his power seems to have no lethality. Zhao Hao suddenly turned his eyes and looked at Xiao Lin excitedly. Having this power means there will be no shortage of water in the future. Isn't this just a mobile reservoir? In these last days when water and food are scarce, people who have awakened this kind of superpower are simply a hot commodity that everyone is snatching up. The city's water conservancy system has long ceased operation due to lack of maintenance, resulting in severe water shortages. Zhao Hao suddenly remembered something and hurriedly turned around and said to his subordinates, "Hurry, hurry, help her stop the bleeding." Originally, he only planned to let Lin exchange supplies and then abandon the mother and son. But now Lin can't leave, and the only thing that can restrain him is his mother, so his mother cannot die but must live well, so that he can always hold on to Lin's pigtails and let him he uses his powers to serve himself. His little brother was stunned for a moment, and it took him a while to react. He immediately tore off a piece of cloth from his body and wrapped it around her wound. But the knife seemed to have penetrated her femoral artery, blood kept pouring out, and his face became weaker and weaker. The cloth strips on the bag quickly became soaked. Zhao Hao became a little anxious when he saw it. He immediately took off his clothes and wrapped them around her wounds, but it still didn't help. He couldn't stop her at all. No one noticed that Lin's mother had slowly closed her eyes, her face slowly turned pale, her whole body seemed to have been drained of muscles and bones, and she suddenly softened. "Mom!" Lin seemed to sense something and shouted. At this time, a big man holding Lin's mother put his hand in front of her nose. His face suddenly changed, and he said to Zhao Hao, "Brother, she seems to be dead." "What?" Zhao Hao's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. However, he also stopped what he was doing. Since Lin's mother is dead, he can only catch Lin by force now. Then, he ordered his younger brothers to throw Lin's mother's body aside casually, and then they all went to catch Lin. But what they didn't know was that at this moment, a huge amount of energy was pouring out of Lin's body, and every cell in his body was hundreds of times more active than usual. "Brothers, this kid can produce water out of thin air. As long as we catch him, we won't have to worry about water in the future." Zhao Hao raised his dagger and said to the other brothers. The boys immediately became extremely excited when they heard this. They were all fed up with the days of water shortage. Once they heard that they no longer had to worry about water, it was as if they had been given a shot of chicken blood. Howling and surrounding Lin, suddenly, Lin opened his eyes suddenly, with tears still hanging from the corners of his eyes. He stared at the group of people in front of him. They were the ones who killed his mother. They all deserve to die. You all deserve to die. He yelled, stretching out his palms. 2 streams of high-pressure water suddenly shot out, knocking one person over. This shows how high the water pressure is. Anger stimulated the potential energy in Lin's body, increasing his powers several times. But killing people is not enough, he needs to be stronger. When Zhao Hao saw that the water output from Lin's palm had become larger, his face was full of crazy excitement. Not to mention that he would not have to worry about drinking water in the future. He could even trade water with others in exchange for supplies. When he thought of this, he shouted loudly to his brothers, "Brothers, don't be afraid of him, it's just a small amount of water pressure. Let's find something to block it, rush up and hold his hand down, and he won't be able to spray water." When the boys heard this, they all found materials on the spot. Some found a wooden board, some found a piece of iron, and some used trash cans to block their bodies. Zhao Hao looked around and found the body of Lin's mother lying not far away. He used his mother's body to block the front. He would definitely not dare to spray water on himself. Thinking about it, he picked up the body of Lin's mother and blocked it in front of him. He still held the dagger in his hand and rushed towards Lin. "Zhao Hao, you be *****D. When Lin saw Zhao Hao using his mother's body as a shield, he immediately stopped firing the water. I saw that his eyes were red and almost bleeding, his teeth were clenching and his lips were twitching constantly. His anger has burned to the extreme. Bang, a wave of air spread out, it made everyone excited. Then I heard Lin shouting, "Zhao Hao, you must die." At this moment, a younger brother took the opportunity to rush forward and wanted to hold Lin down in one fell swoop. But as soon as he ran in front of him, he suddenly stopped. The next second, countless transparent water droplets forcibly broke out of the body, slowly floated to the top of his head, and gathered into a large water ball. That little brother had numerous holes all over his body, and his entire body was gradually drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, he turned into a mummy and fell to the ground with a thud. At the same time, the water ball above his head was slammed down and scattered on the ground. This is Lin's ability after becoming stronger, controlling the water element. Just now, he forced the water element out of the man's body and gathered it into a water ball. Zhao Hao and others were stunned when they saw this scene, but they reacted immediately, dropped what they were holding and started to run away like crazy. Xolin just looked at their backs, then suddenly stretched out his palm and pointed it at them. All of them immediately stopped and looked up at the sky. Then, Xolin slowly raised his palms, and the water elements in their bodies also slowly rose and they were forced out of their bodies. In an instant, a water ball appeared above everyone's head. Everyone turned into a mummy in an instant and fell to the ground. Then the water ball fell down, causing water droplets to rise. The air was filled with a slight smell of blood. Xolin slowly retracted his palm, then his chest felt sweet and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He forced his energy and blood to activate, and he was seriously injured at this time. This move to control the water element was only a flash in the pan. It was not until he broke through to the second level that he could use it at will. Regardless of his own body, he quickly ran to his mother and picked her up. He found that she had no breath and could only cry with her head full. He thought of his mother's words, saying that he must live well in order to live up to his mother. So he immediately picked up his mother's body and walked towards Tauan base. When he reached an intersection, many bloody corpses suddenly appeared on the ground. Xolin suddenly became vigilant. There might be zombies around here. Suddenly, a black figure came out from behind the abandoned car ahead and blocked his way. "Who is it?" he said warily. The black shadow slowly said, "Are you going to Tauan base?" Xolin was stunned, nodded and replied, "Yes, who are you? What to do? In exchange for supplies." Xolin answered truthfully. Li Zioru sensed slightly and found that there was an awakened person on the other side and then said, "Leave after changing the supplies. If you dare to have any evil thoughts about Tauan base, you will lie on the ground like them." Xolin was a little dazed when he heard this. He didn't know how to answer for a moment, so he just nodded slightly. Li Zioru then disappeared into the darkness again. Xolin carried his mother's body on his back and continued walking. As he walked, he said to himself, "Is that person from Tauan base? But why did she stop there? Forget it, don't think about it anymore, hurry up and get supplies." As he said that, he quickened his pace. When he came to Tauan base and saw the 2 rows of tanks and armored vehicles, he was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide. This Tauan base is too powerful, right? There are even tanks and armored vehicles. No wonder they dare to send out such news. With such strength, who dares to make a mistake? However, the environment of their base is really hard to describe. There doesn't seem to be anyone. "Is there anyone? Is there anyone?" Xolin shouted a few times outside. After shouting, he looked around for fear of attracting zombies. Fortunately, there were no zombies. What he didn't know was that this area was forbidden to zombies, because all the zombies that appeared here were blasted into pieces by Lin Zheng and Li Jiang with cannons. Lin Zheng and others who were practicing in the safe house suddenly opened their eyes when they heard the movement outside. It seems like someone is coming. Lin Zheng and the others walked out of the safe house and saw a thin body appeared at the entrance of the base. Lin Zheng sensed it slightly and said with a hardworking expression, "Finally, an awakened person has arrived." Then he walked outside with excitement on his face. After seeing Lin Zheng and the others, Xolin asked softly, "Can you exchange for supplies as long as you awaken your powers?" Seeing that he was a teenage child, especially when he was carrying a middle-aged woman covered in blood on his back, Lin Zheng was a little surprised. He nodded lightly and said, "Yes, what kind of power have you awakened?" Xolin replied, "It should be related to water." Then he gently placed his mother's body on the ground, then stretched out his palm, and a stream of water came out of his palm. Lin Zheng was a little disappointed when he saw it. This power seemed a bit weak. However, he still kept his word and told Li Jiang to get the supplies while he stepped forward to shake hands with Xolin. Xolin was stunned. Lin Zheng said, "This is also one of the rules. You have to shake hands with me for 10 seconds. Xolin nodded, stretched out his hand. 10 seconds later, system. Congratulations to the host for successfully copying the water power. When you develop this power to a later stage, you can create huge waves with one palm and directly annihilate an island nation." Lin Zheng's eyes lit up. "Oh, then this power is quite powerful." At this time, Li Jiang brought out a box of instant noodles, and Lin Zheng motioned for him to hand it to the young man in front of him. The young man took the box of instant noodles, still in disbelief. Although he didn't know why the other party gave the awakener a box of instant noodles, he was still very grateful. "Thank you." Xolin bowed to Lin Zheng and thanked him. Lin Zheng just said lightly, "You deserve this." Xolin hesitated for a while, then finally made up his mind and asked, "Excuse me, are you recruiting people at your base?" Looking at this young man who suddenly appeared, Lin Zheng was unsure of his identity. Accepting a stranger at the end of the world would be laying a landmine for himself, and he didn't know when it would explode. So he shook his head without hesitation. No way. Xolin was a little disappointed after hearing this, but he quickly realized that after all he had rich supplies and powerful firepower. Why was he recruiting people? To help him eat? Haha. He smiled unconsciously, then walked to his mother, carried her on his back, picked up the instant noodles box with one hand and planned to leave. At this moment Lin Zheng suddenly stopped him. Wait a moment. Lin was overjoyed and thought that the other party had changed his mind. He immediately turned around and looked at Lin Zheng eagerly. He saw Lin Zheng slowly walking towards him, holding a beautiful and plain skirt that he had taken out from the system's space at some point. Lin was a little confused for a moment, not knowing what the other party wanted. This is your mother. Lin nodded. Lin Zheng continued. I see that your mother has delicate bones and was a person who loved beauty when she was alive. I have a skirt here so that she can go away with dignity. Ah, Lin was shocked when he heard this. This sudden warmth made him a little overwhelmed. He stayed there for a long time. After he came to his senses, he thanked Lin Zheng repeatedly with tears in his eyes. Then, Lin Zheng asked Zhang Yitong to take Lin's mother's body to the safe house to change clothes. After a while, Zhang Yitong didn't come out. Lin Zheng was a little curious but couldn't bother him, so he could only wait. Lin was also a little surprised. Does it take so long to change clothes? For a moment he looked at Lin Zheng and others with some vigilance. His powers were ready to be activated at any time. However, his mother was still in their hands, so he did not dare to act rashly for a moment. Lin Zheng felt the energy fluctuations in Lin's body and knew that he was suspicious, but he didn't know what to do now. He could only wait. After almost 10 minutes, Zhang Yitong came out holding the body of Lin's mother. After seeing them, Lin took a long breath and said, the moment he saw his mother up close, his defenses were completely broken. Tears streamed down his face and his body began to tremble and twitch. Because Zhang Yitong not only changed her into new clothes, but also cleaned her whole body and even put a light makeup on her, making her look like she was asleep. Seeing this intact appearance, it's no wonder Lin broke through his defense in an instant. He suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Zheng and others and kept kowtowing to thank him. He knelt down for nearly a full minute before stopping. Then he picked up his mother, who seemed to be sleeping soundly, and slowly disappeared into the night. At the same time, I also secretly decided in my heart that I must repay the people at the Tauan base. This kind of kindness will be difficult to repay in my lifetime. Soon after, there was another level on the way to Tauan base. Lin walked on the street, thinking about where to bury his mother. Suddenly, several figures appeared in front of them. Is it a zombie? Lin suddenly became nervous. He took a closer look and found that their body movements were not very stiff and they should be human beings. However, at this time, humans were more terrifying than zombies. Lin remained very vigilant, staring at the dark figures opposite him. At this time, Zhang De looked at the child awaken opposite with a smile on his face. I thought to myself, if you can't defeat that perverted awakened person on your own, and you can't defeat the female awakened person on your own, then you can definitely defeat the child awakened person. He was just about to get on, but after thinking about it, he was careful to use the Wanian ship. Then he said to a team member next to him, Mazzy, go ahead. Boss, that's the awakened one, can I do it? Mazzy had some doubts about his own strength with a timid expression. Zhang De patted him on the shoulder and said, what are you afraid of? The person opposite is just a child. Even if he awakens his powers, it won't be very powerful. Besides, you are a man. Don't doubt whether you can do it, you just can. As soon as Mazzy heard this, he straightened up his chest and became confident, as if his whole body was full of strength. He nodded to Zhang De and walked towards Lin. Zhang De nodded and said to himself, a good leader may not have many abilities, but he must be able to understand others. At this time, Lin saw a tall black figure walking towards him from the opposite side. His expression immediately became tense, and the superpowers in his body surged instantly. Mazzy walked up to Lin and saw that he was really a child, maybe a teenager. His confidence instantly increased. There was also a very good-looking woman on his back. The corner of Mazzy's mouth was crooked, revealing a lustful smile. Boy, if you meet me, it's unlucky for you. It's your mother behind you. She's pretty cool. Don't worry, I'll take your mother well. After saying that, he raised his knife and rushed towards Lin. As soon as Lin heard the other person's words to humiliate his mother, a burst of energy and blood suddenly burned in his body. His eyes immediately turned red, he gritted his teeth and looked fierce. Seeing Xiao Lin's expression, Mazzy became even more angry. A child dared to grin at him. Is my knife not fast enough? Damn it, you brat, what are you looking at? I'll chop your head off with a knife. As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly froze, motionless. I saw Xiao Lin slowly raising his head, looking at Mazzy, and then roared, causing a wave of air. The water in Mazzy's body boiled instantly, his body temperature instantly soared to several hundred degrees, and crystal-clear blisters appeared on the surface of his skin. Bang, bang, bang. The blisters exploded one after another, and then steam came out from all over the body, like a boiling kettle, and hissing puffs could be heard. At this moment, Mazzy's body is like a boiling human kettle. Zhang De, who was watching from a distance, was stunned. Why is Mazzy not moving? He seems to be steaming. The next second, the remaining water in Mazzy's body exploded out, directly blowing Mazzy into a puddle of meat. When Zhang De saw it, his heart beat wildly. Worry, why are children so fierce? Run away quickly. After that, he disappeared in a flash. When the other team members saw each other, they all looked at each other and ran away. Xiao Lin, who once again overused his superpower, spat out a mouthful of old blood. He looked at his mother behind him, but he smiled happily. On the second day, Lin Zheng and others got up early. While eating breakfast, Li Jiang suddenly asked, Zheng, don't we plan to recruit people for this base? Lin Zheng thought for a while and said, we can't recruit people yet. There is no place where people are needed. We will recruit people later when the base needs large-scale construction. Li Jiang ate the fried dough sticks in his hand in one gulp, then stood up very skillfully, stacked the bowls and chopsticks in front of Lin Zheng and Jiang Yidong, and said with a resentful look on his face, why is there no place for people? Washing dishes and cleaning, don't we all need people? Lin Zheng smiled slightly and said, isn't it you? But Li Jiang was speechless for a moment. But what? Li Jiang picked up the dishes and chopsticks and said, nothing, I'm going to wash the dishes. At this moment, Jin Mao held his dog bowl in his mouth and placed it at Li Jiang's feet. After putting it away, he showed a mean smile, as if to say, fortunately, I don't have to wash the dishes. Li Jiang looked at the golden retriever and his teeth itched with hatred, but he still picked up its dog bowl and walked to the sink. It is obvious that the family status of this family is clearly revealed. Lin Zheng is bigger than Jiang Yidong. Jin Mao is bigger than Li Jiang. Lin Zheng and Jiang Yidong both smiled slightly when they saw this scene. At this moment, the system suddenly prompted, please note, host, there will be a wave of zombies in 10 days. There will be many second-level zombies in this zombie wave and even rare third-level zombies. Please prepare in advance, host. Prepare for this crisis. Zombie wave. Through the information provided by the system, Lin Zheng knew that this zombie wave seemed to move in a cycle, coming once in a while. And as humans awakened to become stronger, the levels of zombies in the zombie wave became higher. Every time there is a zombie wave, tens of thousands of people will die, and countless bases, safe zones, and quarantine zones will be defeated and reduced to a wasteland. Because in the early days, humans could not predict when the zombie wave would come, and they were caught off guard every time. Some bases were supposed to be prepared all the time, but after preparing for a long time, they didn't see the zombie wave coming, so they relaxed for a while. Just then, the zombie wave came. In the later stages, a rare and extremely rare power awakened among humans, the Prophet. Human beings will be able to clearly know when the zombie wave is coming, and they will be able to prepare for the war without haste or suddenness. But every zombie wave will still cause heavy casualties. After all, every zombie wave will have one or two zombies with ridiculously powerful levels. Lin Zheng thought about it, and it seemed that he needed to strengthen the base. It would be best to build a wall to surround it, build battlements on the wall, and install heavy weapons. When the zombies come, he can use heavy weapons to shoot at it. It would be safer to build another basement. If they are breached, then Li Jiang and Jiang Yitong will have a place to hide, and they can just drill into the system space. Just do it, however, this is a big project. Lin Zheng and the others may not be able to complete it within 10 days. Lin Zheng suddenly remembered Li Jiang's words, recruit people. Even if I don't want to recruit people at the moment, I can recruit some short-term or temporary workers and give them some supplies, such as instant noodles, ham sausages, etc. I don't know how many people are rushing to do it. It just happens that you can publish it again in the same way as last time. Just write a new piece of content. Just when Lin was thinking about it, a voice suddenly came from outside. Lin Zheng thought it was the awakened ones who came to exchange for supplies. When he went out, he saw that it was Wang Tian and others. Wang Tian was the first to speak. Little brother, long time no see. Are you here in exchange for supplies? Lin Zheng asked. Wang Tian and others smiled awkwardly. They had only strengthened themselves. They were still one step away from awakening, but even at this step, they had never passed it. None of us have awakened our powers. Obviously, they all saw the content on that A4 paper. Then please come back, Lin Zheng said, turned around and left. But Wang Tian stopped him and he said sincerely, "Little brother, we really need mutated items. If we can crack the secrets, we can create more mutated items and awaken more humans. This will be very important to mankind." It's a good thing to say. Lin Zheng stopped. Wang Tian thought he was moved by him and looked at Lin Zheng expectantly. Unexpectedly, Lin Zheng just said, "It's none of my business, Wang Tian." At this time, Guo also stood up and pointed at Lin Zheng and angrily shouted, "I have never seen such a cold-blooded and ruthless person like you. You are also a human being. Do you really have no sympathy for other people?" Hearing this, Lin Zheng turned around and looked at Guo Yi. The murderous look in his eyes instantly frightened Guo into silence. Suddenly, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Seeing the situation, Wang Tian hurriedly came out to smooth things over and said, "Brother, you can make whatever conditions you want. As long as you can hand over those 2 mutated items to us, we can do anything for you." When Lin Zheng heard this, he realized that he was short of temporary workers. The dozen or so people in front of me have all been strengthened, and they must be very energetic when they work. Lin Zheng deliberately thought about it and then said, "It's not impossible. If you are willing to help me work for 10 days, I can consider giving you a mutated item." Anyway, there are countless identical mutated items in Lin Zheng's system space. It doesn't hurt to give them one. "Really, little brother, you are really willing to give it to us?" Wang Tian looked so excited that he almost burst into tears on the spot. "Let's see how your work goes first." After saying that, Lin Zheng turned around and walked into the base. Wang Tian replied loudly, "Don't worry, little brother, we will definitely carry out the work you assigned." At this time, Guo Yi and others came up and said, "Captain, do we really want to help this guy work?" Wang Tian curled his lips and said, "What else should I do? Can you beat him?" Everyone immediately lowered their heads and stopped talking. If you can't beat them, just listen to them. Now that you have the chance to get a mutated item, it's already good. "What's more, a bicycle?" Wang Tian scolded them. "Yes, Captain, we understand," everyone replied weakly. Then everyone entered the base together. After seeing the 2 rows of tanks and armored vehicles, their eyes widened. "Captain, armored cars and tanks worry." Wang Tian also sweated on his forehead. He didn't expect that this shabby-looking base actually had heavy weapons such as tanks and armored vehicles, but he immediately realized that there was no such thing in Jiangtang City. Model? Is it a model? At this moment, Li Jiang, who was in a tank, suddenly fired at a zombie in the distance, directly blasting the zombie into ashes. This is Li Jiang's favorite entertainment project, tanks blasting zombies. The team members looked at Wang Tian blankly. Wang Tian coughed twice in embarrassment and kept looking around. Fortunately, Lin Zheng came over, otherwise Wang Tian would have found a 3-bedroom apartment on his toes. He asked Lin Zheng, "Little brother, just tell us what you want us to do. As long as we can do it, we will never be vague at all." Lin Zheng pointed to a corner of the base where he had copied drill bits, cement, and various mason tools and said, "Use those things to build a wall around this base for me. The wall should be built in the style of ancient city walls. Don't it's that high, maybe 5 or 6 meters high. You go ahead and ask me if you don't understand anything." Wang Tian and others opened their eyes and said in unison, "What, isn't this a mason?" "Captain," everyone looked at Wang Tian eagerly. They were all special warriors who had undergone professional training. How could they do the work of a mason? This is simply an insult, a huge insult. Wang Tian shook his head helplessly, sighed, then slowly rolled up his sleeves and said to the team members, "Do a good job." Now they were completely desperate. Since the captain had given the order, they had to do it. One by one, with depressed faces, they walked towards the pile of bricks. The sun is shining brightly today and the weather is very hot. After working for a while, Wang Tian and others were sweating profusely. Their bodies were hot and their clothes were soaked. Wang Tian simply took off his shirt. The other team members also followed suit. They took off their shirts and felt much cooler instantly. Zhao Zini looked at the shirtless men around her and said at a loss, "What should I do? Soon." They worked all morning and all of them fell down from exhaustion. To be honest, this is much more tiring than fighting zombies. However, the progress of the project was not much, and only a short pile with a height of several dozen centimeters was built. "It's time to eat." Lin Zheng shouted. When Guo Yi and others heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. That guy has some conscience and knows how to prepare food for us. When they ran to the door of the safe house, Lin Zheng looked at them and said, "If you don't work, what are you doing here? Didn't you order dinner?" At this time, Li Jiang and Zhang Yidong squeezed out from the crowd. Lin Zheng pointed at them and said, I asked them to eat, but I didn't ask you. Guoyi clicked his tongue and complained, no, we help you work, but you don't even give us food to eat. Even Joe Pappy can't pick at you like this. Lin Zheng said calmly, we agreed that if you help me work, I will give you a mutated item, but I didn't say that I will provide you with food. Besides, in these doomsday times, food does not need to be mutated and items are precious. I want to borrow it. The opportunity to rub my food is a beautiful idea. Guo Yi and others were speechless and could only look at Wang Tian eagerly. Wang Tian was stunned for a moment. They really didn't say that food was included. What can I do? I saw him taking out a piece of compressed biscuit from the backpack placed next to him, squatting half-crouched by the wall and starting to eat it one bite at a time. When the other team members saw it, they all understood what the captain meant. They all silently took out a piece of compressed biscuit from their backpack and started to chew it. They all looked at Lin Zheng with resentment in their eyes. At this moment, Jiang Yidong and Li Jiang brought out a table filled with various delicacies. Wang Tian and others were instantly attracted by the fragrance and they all looked this way. Damn it, braised lion's head, beggar's chicken, fish in hot and sour soup, spicy beef. Ugh. The team members stared straight in the eyes, drool flowed out of the corners of their mouths and they even forgot to wipe it. Everyone was curious as to why they had such rich food. Did they prepare it in advance? They looked at the compressed biscuits in their hands and felt that they no longer smelled good. That's all, Lin Zheng and the others finished their lunch in a state of envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, because they had prepared so much, there were still a lot of leftovers left. Lin Zheng and Jiang Yidong went to the safe house after eating and prepared to take a rest before starting to practice. Li Jiang was left to clean up the dishes. Just as he was about to take action, he saw a dozen people next to him staring eagerly at the plates on the table. By chance, isn't the dishwasher here? I have a chance to wash dishes. Which of you? Before he finished speaking, everyone raised their hands and shouted, I will wash it for you. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. After Li Jiang left, everyone rushed towards him like crazy. At this time, Wang Tian yelled from behind, what are you doing? Have you forgotten your identity? You are members of the Blade Special Operations Team. Look at what you look like now. Everyone was stunned and glanced at Wang Tian the next second. Kai tilde 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 Captain, we don't believe you anymore. Wang Tian was stunned and immediately ran forward. Wait, leave me a message inside the safe house. Lin Zheng asked the system. System, how to improve the level of mutated items. System, it is necessary to quench the mist or crystal core together with the mutated items in the fire, and there will be a certain chance of quenching high-level mutated items. The chance is affected by the purity of the mist, the level of the crystal core, and the quencher. The influence of many factors such as the control of fire is a technical job. In the later stages, there was also a special profession of chain hardening master. Lin Zheng doesn't need to think about things like probability. Anyway, there are infinite samples. If it fails, try a few times and it will be fine soon. Then can I use blasting to temper the chain? Yes, but the host please control the power of the explosion and don't directly blast the mutated items into dregs. Lin Zheng nodded. He was now a peak second-level superpower user, while the mutated Tang sword and the explosive bow were still first-level items. If the blasting power was not controlled well, it was really possible to blast them into pieces. Then Lin Zheng took out an explosive bow, a Tang Dao, and 2 blue crystal cores and placed them on the ground. Then stretch out your palms and aim at them, bang. A hot beam of light shot out from his palm, like a giant laser beam, instantly wrapping the Tang Dao, the explosive bow, and the 2 crystal cores. After a while, there was a sudden click, as if the crystal core began to crack. Lin Zheng took advantage of this momentum and continued to increase his firepower. Bang! The power of the blast increases by several points. Click! There were 2 crisp sounds in succession, and Lin Zheng felt a chill in his heart. It was over. After putting away the blast, he saw that the blast bow and Tang Dao were shattered on the ground, but the crystal core had been refined and disappeared without a trace. If it had been anyone else, I would have cried to death long ago. But for Lin Zheng, it had almost no impact. At most, there was a pile of garbage on the ground that needed to be cleaned up, and the floor of the safe house was burnt and was a little uneven. Then he came to the open space behind the safe house, where Wang Tian and others were resting. When he saw Lin Zheng coming out holding a bunch of explosive bows and mutated Tang knives in his hands, he immediately opened his mouth and widened his eyes with a look of surprise. How does he have so many mutated items? Are they all the same? Everyone was puzzled and looked at Lin Zheng with puzzled faces, wondering what he was going to do. I saw him putting an explosive bow and a mutated Tang knife aside, and then took out 2 crystal cores. The moment they saw the crystal core, everyone was shocked again. Isn't that a zombie crystal core? Why does he have one? The official quarantine area once used countless manpower and heavy weapons to kill a second-level zombie and obtained a crystal core in its head. According to scientists in the quarantine area, the crystal core contained a higher concentration of fog, and there was even powerful energy fluctuations. It should have a lot to do with awakening and later breakthrough upgrades. In the quarantine area, the crystal core is like a treasure. It is usually locked in a safe with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Except for the commander-in-chief of the quarantine area and a few scientists, it is inaccessible to others. Before Wang Tian and others went on a mission, they came into contact with a crystal core once. Their superiors ordered them to bring back such a crystal core if they could come across it. I didn't expect that such an important thing would just be thrown on the ground. Then, to everyone's surprise, Lin Zheng sprayed out a hot flame from his palm, directly wrapped the mutated items and crystal cores and began to burn them. Ah, they couldn't help but exclaimed. Not only did he exclaim for Lin Zheng's powerful abilities, but he also exclaimed for how much he was tossing around mutated items and crystal nuclei. Click. Hearing only 2 clicks, Lin Zheng stopped his hand and glanced at the 2 mutated items on the ground. This time it was better, it was only cut into 2 pieces. It seemed that the firepower was still a bit stronger. Then, Lin Zheng lifted the 2 damaged mutated items aside with a kick, and then arranged the 2 items again as well as the 2 crystal cores. How many crystal nuclei does he have? Everyone couldn't help but click their tongues and looked at Lin Zheng with resentful eyes. When did mutated items and crystal nuclei become so worthless and wasted so casually? That was a mutated item that they had to work hard for 10 days to get back. Unexpectedly, it looked like garbage in other people's hands. Just as they were sighing, suddenly, a golden light emerged from the flame. Lin Zheng was delighted, this time it should be successful. At this time, the system prompts. The first quenching process has been completed. Please put in 3 crystal nuclei in sequence. The second crystal nucleus should be 10 breaths after the first crystal nucleus, and the third crystal nucleus should be after the first crystal nucleus. 30 breaths after the core. When Lin Zheng heard this, he couldn't help but click his tongue. It turns out that quenching a mutated item is so complicated and consumes so many crystal cores. This is really something that ordinary people cannot afford. But Lin Zheng is not an ordinary person. Then Lin Zheng put in the crystal core according to the system prompts. Bang! The flames of the explosion were instantly dispersed, and 2 golden mutated items appeared in front of everyone. Ah, this. Everyone looked surprised and didn't know what to say. What kind of operation is this? Why do I feel that those 2 mutated items have become more powerful? Lin Zhengxian picked up the explosive bow on the ground and felt it became lighter. He touched the string lightly, and a low resonance sound suddenly sounded, like playing a gyukin in a church, long and long. It's a pity that I haven't condensed the arrow yet, otherwise I can try its power. Lin Zheng still tried to pull the bow, and he easily pulled it to full length. Suddenly, a shadow slowly condensed between the bow and the string, and it turned out to be an arrow. Could it be that the upgraded explosive bow can automatically condense arrows as long as the bow is fully drawn? Lin Zheng was thinking this and shot an arrow at the wall not far away. Boom. A big hole was suddenly blown out of the wall, and the arrow disappeared without a trace. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction, and his power became much stronger. With just one thought, he copied hundreds of second-level explosive bows and placed them in the system space. Then he called Zhang Yidong and gave her the upgraded explosive bow. When Zhang Yidong saw it, his face was full of excitement. Zhang Yidong liked every aspect of it, including its golden appearance, light body shape, and the function of automatically condensing arrows. Thank you, brother Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng just nodded slightly to her, then picked up the second-order golden tang knife. I wonder how powerful this second-level tang sword is. He waved violently into the air and actually waved a flame out of thin air, blessed by flames. This can disturb the enemy during the battle, and at the same time, the high temperature of the flame can also cause certain damage to the enemy. Li Jiang waited eagerly at the side. Lin Zheng glanced at him and said, "Here you go." He immediately ran forward and took the tang dao. "Thank you, Zheng." Wang Tian and others who were watching on the side were a little overwhelmed. The mutated items they had worked so hard to find were actually so worthless in other people's hands. Moreover, they seemed to have refined even more powerful mutant items. "Captain, do we really want to continue?" Gyu Yi asked. Wang Tian said with firm eyes, "Of course, our mission on this trip is to bring back a mutated item." Gyu Yi and others nodded and replied in unison, "I understand, Captain." In this way, Wang Tian and others have been working hard to build the wall of Tauan base for several days, hoping to meet Lin Zheng's standards as soon as possible and bring mutant items back to the official quarantine area. On the evening of the 5th day, Lin Zheng and others had just finished dinner, and while Wang Tian and others were taking a rest, suddenly I heard calls for help coming from outside. Everyone walked up to a wall that had been repaired. I saw a group of people not far away running towards this side desperately, and behind them were groups of zombies. Lin Zheng was wondering why so many zombies suddenly appeared. Could it be that the zombie wave is slowly starting? The group of people quickly ran to the gate of Tauan base. They looked frightened and gasped for air. After seeing the people on the city wall, they seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and shouted to the people on the city wall, "Please save us. Please open the door and let us in." Their faces were full of pleading, their voices were urgent, and from time to time they turned their heads to look at the zombies in the distance. The zombies roared crazily and ran towards them with claws and teeth. The people below were getting more and more frightened and frightened. They were all crying and stamping their feet in such anxiety that they were almost in tears. But Lin Zheng said calmly, "Why should I save you? As long as you are willing to save us, we will do anything you ask us to do. Yes, we can act like cows and horses for you, and we promise to only take orders from you in the future. Yes, our lives will belong to you from now on. As long as you say a word, you can let us go up and down the mountain of swords and fall into the frying pan, no problem." Hearing their open-mouthed promises, Lin Zheng smiled slightly. Such promises made at a critical moment were simply a joke. It is only because their lives are threatened at this moment that they can say these promises so sincerely. Wait until the threat has passed and then take another look. Don't pretend to be a cow or a horse. It's fine if he doesn't bite you back. Lin Zheng looked at them and said coldly, "Get out of here right away. If you lure zombies to my territory, I won't settle the score with you. But if you still stay here and don't leave, don't blame me for being rude." Wang Tian couldn't stand listening anymore, so he carefully said to Lin Zheng, "Little brother, after all, they have so many lives. Just open the door and save them. They will definitely be grateful to you." Guo also echoed, "You don't really intend to die without saving me, do you? You are so cold and ruthless, I even doubt whether you are a human or a zombie." Xiao Guo, shut up. Guo's tone was sarcastic, and Wang Tian hurriedly stopped him sharply. "That's right, Captain, if a person doesn't have feelings, is he still a human being?" Guo asked, unconvinced. "Okay, Xiao Guo, don't say any more." Wang Tian said with a serious expression and a serious tone. Forced by the captain's authority, Guo reluctantly shut up. Wang Tian said to Lin Zheng again, "Little brother, take a look or you should open the door." Lin Zheng shook his head resolutely and said, "No, there are so many of them. When they all come in, those zombies may also rush in. I will deal with the zombies that rush in. If anything happens, I will be responsible." Wang Tian promised. Lin Zheng just said, "This is my base, you can't bear any responsibility. Let me remind you, you are just working for me. You have no power in this base, so shut up, otherwise just get out." Wang Tian was speechless by Lin Zheng. "Indeed, this base belongs to others, and I have no right to interfere at all." When the people below heard that the people on the wall were not going to open the door to save them, their expressions immediately changed. He pointed at the people above and yelled, "You are not F***G human beings. If you refuse to save someone, what is the difference between you and zombies? Yes, a dog is not a human being. It is cold-blooded and has no emotions at all. You are so unworthy of being a human being. Dogs have more emotions than you. Bah, you are a human scum, a scum. I feel sick when I see you." Lin Zheng calmly watched the group of people on the ground insulting and humiliating him wantonly. He did not have any psychological fluctuations. This further confirmed his previous thoughts. The promises these people just made were all bluffs. There was not a single word of truth. Otherwise, their attitudes would not have changed so drastically. As they said this, some of them rushed to the door and began to swing the door wildly. "Let's all come together, push this broken door open, and then drive out the garbage inside. Okay, kick them out and let us live in them ourselves. We don't want to live with the garbage. Yes, they are a bunch of rubbish that don't deserve to live in such a good base." Lin Zheng stared intently at the crazy crowd below. They couldn't get into the base, so they changed their thinking and regarded themselves as the masters of the base, and regarded Lin Zheng and others as outsiders, and even drove them out. "I really don't regard myself as an outsider." They played the gangsters thinking very well. A strange smile appeared on Lin Zheng's lips and he said with a smile, "If you do this, I will be very excited." Lin Zheng took out the golden explosive bow. Wang Tian's eyes widened in fright. "Little brother, what are you going to do?" Lin Zheng smiled slightly and said, "Kill." Wang Tian couldn't believe that Lin Zheng actually wanted to kill someone. His determination and cruelty made Wang Tian's heart tremble. Little brother, you can't do this. Before he finished speaking, Lin Zheng fully drew his bow, and a golden arrow condensed from the golden bursting bow. Whoosh! The arrow flew out and penetrated directly through the two people. The arrow also disappeared into the second person's body. The two people suddenly felt numb all over their bodies and there was a sharp pain in their chests. When I looked down, I saw a bloody hole in my chest with wisps of white smoke coming out. The next second, boom. The two of them were directly exploded into a puddle of flesh, and the people next to them were covered in blood. They were stunned for an instant, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The arrows of the second-level explosive bow are condensed by the user's superpower. The moment they hit the human body, the superpower will take the opportunity to penetrate into various parts of the human body, and then explode violently. At this time, the zombies smelling the smell of blood became even more crazy and were already in front of them. The people below saw that there was no hope of entering the base, and there were things scarier than zombies in the base, so they ran away frantically. Some who ran slowly were directly submerged in the zombie swarm. At first, a few miserable shouts could be heard, but then the sounds stopped instantly and zombies were piled up in that place as high as a hill. At this moment, Wang Tian suddenly became serious and ordered to the other team members, "Blade team, all team members obey orders." Yes. Everyone immediately stood at attention, straightened their backs, and waited seriously, ready for orders at any time. "I order you to continue to finish your work here and then bring the mutated items back to the quarantine area." Wang Tian shouted loudly. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. They didn't know what the captain meant, so they didn't say anything. "Did you hear that?" Wang Tian raised his voice an octave and said again. The team members habitually replied, "Yes, Captain." After that, he nodded with satisfaction, then took a running start, jumped off the wall, rushed into the zombies, took out 2 short knives, opened his bow left and right, and killed all the way forward. Team leader. Everyone was shocked by his move and shouted on the city wall, "Remember my order, don't come down." Wang Tian who yelled, "Team leader." Lin Zheng shook his head, "Why bother?" I saw Wang Tian as if there was no one in the world, dancing the short knife in his hand smoothly. Each knife directly penetrated the head of a zombie without any hesitation. And after pulling it out, he inserted it into the next zombie. At first glance, it seems that he has received professional training in the art of killing. It's almost deadly with no superfluous movements, nothing fancy at all, it's all about practicality. Soon, he was among the group of refugees. Seeing that there was a zombie and he was about to pounce on one of them, he moved quickly and cut out the zombie's neck with a knife, then grabbed its head and pulled it out alive. He actually wanted to protect that group of people by himself. At this time, Guo couldn't stand it anymore. He glared at Lin Zheng with resentment in his eyes and then he was about to jump off the wall. But she was stopped by Zhao Zini, who shouted loudly, "Guo Yi, what are you doing? Are you going to disobey the captain's order?" "So what if you disobey orders? I'm going to save the captain." Guo Yi shouted loudly. Zhao Zini stared at him and said, "Guo Yi, as the deputy captain, I am ordering you to stand still and not go anywhere." Humph! Guo Yi snorted coldly and looked at Zhao Zini angrily. Zhao Zini ignored Guo Yi but came to Lin Zheng and said to him, "Little brother, can you lend us some of your tanks and armored vehicles? You can drive them as you wish." When Lin Zheng heard this, his mind suddenly changed. He couldn't use these things anyway, so it would be okay to borrow them for a while. But how could Lin Zheng do business at a loss? He thought for a while and said, "I can lend it to you, but you have to give me a promise." "Promise? How about all of you, including your captain, promise me that when you awaken your powers in the future, you will come to me here and shake my hand for 10 seconds. Lin Zheng said, "That's it." Zhao Zini thought that the other party would make extremely harsh demands, but she didn't expect that. Lin Zheng nodded extremely seriously. "Yes, if you can do it, I can lend you tanks and armored vehicles." Zhao Zini also replied extremely seriously. "Okay, on behalf of our entire Blade team, I promise you that after awakening my powers in the future, I will definitely come to you and shake your hand for 10 seconds. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction and said, "Go and drive it yourself." Zhao Zini looked overjoyed and said to the team members behind her, "Let's go. They are all special forces who have received various professional military training. Driving a tank is a piece of cake for them." Working in teams of 3, they entered tanks and armored vehicles with great skill. The roar of the engine sounded instantly. The gate to the base was opened. When some zombies saw it, they were about to rush inside. The next second, a giant steel beast came from inside and crushed the zombies into a pile of minced meat. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. After this tank drove out, 3 tanks and an armored vehicle drove out from behind. After the last armored vehicle drove out, Zhao Zini immediately closed the base gate. Several zombies took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. She quickly bent her bow and arrows and shot several zombies to death one after another. Then she used the blade attached to the bow and arrow to harvest the heads of several zombies, then jumped up and onto the last armored vehicle. Keep shooting the zombies below with your bow and arrow. Looking at this group of people, Lin Zheng couldn't help but feel that everyone was a group of people who valued righteousness, but in these troubled times, their character was destined not to go very far. They have too many ties and worries. In troubled times, the only thing you should worry about is how to survive. At this time, Wang Tian was killing zombies crazily with his own strength, trying to stop them with all his strength. Countless zombies fell down along the way, but the zombies behind him kept coming like a tide, and they couldn't kill them all. Gradually, his physical strength began to weaken. The zombie swarms are getting closer and closer to the crowd. The crowd became more and more frightened. They began to curse at Wang Tian. "What's the matter with you? Aren't you here to save us? The zombies are coming, stop them quickly." Yes, if you don't have the ability, don't show off as a hero. Now that the zombies are angered by you, we can't escape at all. Aren't you doing a disservice to us? Wang Tian was stunned for a moment, and his expression changed slightly. At this moment, a man suddenly stopped and pushed Wang Tian back. He just happened to bump into a zombie. The zombie hugged Wang Tian, opened its mouth, and was about to bite him. However, Wang Tian stabbed his head with a backhand, and with a sudden pick, his head was cut into 2 pieces. Half of it, the yellow liquid brain matter inside, was flowing downwards. But at this moment, several zombies took the opportunity to pounce on them, and Wang Tian was still held tightly by the hands of the zombie before. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of it like a locked iron chain. The situation was critical. He threw the dagger in his hand, held it in his hand, and then slashed the fingers on the 2 arms. Several fingers were cut off easily like bamboo shoots and fell to the ground with a clatter. Wang Tian exerted great force on his body, and the zombie leaning on him was instantly ejected. But now it's too late, more and more zombies are rushing up. Wang Tian had quick eyes and quick hands. He threw the dagger in front of a zombie in front of him and stabbed it directly into the eyeball. However, this did not make him lose his mobility. He just paused and rushed towards Wang Tian with his teeth and claws open. At this time, zombies on the left and right also gathered around. Just as Wang Tian was about to take action, his foot suddenly slipped and he fell to the ground. It turned out that there was a zombie with its legs cut off underneath. He grabbed Wang Tian's feet and was dragging them wildly. Wang Tian kicked his head violently, smashing half of his head into pieces. The zombie fell onto Wang Tian's lap, and the foul-smelling yellow liquid flowed all over the floor. He suddenly looked up and saw that countless zombies had surrounded him. They were roaring crazily and stretched out their hands to grab Wang Tian. Wang Tian did not give up. He took out a pistol from his waist with his backhand. He fired several shots at the zombies above him very fast, hitting the center of his eyebrow. A small red dot was left on the forehead, but a bloody hole directly exploded in the back of the head. Click, click, click. Soon, all the bullets in the pistol were fired. Wang Tian was also pinned to the ground by several zombies he killed with his pistol, unable to move. At this moment, there is really no way to turn around. He could only close his eyes silently and wait for the judgment of fate. Suddenly, the roar of a machine suddenly woke him up. The next second, an arrow suddenly popped out of the mouths of the zombies around him and then fell back. Then Wang Tian saw Guoyi holding a short knife. He was extremely fast and harvested the heads of several zombies in an instant. "Captain, are you okay?" Wang Tian was overjoyed when he saw Guoyi and then said angrily, "Who told you to come down? How dare you disobey the order?" Guoyi smiled and immediately pulled out a saber from his waist and gave it to Wang Tian. "Captain, if you want to be punished, you must survive first, and you will be punished if you are alive." Wang Tian took the saber then. Guoyi kicked away the zombie body that was pressing on Wang Tian. Wang Tian stood up suddenly and split the head of a zombie with a backhand knife. "I saw several tanks and armored vehicles in front of me." He immediately understood in his heart that it was Lin Zheng who should have taken action. At this time, Zhao Zini shouted to Wang Tian and Guoyi on a tank, "Captain, come up quickly." The two of them used their backhands to drive away the zombies in front of them, jumped onto a tank, and "Captain, are you okay?" Zhao Zini shouted. Wang Tian nodded and said, "I'm fine." While the two were talking, the people fleeing in front saw the tanks and armored vehicles behind them and immediately turned around and ran towards Wang Tian and the others. Many people were killed by zombies on the way. In the end, only half of the people ran to the tanks and armored vehicles while climbing onto the car. Another part was dragged by the zombies and was bitten into pieces. Almost a third of the people climbed onto the car. Each and every one of them had expressions of surviving a disaster, and they were thankful that they had successfully climbed into the car. At this time, next to a tank, there were two other people trying their best to climb up, but they were too weak and could not climb up after a long time. Suddenly, one of them suddenly ran towards the other, kicked him to the ground, then stepped on him and climbed up. The person below reacted immediately, stood up and grabbed one of the man's legs. The person above was kicking his legs desperately, trying to kick away the person below. But the man underneath held on tightly, as if he was welded and wouldn't let go. "You be *****D, you stepped on me and climbed up, quickly pull me up." The man below shouted hysterically. The people above also yelled crazily, "Let go, the zombies are coming. If you don't let go, we will both die. If you don't drag me up, I will drag you to death together. You're a vicious person. If you can't survive by yourself and you want to drag others to die with you, I'll kick you to death." As he said that, the person above increased the strength of his feet and kicked the person below him in the face. Soon, the face of the person below was kicked to a bloody pulp, and he was unrecognizable as a human being. The nose was kicked off, the mouth was kicked open, and even one of the eyes was kicked out. The skin on the face was torn, revealing the scarlet flesh inside, but the man refused to let go. The people above were so anxious that they almost cried, "Let go, let go." At this moment, the zombies rushed up. Suddenly, he saw a saber next to him. It should have been accidentally dropped by Guoyi and the others. Without any hesitation, he picked up the saber and stabbed the man below him on the wrist. The man's wrists were chopped off. I only heard him groan, then he fell back, and then he was overwhelmed by the hordes of zombies. The man above had red eyes and was still holding the bloody saber in his hand. When he saw zombies trying to climb up, he wildly waved his saber to chop at those zombies. While slashing and ****G on the tank, he yelled at the madness inside, "Drive quickly, drive for me quickly." Seeing this scene, Wang Tian let out a long sigh, then shook his head with a complicated expression, not knowing what else to think about. Then he said to Zhao Zini, "Deputy team, return." Zhao Zini nodded, then ordered everyone to return. All tanks and armor turn around immediately, chasing countless corpses of zombies, roaring all the way. During this period, those tanks fired several rounds at the place where the largest number of zombies were gathered. Countless zombies were blown away, hung on trees by the roadside, and stuck upside down in the soil. When the man saw the tank start up, he took a long breath and fell onto the tank. A happy smile appeared on his face, finally saved. He looked at the bloody saber in his hand, then silently inserted it into his waist. When the vehicle arrived at the gate of the base, Zhao Zini jumped out of the car and opened the gate of the base. At this time, the gate of the base was not locked. Vehicles filed in. During this period, any zombies that tried to take advantage of the opportunity to run into the base were sent away by Zhao Zini with the bow and arrow in her hand. Wait until all vehicles have entered. Zhao Zini also entered the base in a flash. Then he and Guoyi closed the base door together. But there are still a few fish that slipped through the net and rushed in. One of them was unable to dodge and was bitten on the cheek by a zombie, and then with a violent tear, half of the flesh on his cheek was torn off alive. Wang Tian and others took action quickly and eliminated all the zombies immediately. The bitten person looked at the people around him with horror in his eyes. His teeth and teeth marks were exposed on his face, and he looked ferocious and terrifying. He seemed to feel no pain and just looked at everyone in horror. Because he knows that he will become a zombie and then be killed by others. At this time, someone stood up and said, "He was bitten by a zombie. Kill him quickly, otherwise he will turn into a zombie." As soon as these words came out, everyone began to agree, "Yes, kill him quickly. Kill him, kill him." The sound waves one after another made the man become more and more frightened, and his body kept shaking slightly. Those people shouted, but no one rushed forward to take action. They were all afraid that he would suddenly turn into a zombie and bite them back. Suddenly, they looked at Wang Tian and others and said, "You should be soldiers. It is your duty to protect us. Go kill him quickly, otherwise it will be too late when he turns into a zombie. Please don't kill me, don't kill me. You see, I haven't turned into a zombie for so long. I am definitely immune to the zombie virus." The man kept begging for mercy. "Captain, what should we do now?" Wang Tian thought for a while and said, "Tie him up first and observe the situation first." Guo also nodded, "I understand, Captain." After saying that, he was about to step forward and tie up the man. Unexpectedly, the man who had hidden a saber before suddenly pulled out the saber and rushed straight towards the bitten person. Without any hesitation, he sealed his throat with a knife. The bitten person's eyes were horrified and his face was full of disbelief. His hands kept trying to pinch the person's neck, but in the end, due to excessive blood loss, he slowly lost consciousness and gradually fell down. Yi glared at the man holding the knife. The man holding the knife said, "What are you? You are too indecisive to take action. I will take action. You are so coward. Get out of here. Yes, let you kill someone just for the sake of it. If we wait until he turns into a zombie, none of us will be able to escape. Liu jealous you will still be there." Brother Liu is the nickname of the man with the knife. Suddenly, everyone began to slowly take Brother Dao as their leader. Brother Liu also enjoyed their admiration, and his desire for power slowly began to grow in his heart. Whoosh! Suddenly an arrow whizzed out, flew past Brother Dao's chest, and then hit the head of the bitten person. Boom! His head suddenly exploded into a pile of mud. Only by destroying his brain can he prevent him from turning into a zombie. This group of people obviously don't know this yet. Damn it, who has eyes? Brother Liu cursed angrily. He turned around and saw Lin Zheng and others walking towards this side. Lin Zheng walked up to Zhao Zini and said, "Vice Captain Zhao, I promised to lend you tanks and armored vehicles, but I didn't promise to let you bring these people in." Zhao Zini didn't know how to answer for a moment. Her face looked a little embarrassed. But Wang Tian stood up and said, "Little brother, since they have already come in, let them stay first. After 5 days, I will take them to the official quarantine area." Lin Zheng said extremely firmly, "No, they must leave now. Tauan base does not want waste." "Also, Captain Wang, don't forget your promise." Lin Zheng continued. Wang Tian was stunned, and Zhao Zini immediately put her ear to Wang Tian's ear and explained to him what had happened before. Wang Tian nodded and said to Lin Zheng, "Little brother, don't worry, the Blade team will definitely fulfill this promise." Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction at this moment. Brother Liu, who already regarded himself as the superior, walked step by step in front of Lin Zheng, raised the saber in his hand and said arrogantly, "Who the hell are you calling a waste?" As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people gathered around, pointed at Lin Zheng and others and cursed, "Yes, who are you calling a waste? Everyone knows that we must unite at this moment to stay in this base." So they all unanimously spoke to the outside world. "Were you the one who didn't let us in just now?" Someone recognized Lin Zheng and immediately talked about Lin Zheng's previous refusal to let them in. When everyone heard this, they all agreed and became extremely angry. "Yes, that's him. He didn't let us in just now, which caused so many of us to die. He is the culprit." Seeing everyone turning towards him, Brother Liu became even more unscrupulous and said to Lin Zheng, "You be ****D, apologize to us quickly and get out, otherwise there are so many of us and each of us can beat you to death with one punch. Apologize, get out. Apologize, get out." Obviously, they feel that they have absolute dominance at this moment. But when Wang Tian heard their desperate words, he couldn't help but slap his forehead and said, "It's over." Lin Zheng looked at Brother Liu and smiled slightly. "Apologize, right? I will apologize to you when I visit your grave next year." After saying that, Lin Zheng opened his big hand and grabbed Brother Liu's face. Brother Liu was shocked and immediately reacted, "Damn it, you brat, you're looking for death." He swung his sword and struck at Lin Zheng. When he was about to cut, his movement suddenly stopped and his whole body twitched violently, followed by a painful whimper. Then the saber in his hand fell to the ground. Snap! Lin Zheng exerted force on his palms. Brother Liu's head exploded directly. Everyone was frightened by this scene. One-handed headshot. How terrifying power is needed to do this. Everyone subconsciously stayed away from Lin Zheng, their eyes full of fear. Wang Tian and others were also shocked. The person he had finally rescued was crushed to pieces by him. "Little brother, you." Lin Zheng did not pay attention to Wang Tian and others but looked at the others with a calm expression. "I'll kill you and you'll get blood all over the floor. I'm too lazy to deal with it. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of here." When everyone heard this, they were a little hesitant. "There are all zombies outside now. If you go out, you will die. Now their only way is to work together to kill Lin Zheng. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. Let's all come together. Don't be afraid of him. No matter how strong he is, he can't beat 4 hands with just 1 fist. Yes, come together and kill him. The base will be ours." As soon as these words came out, everyone seemed to have been beaten to death and started to scream wildly. Seeing this situation, Wang Tian immediately stood up to stop everyone. "Calm down, this will not do you any good. If you don't want to join us, get out of here." Wang Tian was rejected directly and his hot face touched his cold butt. "Kill him!" Everyone howled and rushed towards Lin Zheng. Even Wang Tian and others could not stop him. Lin Zheng just tilted the corner of his mouth. "You are looking for death, right? I agree. Little brother, don't." Before Wang Tian finished speaking, Lin Zheng raised his palm and waved it violently, shooting out countless ice spikes. he directly shot everyone to the ground. Many people died on the spot. Some of them missed their vital points and lay on the ground wailing. Lin Zheng walked towards one of them. The man was shot in the thigh. When he saw Lin Zheng coming, he crawled back with all his strength. As he crawled, he said, I'm going, don't kill me. Too late. After saying that, Lin Zheng stomped on his head. Boom, Wang Tian and others only dared to watch from the sidelines and did not dare to say anything to stop them. They were afraid that Lin Zheng would get angry and kill them too. After a while, everyone was solved. Wang Tian and others looked at the corpses on the ground and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The people they tried so hard to save all died like this. Little brother, they are also human beings. It is normal to want to live. There is no need for you to kill them, isn't it too? Immoral to do so. Wang Tian seemed to be very dissatisfied with Lin Zheng's actions and said in his tone with a hint of blame. But Lin Zheng just said to him, only morality matters in the prosperous times, but only strength matters in the last days. After saying that, he took Jiang Yidong and others back to the safe house. Wang Tian was left standing there blankly as if thinking about something. At this time, Guo also stood up and said, Captain, I think this man is a murderer and addicted to killing. I think we should stay away from him quickly. Wang Tian waved his hand and said, but he didn't do anything to us. That's because there is an official quarantine zone behind us, so he doesn't dare to attack us. In fact, when he said this, Guo Yi felt a little guilty. Do you believe it yourself? Wang Tian asked back. Guo also pursed his lips and stopped talking. Those tanks and armored vehicles alone were not comparable to the official quarantine area. What's more, those 3 people and 1 dog are all awakened ones, and their strength is extraordinary. One is worth 10, it's no problem at all. Especially Lin Zheng, he has a variety of superpowers, a lot of mutated items, and he is also very strong. Perhaps the Doomsday also has Doomsday morality. Wang Tian thought for a while and said something, then sighed and continued, keep working. Yes, Captain. The next day there were dark clouds and strong winds, and a heavy rain was expected to hit soon. This is the first rain since the end of the world. The air was filled with the smell of blood and a faint smell of rotting meat for a long time. Due to the paralysis of the city's sewage system, the stench of excrement can still be faintly smelled. The whole city seems to be wrapped in this stench, which lingers. This rain came just in time to wash away the blood, mist, and filth in this city. At this time, Wang Tian and others were still building the wall. Everyone was working enthusiastically and sweating profusely. Suddenly, a drop of rain fell and hit Wang Tian on the face. He touched it subconsciously, then looked up at the sky. Is it raining? Then more and more raindrops fell. It looks like it's really raining. He shouted to the team members. It's raining, everyone go back to the shed. These days, they built themselves a simple shed next to the safe house and they slept in it at night. Because Zhao Zini is a girl, a small room was specially set aside for him to live alone in. Lin Zheng also gave each of them a quilt, but this quilt is not given for free. It is a quilt and a promise, that is, I will bring an awakened person to shake hands with Lin Zheng in the future. These dozen of them are the core members of the Blade team. The entire Blade team has hundreds of people. These dozen quilts and the materials to build the shed cost them the commitment of more than 30 people. While talking, the rain became heavier and heavier. Everyone hurried back to the shed. As soon as the last person ran into the shed, heavy rain began to fall. Like countless tiny marbles, they fell from the sky and hit the roof of the shed, making an extremely noisy sound. Suddenly, there was a cool and earthy smell in the air. Wang Tian and others looked up at the sudden heavy rain and felt an inexplicable tranquility. These days, the world has become too much. Everyone is in panic and fear. Too many things have been subverted. Too much humanity has been exposed. This huge change caught everyone off guard. Now this heavy rain has made the world a little quieter. The commotion outside made the silence in the shed even more prominent. Captain, how long do you think this zombie crisis will last? Zhao Zini suddenly asked in a serious tone from the side. Wang Tian thought for a while and said, maybe it will end tomorrow, maybe it will never end. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Then, Zhao Zini paused and said, then will mankind perish because of this? This time, Wang Tian did not answer immediately but frowned slightly with a solemn expression. Maybe he thinks it is, but he doesn't want to face it. At this time, Lin Zheng and others also came to the door of the safe house. If we were all like you, human civilization and morality would be passed down, but humans will not. Hearing Lin Zheng's words, Wang Tian was shocked and looked at him slowly. So let's survive first and then talk about morality and civilization, Lin Zheng said again. Live first, then talk about morality and civilization. Wang Tian repeated Lin Zheng's words, then looked up at the ink-stained sky. He concentrated for a while and suddenly smelled a fragrance. It seems like hot pot. He turned to look at Lin Zheng. Behind them was a hot pot table full of ingredients. Guoyi and others' eyes were straightened and their mouths were watering. Do you want to eat or not? Wang Tian was stunned and a little surprised. Give it to us. Of course it's not for free. How about 10 promises? Lin Zheng said. Wang Tian hesitated a little. He does not guarantee that all his team members will awaken, nor can he guarantee that they will survive until that time. But Guo Yi and others looked at the captain eagerly, almost like little stars appeared on their faces full of expectation, as eager as a child to eat sweets. He could only nod helplessly, go, woohoo. Guo Yi and others shouted, then went to carry the table into the shed. Everyone looked at the hot pot with red oil rising and kept swallowing their saliva. So delicious. Not only have they not eaten such rich food for many days, but they also have to endure Lin Zheng and others eating in front of them every day. They couldn't bear it any longer and started gobbling it up one by one. The vegetables are not cooked, just rinse them in the hot pot and eat them. This time Wang Tian did not fight with them but watched them wolfing down with a happy smile. No one noticed that there were a few blood stains on Wang Tian's ankles. Seventh day, because Guo Yi and others had too much fun the day before, they didn't get up very late. Wang Tian got up early, looked at his team members, then silently got dressed and started to work. As soon as he walked out of the shed, he suddenly felt dizzy. He lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. What's going on? He shook his head vigorously a few times and felt much more awake. It rained heavily last night and the ground was a little muddy. In order not to stain his pants, Wang Tian squatted down and rolled up his trouser legs. Suddenly, the scars on his ankles attracted his attention. He was stunned for a moment, but instead of panicking, he silently put down his trousers and let out a long sigh. What he didn't know was that Lin Zheng was standing at the door of the safe house at this time. Wang Tian slowly stood up, and then he found Lin Zheng standing beside him, smiling helplessly. Finally, I've been tricked. What are you going to do? Lin Zheng asked calmly. What else can I do? Just end it on your own. I just want to break my promise to you, little brother. Wang Tian said very calmly. It's okay. Anyway, your blade team has more than 100 people. It's the same as finding someone to replace you. Wang Tian, ha, well, little brother, I will take the first step. Wang Tian smiled calmly, then pulled out a dagger from his waist and was about to kill himself. Team leader. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, and then Wang Tian was hugged from behind, and the dagger in his hand was knocked to the ground. Wang Tian turned around and found that the person behind him was Guo Yi. The other team members were also getting up. Guo Yi, as the captain, I now order you to let go, Wang Tian said seriously. I won't let go, captain. Seeing Guo Yi being so stubborn, Wang Tian could only change his tone and said patiently, Guo Yi, I was scratched by a zombie. It will be a matter of time before I mutate into a zombie. Have you forgotten our identities and what our responsibilities are? We are soldiers, and our duty is to protect our homeland and our country and live and die for the people. Guo Yi said loudly, as long as you haven't forgotten, let me go now. It's time for me to fulfill my duties. Wang Tian said calmly. Guo also shook his head desperately and held on tightly, refusing to let go. Wang Tian directly pushed his elbow back and then stretched out his arms to directly push Guo Yi away. Then he quickly picked up the dagger on the ground and retreated to the open space outside. Without hesitation, he stabbed his own head with a dagger, Captain. Everyone shouted in unison. Snap! An ice spike hit the dagger in Wang Tian's hand. The ice spike shattered and the dagger fell. Everyone looked at Lin Zheng in surprise. Even Wang Tian looked at him, wondering what he meant. Little brother, you. Lin Zheng clasped his hands on his chest and said, You have been scratched for so long without turning into a zombie. Maybe you can be immune to the zombie virus. Immune to the zombie virus. Everyone suddenly realized the human body is actually very powerful. No matter what virus we are infected with, there will always be people who are immune to the virus. Perhaps Wang Tian is the one with an immune constitution that is unique among 10,000. What if the mutation is just slow? Wang Tian expressed his worries. Don't worry, if you mutate, I will be the first to kill you. Hearing this, Wang Tian smiled with satisfaction. He believed that Lin Zheng was strong enough to kill him instantly before he caused harm to others. Thank you, little brother. Lin Zheng waved his hand and said, No, you haven't repaired the wall for me yet. After experiencing this little episode, everyone started working as before. The only difference is that Guo has always been with Wang Tian noon while everyone is resting. Suddenly there was shouting outside the door. Wang Tian listened carefully and seemed to be very familiar with the owner of the voice. It's him. At this time, at the gate of Tauan base stood a group of people armed with live ammunition. The leader was a man wearing sunglasses and a slicked back hair. His name was Chen Fei. He was from the special department of the quarantine area. This department specializes in handling all kinds of difficult tasks. They can do whatever it takes as long as they can complete the task. He glanced at the so-called Tauan base, his eyes full of contempt. Damn, this place is so big it deserves to be called a base. Chen Fei is actually here to take over Wang Tian's task. Wang Tian led the Blade team, which has been out for more than 10 days. The mission is to find mutated items and bring them back to the quarantine area, so I didn't go back to the quarantine area. The official leaders had no patience, so they sent Chen Fei from the special department and told him that no matter what method he used, he must bring back a mutated item as soon as possible. And Chen Fei came here just after seeing the contents of the A4 paper that Lin Zheng distributed before. He was originally thinking about where to start, but now that he learned that a place called Tauan base was related to mutant items, he decided to go to Tauan base first. Is there anyone inside? Open the door for me. Chen Fei kicked the door of the base with his feet and shouted loudly, but there was no response for a long time. Chen Fei lost his patience and waved to his men, blow the door open. Then the person behind him took out a grenade and was about to pull out the safety. Above the base wall, a voice suddenly came. Where did the wild dog come from, barking in front of the gate of my Tauan base? Chen Fei turned around and slowly took off his sunglasses and found a teenage boy standing on the wall. The flesh on his face trembled, and then he raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at Lin Zheng, saying playfully, "Boy, don't talk nonsense, you will die if you talk nonsense. Now, immediately open the door or I will shoot you to death." Chen Fei said with disdain on his face and a threatening tone. "Oh, you can try and see if you die or I die," Lin Zheng I said with a slight smile. After Chen Fei heard this, he couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. He had seen people who were not afraid of death, but he had never seen such people who were not afraid of death. They were so stupid. Okay, very good, then I'll give it a try." After saying that, Chen Fei was about to pull the trigger, and suddenly the door of the base was opened. Wang Tian and others appeared at the door. Chen Fei was a little surprised. "Oh, so you are here, are you, defecting?" His tone was full of sarcasm, obviously mocking Wang Tian and others for not completing the task for so long. "Chen Fei, why are you here?" Wang Tian was not angry but asked calmly. "I'm here to clean up the mess for the trash." Chen Fei put on his glasses again, walked up to Wang Tian and patted Wang Tian on the shoulder. It was obvious that the trash he was talking about was Wang Tian and others. "Chen Fei, please keep your mouth clean." Guoyi clenched his fists and said angrily to Chen Fei, "Aren't you trash? Does it take you so long to find something?" Guoyi was furious and was about to take action but was stopped by Wang Tian. Wang Tian said, "We have found the mutated items. We will leave the quarantine area in 3 days. Please come back." "That's good, just give us the mutated items and you don't have to worry about the rest." Guo couldn't help it anymore. Regardless of Wang Tian's blockage, he stood up and said, "What? Leave it to you. Do you know how much hardship we endured to obtain this mutated item? It would be better for you to fight out halfway. Do you think it's possible to take away mutated items?" Chen Fei smiled at Guoyi and suddenly kicked Guoyi in the lower abdomen. Guoyi curled up on the ground in pain. "I wonder if this is possible now." Seeing this situation, Wang Tian was furious. "Chen Fei, don't go too far. It's not that I'm too much, it's that your subordinates are ignorant. I'm just teaching him a lesson for you. It's not your turn to teach my people. Then I'll teach you a lesson." Chen Fei spread his hands with a look of ridicule on his face. At this time, Lin Zheng jumped down from the wall and came to Chen Fei. Looking at him, he said, "You really enjoy the dog barking here, don't you?" After hearing what Lin Zheng said, Chen Fei was so angry that the flesh on his face trembled, his eyes were on fire and his teeth were clenching. Lin Zheng, in his own way, ignored Chen Fei and looked at the furious Chen Fei. He lightly slapped him twice on the face and said again, "What, is there anything wrong with you barking? Aren't you a dog that goes everywhere? A barking wild dog? Boy, you are looking for death." Having said that, he was about to attack Lin Zheng. But he was stopped by Wang Tian. "I advise you to calm down, he is not something you can afford to offend." "Humph," Chen Fei sneered, "even if he is the king of heaven, I will die today." Chen Fei pushed Wang Tian away, pulled out the dagger from his waist, and stabbed Lin Zheng straight into the heart. Lin Zheng suddenly took action. His right hand instantly became steel and he grasped the dagger. Chen Fei was shocked. This is a cruel person. Seeing this, he quickly raised the rifle hanging on his body and pointed it at Lin Zheng. Just when he was about to shoot, Lin Zheng grabbed the barrel of the gun and gave it a sharp snap, bending the barrel directly. The hand holding the dagger suddenly exerted force, and the dagger was crushed into a pile of fragments. Lin Zheng held the pile of fragments, slowly raised them up, and slowly released his palm in front of Chen Fei, and the fragments fell down with a tinkling sound. Chen Fei swallowed his saliva. This time it seems like I kicked a steel plate. He looked at Wang Tian as if asking for help, hoping that he could come out and say something for himself, otherwise he would have to explain it here. Wang Tian spread his hands and said, "Look what I'm doing, I warned you but you didn't listen." After saying that, he took 2 steps back and said that the matter had nothing to do with him. When Chen Fei saw it, his heart suddenly went cold. The atmosphere became very awkward for a time. Woof woof woof. Chen Fei suddenly started barking like a dog and said to Lin Zheng with a smile, "You are right, I am a wild dog that likes to bark everywhere. Woof woof woof." Everyone's eyes widened. Chen Fei's reaction surprised them, but it seemed very reasonable. He knows how to stretch and bend. Lin Zheng was also stunned. He didn't expect the other party to react like this, but he had murderous intentions towards Lin Zheng. No matter he was a human or a dog, he would be turned into a corpse. Lin Zheng grabbed Chen Fei's neck. Chen Fei was so frightened that he begged for mercy. Wait, I'm from the quarantine area. If you kill me, the quarantine area won't let you go." Wang Tian, who was on the side, couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this. Lin Zheng smiled calmly and replied, "It doesn't matter, I don't care." Chen Fei's face was horrified, his eyes bulging. Click. Lin Zheng's fingers violently broke Chen Fei's neck and then casually discarded his body aside. Chen Fei's men were so frightened that they backed away. They saw that Lin Zheng was like a god, and they even lost the courage to raise their guns. "I have to run as fast as I can, however," Lin Zheng scolded him and stopped him in fright. "Did I let you go?" There was only one person who was still running forward regardless. After running a few dozen meters, he turned around and mocked Lin Zheng. "You idiot, come and kill me, ha 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 ha." Whoosh! An ice spike shot out directly from his back and shot out from his heart, where a bloody hole suddenly appeared. The man also fell to the ground. The others who were standing originally wanted to run, but after seeing this, they completely gave up the idea of escape. "Come back here!" Lin Zheng shouted loudly. Chen Fei's men all retreated. Seeing such obedient special department personnel, Wang Tian wondered if he had seen it wrong. They were usually lawless and looked down upon by everyone. It seems that evil people still need to be punished. "Please don't kill us," they began to beg for mercy. "It's okay if I don't kill you, then build the wall for me," Lin Zheng said. "Recruiting labor on site, still the kind that doesn't pay wages." Okay, as long as you don't kill us, we are willing to do whatever you want us to do." Wang Tian was stunned. Everyone in this special department is ruthless. It's not normal to act like a little sheep and be so obedient this time. Really, the next second someone took out a grenade, pulled out the latch and stuffed it into Lin Zheng's pocket. Grenade! Everyone quickly retreated and fell down, leaving only Lin Zheng standing there. "I'm a member of the special department. If you want me to work as a coolie to build the wall, go to hell, blow your mother up." The man lay on the ground and said arrogantly. Lin Zheng, however, calmly took out the grenade in his pocket. The whole body was reinforced with steel, and his hands tightly covered the grenade. Boom! After a muffled sound, a burst of black smoke came out of Lin Zheng's hand, but his palm was not damaged at all. The man was stunned and said tremblingly, "He is a human. Or a ghost, no matter how hard he is, he can't be killed by a grenade." The next second, Lin Zheng slowly raised his palm and pointed it at him. The man got up and ran as fast as he could. Superpower explosion. As soon as he finished speaking, a blast with terrifying energy blasted towards the man, straight to his head. The high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees vaporized all the parts above his shoulders in an instant, and white smoke was still rising from the fracture, making a sizzling sound of oil. Half of his body stood up for a few seconds before falling to the ground. Then Lin Zheng looked at the others with a sideways look in his eyes. They were so frightened that they immediately dropped their weapons, took off their shirts, rolled up their trousers. "We are ready to work, please give us your orders." Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. With the participation of this group of people, the construction speed of the wall has obviously accelerated a lot. It should be ready in about a day. By then, there were still 2 days before the zombie wave, and Lin Zheng had enough time to prepare defensive weapons. At this time, inside a conference room in the official quarantine area, a group of people are discussing something. "Lin, the Blade team under you are all useless. They have been looking for a mutated object for so long and they haven't come back yet." The person who spoke was the head of the special department, named Zhou Ling. And the Lin he talks about is Lin, the military leader of the quarantine zone, and the Blade team is an ace team under him. I saw Lin wearing a camouflage uniform, holding his hands on his chest, eyes slightly closed, looking calm and composed. After a long time, Lian slowly said, "If you are not satisfied, you can send someone to find it yourself." Humph. Zhou Ling snorted coldly with a proud smile on his face, as if he was waiting for Li An's words. "Of course, our special department has been dispatched, and we will complete the tasks that you cannot complete." Lian was not surprised after hearing this. He seemed to have expected it. "That's good. With your special department dispatched, the mutated items will definitely be found soon." Zhou Ling said, "If the mutated items are found by us and we find a way to awaken quickly, people from our special department will be the first to awaken. You must have no objection to this, right?" Lian, who was originally incomparable, suddenly got angry when he heard this, stood up suddenly and slapped the table. "Zhou Ling, what the hell are you talking about? Why should the special department be the first department to awaken? Our military department goes out every day to collect supplies and search for survivors. We are on the verge of death every moment. Even if we want to wake up, our military department will wake up first. A waste is still a waste when it awakens. What's the use even if it's awakened?" Zhou Ling mocked without hesitation. Lian slapped his palm directly on the table. This palm brought with it a strong wind and hit Zhou Ling's face. They were all strengthened people and were still close to awakening. "If you hadn't tried my useless fist, just try, come on." The two were at loggerheads and the situation got out of control for a time. "All right." A middle-aged man sitting not far away shouted loudly and stopped the two of them. "This person is the general leader of the official quarantine area. His name is Lu Chengwei. He was originally the mayor of Tianyang City. What's the fuss? Now everyone in the isolation area of Ma, Wang and Liu are looking at us eagerly. You actually have the intention to engage in internal fighting. I think by then, before they take action, we will collapse on our own." Lu Chengwei looked at the two of them and said seriously. The two of them returned to their positions, crossed their arms and tried to calm down their anger. "Our research has reached a critical moment. As long as there is a mutated item for sample experiment, we can decipher the secret of awakening. In this way, whichever department brings back the mutated item will awaken first. That's it, adjourn." After Lu Chengwei finished speaking, he left. Zhou Ling said to Lian, "The general leader has agreed that whoever brings back the mutated items first will awaken first. Now you have nothing to say. Since the general leader has spoken, I naturally agree, but it is not yet certain who will come first and who will come last. Okay, let's wait and see." That night, the moon was surprisingly round, as if there was a kind of tranquility before the end. After Wang Tian and others finished their work, they rested in the shed. He kept holding a dagger in one hand. If anything happened to him, he would not hesitate to insert the dagger into his head. At this time, Lin Zheng walked out of the safe house. These days, he has absorbed countless crystal nuclei, and after training and consolidation, he has successfully broken through to the 3rd level. After breaking through to the 3rd level, no matter how many crystal nuclei he absorbs, it is like water dripping into the sea, without causing any splash. It seems that the crystal cores of 2nd-level zombies are no longer of much use to him. He has to kill higher-level zombies to obtain their crystal nuclei. At present, the best chance is the zombie wave in 3 days. There must be many high-level zombies in the zombie wave. As long as he kills one and obtains a high-level crystal core, Lin Zheng will have countless high-level crystal cores. The moon is so round today. Lin Zheng raised his head and exclaimed. Wang Tian, who was sitting in the shed, looked at Lin Zheng. "Really? Come out and have a look." Wang Tian slowly stood up, still holding the dagger in his hand, and came outside. Then he looked up at the night sky, and sure enough he saw a bright moon like water. It's really rare to have such a night in these last days. Suddenly, Wang Tian felt his eyes blur and then his head swelled and a sense of dizziness swept over him. Suddenly the whole world was spinning. He reacted immediately. The mutation has begun. He raised the dagger, but countless phantoms appeared, and it was impossible to tell which one was real. Without any time to think about it, he thrust it into his own head randomly. Crooked, the dagger only scratched his cheek, leaving a shallow blood mark. Others discovered Wang Tian's abnormality and rushed out. "Captain, is he going to turn into a zombie? Stop talking nonsense and get the rope quickly," Guo Yi said to a team member anxiously. Lin Zheng on the side felt a little strange. If he is not immune to the zombie virus, why did it take so long for him to mutate? While thinking, he had already condensed a high-temperature blast in his hand, and was instantly ready to shoot at Wang Tian, blasting him into flying ash. At this time, Guo Yi and others had tied up Wang Tian Wuhua with hemp ropes, but he was still struggling wildly, with a ferocious look on his face, and kept shouting, "Kill me quickly, kill me quickly." Guo Yi and others could not make a move and stood aside indifferently. Suddenly the system said, He has a unique special physique that can be well integrated with the zombie virus, thereby changing the strength of every cell in the body and greatly improving its own combat effectiveness. The disadvantage is that if it cannot overcome the backlash caused by the virus, you will completely lose your mind and become a real zombie, and this mutation requires the stimulation of the moon to proceed. Lin Zheng looked up at the moon again. Sure enough, there is a crisis underneath the tranquility. It seems that he can still be saved. Roar! Suddenly, Wang Tian roared, and the hemp rope on his body was directly broken. The broken hemp rope hit Guo Yi and others, knocking them away and flying to the ground, vomiting blood from his mouth. So strong! Lin Zheng was a little surprised. At this moment, pieces of rotten flesh appeared on Wang Tian's face. His body seemed to have grown a lot, and his clothes were obviously bulging. Captain, Guo Yi covered his chest with his hands and shouted. But Wang Tian had lost his mind and couldn't hear Guo Yi's cry at all. He quickly came to a member of the special department, grabbed him and raised him above his head. The man's face was filled with fear. Help me, help. Before he could finish his words, Wang Tian violently pulled him and tore him in half. Guo Yi and others were also horrified. This was the first time they had seen such a cruel Wang Tian. Wang Tian threw the man's body away casually and then punched the repaired wall, which directly punched a big hole in the wall. I don't know if it's because the wall they built didn't work or because Wang Tian's punch was too powerful. If you break my wall, I'll teach you a lesson, Lin Zheng said, flying to Wang Tian. When Wang Tian saw someone standing in front of him, he immediately roared angrily and raised his hands to grab Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng greeted him with both hands, grabbed his palms and felt his strength. This is terrifying, it's almost the second level of strength. Lin Zheng was a little surprised. When Wang Tian saw that his hands were captured, he became even more angry and roared crazily. The strength in his hands continued to increase, and his muscles became more and more bulging. The clothes on his arms suddenly exploded, revealing the rock-like muscles inside, which were covered with dense blood vessels. Every time he exerts force, his muscles will make a harsh friction sound. My strength is indeed not small, but I am at the third level. As soon as Lin Zheng finished speaking, he exerted force suddenly, twisted his waist and threw Wang Tian to the ground with a loud bang. Guo Yi and others were extremely surprised. This power is comparable to that of a cow, right? Wang Tian, who was knocked down, beat his chest and roared to the sky. He seemed to be very angry. He roared and rushed towards Lin Zheng again. Lin Zheng stood upright this time and clenched his fist fiercely, his finger bones cracking. The moment I clenched my fist, I seemed to be able to hear the slight sound of air waves. At this moment, Wang Tian was close to him. Lin Zheng turned slightly sideways to avoid his attack, and then used his waist strength to throw out a punch that had been charged up. Boom! This punch hit Wang Tian's abdominal muscles firmly, and there was a sound of cracking stones. Wang Tian flew backwards, hit the wall behind, and then slowly slid to the ground. He also completely fainted and lay on the ground, motionless. Guo Yi and others watched this scene and couldn't help but swallowed, their mouths twitched. If this punch hits them, a bloody hole will be directly blasted out of their body. Team leader, they quickly ran forward and helped Wang Tian up. They saw a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. The rotten flesh on his face had disappeared, and there was a burnt hole in the clothes on his stomach. At this time, Lin Zheng stepped forward and said extremely seriously, "Carry him into the shed, keep him out of the moonlight." Okay. Guo Yi had not yet reacted to the shock of Lin Zheng's punch, so he said hesitantly. Then he and another person lifted Wang Tian and entered the shed. At this moment, Lin Zheng was thinking again, wondering if this was a kind of supernatural power and whether it could be copied. System can be copied. After copying, the host's abilities can be doubled within a certain period of time. Then will I be attacked by the zombie virus and lose my mind? Lin Zheng asked. System, of course not. The host's SSS-level talent system can directly eliminate the toxicity of the zombie virus invisible, and the host can directly use super-enhanced abilities. Lin Zheng snapped his fingers, nice. Then Lin Zheng followed them into the shed, looked at Wang Tian lying on the bed and walked slowly over. Then without warning, I grabbed his hand, Guo Yi and others. The picture is so beautiful that I can't bear to look directly at it. Guo also stepped forward and asked, "What happened to our captain?" Lin Zheng glanced at him and replied, "Your captain has awakened, but when he awakens, he will lose his mind due to the backlash of the virus. If he can survive this difficulty, he will be completely awakened." What? Our captain has awakened his superpower, which means he won't turn into a zombie, Guo Yi said with joy on his face. Half awakened, Lin Zheng nodded and said, "Then the captain doesn't have to die." As he spoke, Lin Zheng had successfully copied it, so he let go of Wang Tian's hand and stood up. Remember, don't let him get exposed to the moonlight, otherwise he will become as terrifying as before. Yeah, Guo also nodded, moved outside. The moon is still clear at this time. Taking advantage of the current moonlight, Lin Zheng just wanted to test the power of this enhanced power. He is different from Wang Tian. Wang Tian's powers can only be activated passively, but Lin Zheng can actively activate his powers in a moonlight environment. It's really the same superpower but different fates. Lin Zheng raised his head and looked at the moon, his lips slightly parted, superpower super enhanced. Bang. A wave of air swayed away from him, stirring up a field of gravel and gravel. The aura on his body suddenly climbed up, like a high mountain rising from the ground and reaching into the sky. The body has also undergone obvious changes. The muscles all over the body have become hardened, and the sound of friction between muscles and bones can be heard. But there was no rotten flesh on his face. It remained the same and even became more clear-cut, angular, and more handsome. Hearing the noise, Zhang Yitang and Li Jiang ran out quickly. After feeling the terrifying aura on Lin Zheng's body, he couldn't help but shake his head. Hey, ordinary people practice by walking step by step. Those with some talent are running, geniuses are riding the high-speed rail, and Lin Zheng is pulling the high-speed rail to run. Zhang Yitang's eyes were a little different, very ambiguous, very loving. At this time, a zombie without eyes slipped in from the hole that Wang Tian had blasted before. As soon as he came in, he took a few deep breaths, searching for the human scent. When he saw Lin Zheng standing in the courtyard again, he immediately became extremely excited and ran towards him, roaring. I thought to myself, today's dinner is in order. As everyone knows, high-end prey always appears as a hunter. Lin Zheng turned around and looked. He was worried that he had no one to practice with. You came just in time. The zombie ran in front of Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng directly raised his palm and grabbed the top of his head. The zombie stood there with its teeth and claws open, but could not move forward even half an inch. Ho ho ho! It is still yelling, trying to intimidate the other party in this way. It didn't even realize what a terrifying existence it was in front of. Superpower explosion. Lin Zheng's lips moved slightly the next second. The palm placed on the zombie's head emitted a bright orange light. Boom, a blast of light with terrifying energy shot out violently. The zombie's entire body was enveloped in the blasting light beam and vaporized in an instant, leaving no trace. Not bad. Zombies within the third level should be easily strangulated. After that, Lin Zheng returned to his original state. It was at this time that the originally clear night sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, covering the moon in just 10 seconds. Then the evil wind was raging, making a whistling sound. The atmosphere seemed a little strange. This change came too suddenly, pat pat. The sound of raindrops coming from the roof was heard, and there was also a hissing sound. Lin Zheng immediately realized something was wrong. There's something wrong with this rain. Just as a drop of rain hit his hand, he suddenly felt a stinging sensation. Lin Zheng raised his hand and saw that the area wet by the rain was slightly black and white smoke was rising. This rain is corrosive and is high-concentration acid rain. Lin Zheng's steel strengthened in an instant, and when the acid rain fell on him, it just slid down extremely smoothly and there was no corrosion. Why is it raining again? As Li Jiang spoke, he stretched out his head to take a look. When Lin Zheng saw it, he stretched out a piece of ice directly towards him and beat him back. Don't come out, it's acid rain. After hearing this, Li Jiang felt panic on his face. If it weren't for Lin Zheng's blow just now, he would have been bruised by the acid rain. Zheng, come in quickly. Li Jiang and Zhang Yitang shouted worriedly to Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng nodded. He found that the clothes on his body had numerous small holes. Before leaving, he warned Guo Yi and others, this is high-concentration acid rain, don't come out. Guo Yi and others were shocked after hearing this. Lin Zheng returned to the safe house and still maintained his steel-strengthened state because there was a lot of acid rain on his clothes. If he returned to his normal state at this moment, he would definitely be burned. Zheng, are you okay? Li Jiang just wanted to touch Lin Zheng, but Lin Zheng stopped him. Don't touch me. I have acid rain on my body and you will get burned. Li Jiang paused for an instant and slowly withdrew his hand. Then Lin Zheng went to the shower room, took off his ragged clothes, and then rinsed his whole body with warm water. Then he returned to his normal state, put on his clothes, and came to the door of the safe house again. He looked at the waterfall of acid rain with some worry. Is this the precursor to the zombie wave? The previous wave of zombies and the strange acid rain now foreshadow the danger of the zombie wave 3 days later. Lin Zheng felt a faint uneasiness in his heart. This is the first time he has felt this way since the end of the world. He looked at the shed. The roof was made of steel plates tens of millimeters thick, which should not be corroded by acid rain. But at this time, I don't know how many survivors there are because they didn't have time to find a place to hide. His whole body was soaked by the acid rain, instantly turning into a bloody mess, and was also wrapped in a smelly white smoke. I wanted to run, but I found that my whole body felt like being peeled off. Not only was the pain unbearable, but I couldn't exert any strength at all. In the end, he could only fall to the ground and let the acid rain violently sprinkle on his body, and then corrode until only white bones were left. Zombies are no exception. Low-level zombies are the same as ordinary people. After getting wet, they are corroded. The difference is that the smell they emit when corroded is more foul, and the smoke they emit is light yellow. For a time, the entire Jiangtang city was filled with smoke and the smell of death, like a ghost town. Seeing that the situation was not right, Li Xiaoru immediately ran into a building next to the road. I happened to bump into Lin, who was also taking shelter from the rain. When Li Xiaoru saw a stranger, she immediately became wary. "Get out, I occupy this place." When Lin heard it, the voice seemed familiar, as if it was that person on the way that day. Then he said, "Were you the one who stopped me on the road that day?" Li Xiaoru also recalled, "It's you." Lin nodded. "I have been to Tauan base and their boss is very nice." "Yes," Li Xiaoru nodded, "so you are here to protect Tauan base." "That's right," Lin then said. "From now on you will not be alone." The horrific acid rain did not stop until late at night. Countless creatures were turned into a puddle of smelly sewage in this natural disaster. On the second day, the weather became extremely sunny again. It was only around 8 o'clock in the morning, and the sun was already very hot, giving people the illusion that the sun was shining brightly at noon. The high temperature gradually evaporates the acid rain remaining on the ground, and a pungent smell fills the air which makes people feel sick. Wang Tian woke up and slapped his head. He looked at his hands and said to himself with some surprise, "Am I not dead?" The next second he had a splitting headache. He pressed his temples with both hands and closed his eyes to recall what happened last night. Be silent for a while, he suddenly woke up. "Am I going to turn into a zombie?" After reacting, he subconsciously touched his waist and was stunned. "Hey, where's my knife?" After seeing Wang Tian's determination last night, Guoyi hid his knife, fearing that he would insert the knife into his head without paying attention. "Captain, you're awake." Guo also woke up and rubbed his eyes. "Guoyi, where is my sword?" Guo was stunned for a moment, then pretended to be stupid and said, "I don't know, maybe I lost it." Wang Tian no longer struggled with this and changed the topic and asked, "What happened last night? Why didn't I turn into a zombie? I clearly remember that." Guo also became excited immediately, almost jumping up and said excitedly, "Captain, you have awakened your superpower." "I'm awake." Wang Tian was startled and very surprised. "But that little brother said that you are only half awakened, because when you use your powers, you will be counterattacked by the virus and lose your mind. Only when you defeat the counterattack of the virus can you be fully awakened. The virus bites back." Guo also scratched his head. "Captain, I don't know very well, why don't you ask that little brother?" Wang Tian nodded, then put his hands on the bed and tried to stand up, when suddenly there was a sharp pain in his abdomen. He looked down and found a hole in the clothes on his stomach, which looked like it was burned, and there was also a bruise on his stomach. "What's going on?" Guo also said, "Captain, you lost your mind yesterday and were completely out of control. A member of the special department was torn in half alive by you." At this point, Wang Tian's pupils dilated and he couldn't believe it. At the same time, there was a look of self-blame on his face. Although they were incompatible with the people in the special department, he never thought of killing each other. Guo also continued, "Later, the little brother took action and knocked you unconscious with one punch and you stopped." Wang Tian's face was full of surprise. It takes a lot of strength to break the clothes with one punch. Judging from the scorched marks on the edge of the hole, his punch seemed to carry a terrifying supernatural energy. "Okay, I understand." After that, he endured the pain, stood up, got out of bed, and came outside. Gyugi followed him. Suddenly, a pungent smell pierced the nose. He immediately covered his mouth and nose with his hands, frowning slightly. "What does this smell like? Why does it smell like chlorine?" Guo also fanned his nose with his hand, smelled it, and immediately noticed something was wrong. He quickly covered his mouth and nose and said, "Captain, you don't know. After you were knocked unconscious last night, you got a high-concentration drug. Acid rain. Luckily we built this shed, otherwise it would be just a pile of bones." "Acid rain? How is this possible? Jiangtang City hasn't had acid rain for a long time. The last one was 30 years ago, and that acid rain was about the same as vinegar and had no corrosive effect at all." Wang Tian said in disbelief, but the scene in front of him had to convince him. A pungent smell similar to chlorine in the air, the ground is full of pits and holes, densely packed like sponges. At first glance, it looks like they have been corroded by a highly concentrated corrosive liquid. There are obvious traces of peeling on the wall surface of the tall building in the distance, and the traces are like water flow. He still didn't seem to believe it, and seemed eager to see what the world had become, so he planned to walk up the wall to see what was going on outside the base. But they found that Lin Zheng was already standing on the wall. Lin Zheng turned to look at him and said calmly, "You're awake." Wang Tian bowed slightly to Lin Zheng, which was a heartfelt thank you. Not only what happened last night, if it weren't for Lin Zheng these days, they might have died countless times. "Thank you, little brother." Wang Tianian said sincerely, "It's just a little effort." Lin Zheng replied lightly and then continued to look into the distance. Wang Tian and Guo also went up to the wall. When they saw the scene outside, they were really shocked. The trees and ground are full of small holes. From time to time, you can see piles of white bones on the ground. Some of the bones have a pool of flesh and hair that have not been completely corroded. The road is still covered with leaves and branches that are riddled with holes. Seen from a distance, the whole city looks strange and mysterious with a layer of hazy fog floating in it. When Nunu sniffed, he could still smell a faint smell of blood filling the air. At this time, the sun was shining brightly, and the stench was gradually getting stronger. Before, this city was in ruins, but now it can be said to be a purgatory on Earth. Is this all caused by the acid rain last night? Lin Zheng still looked into the distance, nodded, and replied, "That's right." After hearing this, Wang Tian looked worried. Originally, zombies were rampant, which was a devastating blow to mankind, but now there is a natural disaster. Could it be that humans are really going extinct? And who is controlling all this? Is it a god? It is we who have made the gods angry, or an alien civilization. They want to invade the Earth and invade the Earth in this way. Or is it just for no reason? This is a natural occurrence and the law of the universe. It's just that it is far beyond human cognition, so it seems mysterious, strange, and unknowable. Wang Tian looked at the scene in front of him and fell into deep thought, his expression becoming more solemn. Why is there such a sudden natural disaster? Lin Zheng smiled slightly and replied, "It's the end of the world. Natural disasters are normal. Acid rain may be just the beginning." Wang Tian's pupils dilated and his expression was surprised. Is there another natural disaster? Lin Zheng nodded. Wang Tian and Guo also opened their mouths slightly and looked around with solemn expressions. "What is it? Where is it?" the two asked almost in unison. Lin Zheng looked at them and pretended to be mysterious. "Don't you notice anything different today?" After hearing this, the two looked puzzled and looked at each other. What's the difference? Except for these things that have been corroded by acid rain, there seems to be no difference. Suddenly, they remembered something, looked at each other, and then looked at Lin Zheng in surprise. Could it be? The two of them looked at the sky at the same time. The scorching sun was like a furnace, burning brighter and brighter. Then they suddenly woke up and said in unison, "It's the sun." Lin Zheng nodded. "It's only morning now. The sun is as fierce as noon and the temperature continues to rise. This is very abnormal. The scorching sun should be the next round of natural disasters. This is far scarier than acid rain. When acid rain comes, as long as you find a place to hide, you'll be fine. But with the scorching sun in the sky and the temperature rising, there is almost nowhere to escape. Unless you dig a deep hole and hide inside, or use machines such as air conditioners, refrigerators, etc. to forcibly cool down. But now the power system is almost paralyzed and the machines cannot operate. And it is unrealistic to dig a hole in a short time. Fortunately, Lin Zheng had stocked up on home appliances such as air conditioners and refrigerators. In fact, he had ice powers, so he didn't need these things. While talking, Wang Tian and Guo also felt that the temperature was getting higher and higher. Sweat began to drip on both sides of their cheeks, and the surface of their skin began to feel slightly hot. "Little brother, let's go down, the temperature is getting higher and higher." Wang Tian looked at Lin Zheng and found that his face was fair without a drop of sweat, and he didn't seem to feel hot at all. In fact, Lin Zheng had been using ice powers to cool down his body, so he looked as if nothing had happened. "You guys go down," Lin Zheng said calmly. The two of them had no choice but to go down first. The temperature was too high. It would be better to hide in a shed to avoid direct sunlight. Lin Zheng was still standing on the wall, thinking about the relationship between these two natural disasters and the zombie wave 2 days later, or whether it had no relationship at all. Often before a major disaster strikes, there are some signs. For example, before an earthquake strikes, rats and snakes run out of their holes, loaches and locusts scurry up and down, fish float to the surface and swirl, dragonflies move in groups, and bees sting people and animals. This is because the sensory systems of animals are much more sensitive than humans, so they will have various abnormal behaviors before an earthquake strikes. If these two natural disasters are related to the zombie wave 2 days later. How terrifying is the zombie wave that takes natural disasters as a sign? Just when Lin Zheng was thinking, several zombies suddenly appeared on the road. These should be those who happened to be hiding in buildings and survived the acid rain. They roamed the streets at will, looking for living people. Suddenly he saw a pile of uncorroded rotten meat on the road, so he rushed up to it like crazy and started to eat it. There is a sense of sight of a vulture eating. There should still be acid rain left on the carrion, but after the zombies ate it, they acted as if nothing had happened. Lin Zheng frowned slightly, as if he thought of something. Suddenly, a zombie spotted Lin Zheng standing on the wall. He immediately dropped the carrion in his hand and ran towards this side excitedly. When other zombies saw it, they also dropped their carrion and rushed towards them with roars. Ho 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 ho, Lin Zheng smiled slightly, and an orange blast shot out from his palm. The terrifying energy directly vaporized the two zombies. The few remaining ones still rushed forward regardless, their eyes full of desire for flesh and blood. Lin Zheng raised his palm again and shot out several small ice spikes. All the ice spikes were accurately shot into the heads of the zombies. They were like being electrocuted, their whole bodies froze and became extremely hard. Then, Lin Zheng shook his hand. The ice spikes in their heads instantly turned into countless ice shards and exploded violently. The entire head was blown into a meat flower dotted with crystal ice slag. Horrible blood and crystal purity coexist. After killing these zombies, a sound similar to that of a frog came, one after another, echoing continuously. Lin Zheng searched everywhere, but there was no trace. Logically speaking, there should not be so many frogs in the city, let alone in the last days. Moreover, this voice seemed to be awakened by the movement Lin Zheng made before. Where exactly? Jiang Yidong, Wang Tian and others were also attracted by the cry, and they all came to the wall. Everyone looked at Lin Zheng with doubtful expressions. Li Jiang was the first to ask, Zheng, why are there so many frogs croaking? Lin Zheng frowned, listened carefully and said, this is not the sound of a frog. It's not the sound of a frog, what is that? Listen carefully, does it sound like a zombie roaring with its throat pressed down? Lin Zheng said. Everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully. It seemed that this was true and they suddenly felt horrified. Why do zombies make such scary noises? Look at the sewer over there. Li Jiang pointed in the distance and said in surprise. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger. I saw a sewer opening and a mass of gel-like stuff slowly crawled out. The gel seemed to be mixed with a lot of sewer garbage and sewage. It looked disgusting and terrifying. And the number of those things is increasing, seemingly endless, crawling out of the sewer mouth one after another. Wherever they crawl, a thick line of mucus will be left on the ground like a slug, and a faint sound like a squeaking sound can be heard. What is that? It's so disgusting, Zhao Zini said with disgust. As soon as she finished speaking, those meatballs suddenly sprung up like mushrooms after a rain and their heads popped out one after another. They're all zombie heads. In other words, those meatballs were zombies that were corroded by the acid rain last night but did not completely melt. They have all changed into this form and none of them are dead. Lin Zheng stared at the fleshy zombies, seeming to understand something. At this moment, those meatball zombies discovered the people standing on the wall, and they all turned to face this side and kept making frog-like sounds in their mouths. The scene is extremely weird. Suddenly, the mass of flesh under their heads began to squirm rapidly and turned into a long strip, resembling a poisonous snake. It's just that the snake head is the head of a zombie, suddenly. All the fleshy zombies swayed their bodies like poisonous snakes and swam quickly towards the wall. One of them was very fast and had already reached the bottom of the wall. It spat at the wall and the spit emitted white smoke on the wall. Their saliva is actually corrosive. Be careful, Wang Tian shouted, and then ordered all team members to take out their weapons and prepare to fight. Jiang Yidong took out the golden explosive bow from behind with his backhand, pulled it sharply, fully drew the bow, and was ready to go. Li Jiang also took out the golden Tang Dao and swung it violently, and a flame appeared out of thin air. Come on, Grandpa, I will first divide you into 3 sections and then burn them into sections of coal. Woohoo, single press awesome, Li Jiang shouted excitedly. Golden Retriever also roared angrily, strengthening the steel all over his body and then used form control. Countless spikes sprouted from his body like a hedgehog, baring his teeth and looking like a beast. A war is about to break out. And the fleshy zombie that rushed under the wall first relied on the mucus on its body to climb up the wall. It seems that this wall has been repaired in vain. No one expected that zombies would turn into this form. The fleshy zombie jumped up, sword in the air, opened its bloody mouth, Its face was full of excitement, and its snake-like body behind it kept swaying, it's even picking its first food, final. It chose Lin Zheng because he exuded a strong vitality and was extremely attractive to zombies. Belch, it roared low and flew towards Lin Zheng, exposing its fangs and drooling from the corners of its mouth. It looked like it was starving. Snap. Lin Zheng grabbed its head, it was stunned for a moment, and then bit Lin Zheng's tiger's mouth fiercely. Only a click was heard and most of its teeth were broken. "I'm going to let you eat it," Lin Zheng said angrily. At this moment, Lin Zheng's whole body was made of steel and was extremely hard. Naturally, the zombie couldn't bite him and instead broke his own fangs. After saying that, Lin Zheng made a fist with his other hand and punched directly into the mouth of the zombie, penetrating its entire head. Its head was like a deflated rubber ball hanging on Lin Zheng's hand. Lin Zheng swung it violently and threw it off the wall. With a crack, it fell to pieces. The long body swung a few times as if struggling and then stopped moving. But with such skill, the hordes of zombies had already rushed to the wall, snaking up like poisonous snakes. Jiang Yidong had spread his angel wings, flew into the air, and shot wildly at the zombies below. Explosions sounded one after another. Li Jiang waved his Tang Dao and cut off half of the zombie's head with one blow. These days, his sword skills have also improved. He is obviously more flexible, and he also has some tricks and moves. I saw him split a zombie in half vertically with a horizontal chop. Very silky and even, the golden retriever rolled directly into the pile of zombies. The spikes on his body were filled with fleshy zombies, and they were still swinging. The next second, those spikes suddenly grew in size, directly exploding the zombies. Wang Tian and others, armed with various weapons, can also kill vigorously. Suddenly, two zombies attacked at the same time and flew towards Wang Tian. One entangled his hands and the other tied his legs. Wang Tian was instantly unable to move. Seeing that the two zombies were about to bite Wang Tian fell forward suddenly. He crushed the zombie's head on his chest to pieces, then raised his legs and smashed them hard against the ground. The zombie's head wrapped around his legs also exploded instantly. This is the strength of the captain of the Blade team. He is not afraid of danger and reacts quickly. After he fully awakens his powers and his own qualities, he will definitely be a first-rate master. Lin Zheng watched as groups of zombies continued to climb up the wall, and some had already crawled into the base through the hole made by Wang Tian. If this continues, there is no solution. We must stop them and keep them outside the wall so that they can condescendingly carry out crushing massacres. Then let's do this. Lin Zheng suddenly had an idea on how to stop these weird zombies. I saw him slowly squatting down and placing his hands on the ground. Then there was a sound of ice cracking. Lin Zheng was trembling all over, and an extremely powerful force centered on him spread out instantly. Everyone who was fighting was frightened by the terrifying wave of energy and stopped, turning their heads to look at Lin Zheng. Is this all the strength of little brother? In front of him, we are really as small as ants. Wang Tian couldn't help but sigh, then he grabbed a zombie with his backhand, pinched its tail, rolled it in a circle, and then slammed it to the ground. Only a snap was heard and the zombie's head shattered to the ground. Brother Lin Zheng is so awesome. Jiang Yidong, who was flying in the air, suddenly stopped shooting and looked at Lin Zheng, his eyes full of admiration. Ah Zheng nearby. Li Jiang shouted not far away and then chopped down a zombie with a knife, then stepped on it under his feet and kicked it dozens of meters away like a football. The next second. Starting from Lin Zheng's palm, a thick layer of ice began to extend rapidly, as if a cold wave was coming, freezing the wall instantly. In less than 10 seconds, the entire wall was wrapped in a thick layer of ice. Of course, the side Lin Zheng and the others stepped on was not frozen, otherwise the slippery ice surface would prevent them from displaying their strength. A wave of cold air also hit me instantly. Under the scorching sun, where the temperature was rising, the cool air made them feel more comfortable. It had a breathable feeling and was extremely smooth. Everyone exhaled a long breath unconsciously. It's finally cool. Guoyi pulled out the short knife from a zombie's head, then wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "This trick worked as expected." The wall wrapped with a layer of ice became extremely slippery. The zombies on the ground wanted to climb up the wall. After climbing a little, they slid down. After a while, there were many zombies piled up under the wall. Soon, everyone also eliminated the zombies that rushed up the wall and into the base one by one. At this moment, there are corpses everywhere. 2 members of the Blade team died, 4 members of the special department died, and the remaining corpses were all zombies. The rest of the people were fine. Everyone looked at the thick layer of ice on the wall in amazement. Even if they awakened their ice powers, they could condense such a huge piece of ice in an instant. What a powerful support it would take. Now they simply can't imagine what kind of level that is. Lin Zheng stood up slowly and looked at the zombies under the wall. They were densely packed and had accumulated a thick layer. At this time, there are no more zombies crawling out of the sewers. There should be all the zombies here. Now you don't have to worry about zombies rushing into the base. Wang Tian and others reacted quickly, leading the team members to a wall and shooting wildly at the zombies piled underneath. The bullet penetrated the zombie's body and made a B*****G sound. Countless pieces of meat bounced up, but the zombies still had no fear and rushed forward crazily. Li Jiang and Jin Mao are also responsible for the zombies under a wall. One man and one dog jumped off the wall and strangled wildly among the zombies. Jiang Yidong also shot arrows at the bottom of a wall, and explosions continued to sound. Lin Zheng looked at the zombies below and jumped down. When those zombies saw Lin Zheng, they rushed toward him crazily. Lin Zheng slowly stretched out his palm and pointed it at the long list of zombies. Superpower explosion. Boom! A blast of light shot out suddenly. The long string of zombies were instantly wiped out, leaving only small pieces of minced meat and a small tail swinging on the ground. Everyone was attracted by this huge movement. Almost all expressed the same emotion. This kid so terrifying. After destroying the zombies on this wall with one blast, Lin Zheng came to the wall where Li Jiang and Jin Mao were. The explosion in his hand had been condensed, and an orange flame hovered in his palm. The air around the flame was a little distorted. This shows how terrifying this blasting energy is. Jiang, little chicken feather, get out of the way. Lin Zheng raised his palm and shouted to Li Jiang and Jin Mao who were fighting among the zombies. One person and one dog turned around sharply, F***K. After seeing the terrifying explosion, one person and one dog immediately jumped out of the zombie group. The blast from Lin Zheng's palm also shot out, boom. The terrifying high temperature not only caused the zombies to evaporate instantly, but also melted most of the ice on the wall, and water was dripping down. Li Jiang and Jin Mao looked at each other and swallowed. If he had jumped a step too late, he would have evaporated on the spot. The zombies under the other two walls had been almost killed, so Lin Zheng stopped taking action, take off and return to the wall. At this moment, he seemed to have figured out the relationship between these two natural disasters and the zombie wave 2 days later. Evolution. To sum it up in two simple terms, it's evolution. In other words, natural selection, survival of the fittest. The zombies in Jiangtang City are not only mutated from living people infected with the mist, but also mutated from corpses buried underground. But there are still a large part that come from unknown sources, in an endless stream as if there is no end. Maybe it was produced by some mysterious force, or maybe it was bred in a mysterious place. But in short, their number seems endless. In an extremely harsh environment, the strong will be screened out and the weak will be eliminated. Or force the weak to evolve to adapt to the harsh environment. Obviously, these fleshy zombies evolved under the pressure of acid rain and became what they are now. Thinking of this, Lin Zheng couldn't help but take a breath and looked at the increasingly red sun in the sky. He didn't know what kind of terrifying form this high temperature would force the zombies to evolve into. After those zombies that are not adapted to this harsh environment are eliminated, the overall strength of the remaining zombies will be greatly improved. This is a nightmare for the surviving humans. There are still 2 days until the zombie wave begins, and we don't know what kind of natural disasters will come in these 2 days and what kind of zombies will evolve into them, even if it is a natural disaster. Zombies may also evolve into different forms to adapt to the environment. The meatball shape that Lin Zheng and the others saw now may be just one of the forms that zombies evolve to adapt to acid rain. What other terrifying forms there are unknown. But often the unknown is the scariest thing. Just as Lin Zheng was deep in thought, Wang Tian and Li Jiang had finished dealing with the remaining zombies and returned to Lin Zheng. Seeing his serious look, Wang Tian couldn't help but ask, "Little brother, have you thought of something?" Lin Zheng pointed at the fleshy zombies and said, "This is the meaning of natural disasters, forcing zombies to evolve and become stronger." Hearing this answer, everyone was shocked, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Wang Tian's expression became more and more solemn. He seemed to have thought of something terrible, so he said to Lin Zheng, "Little brother, do you think this natural disaster happened by chance, or—" The next words were so ridiculous that Wang Tian paused and did not say it. After much hesitation, he finally said what he thought: God did it intentionally. Hearing Wang Tian's remarks, everyone present was shocked and stared at him with wide eyes. The reason why Wang Tian thinks this way is because these two natural disasters happened so suddenly and almost seamlessly, as if they were deliberately arranged. "Captain, what you are saying is too mysterious. Guo couldn't help but smacked his tongue. Zhao Zini also stood up and said, "Yes, Captain, you are talking as if there are gods and the gods are on the side of the zombies. How is this possible?" In fact, Lin Zheng also thought this way. The system only told Lin Zheng some general development trends of mankind in the later period. As for the details of development and the origin of zombies, it did not clearly explain it. It's because Lin Zheng is not at a high enough level to view it. It seems that I will have to work harder to collect mutant items and copy other people's abilities in the future. In this way, the sooner we can know the details of the direction of the world, and we can make corresponding preparations in advance. Being prepared will prevent you from being at a loss when disaster strikes. Lin Zheng thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "I'm not sure whether God did this intentionally, but there must be some mysterious connection between the two." These two natural disasters did come too suddenly and strangely. Everyone was even more surprised when they heard that their backbone, Lin Zheng, did not deny it. Is there really a God in this world? Could this inexplicable zombie be created by God? Everyone felt like there was a thick dark cloud above their heads, making them breathless, their chests felt tight, and their brains felt dizzy. The worldview they had established over the years began to shake slightly the moment the zombies appeared. At this moment, it began to slowly collapse. At this moment, the sun is rising higher and higher in the sky, and the temperature is getting higher and higher. Everyone felt as if they were standing next to a furnace burning with a blazing fire. Sweat flowed down like it was free of charge. Only Lin Zheng, who possesses ice powers, is calm, quiet, and peaceful. Unlike others, his cheeks were red, he kept taking deep breaths, using his hands as a fan, and his mood became a little irritable and restless. "It's so hot, Zheng, let's go back to the safe house quickly. It feels like it's almost cooked." Li Jiang kept swallowing his saliva and said, "Let's go back." Then everyone ran down as if running away and hid in a cool place. Lin Zheng and others returned to the safe house, Wang Tian and others returned to the shed. There is a refrigeration system in the safe house. Lin Zheng took out several large-capacity batteries, connected it to the safe house's power supply system, and then turned on the safe house's cooling system to the maximum. Suddenly, a burst of cool air blew from all directions in the safe house. Li Jiang and Jiang Yidong squinted their eyes and exhaled, feeling much better immediately. Especially golden retrievers, dogs have no sweat glands and can only rely on the sweat glands on their tongues to dissipate heat, so they are particularly afraid of heat. The golden retriever almost fainted from the heat before. Now that the cool breeze was blowing, I finally reacted, lying on the ground, sticking out my tongue, drooping my ears with an expression of unusual enjoyment. However, Wang Tian and the others are miserable. Even if you stay in the shed, the heat is unbearable. Because they couldn't stand it anymore, they ran outside the base and grabbed the ice cubes that hadn't melted on the wall. But soon, those ice cubes melted, they fell into the heat again. At this time, Lin Zheng appeared at the door of the shed. Everyone was a little curious. I saw Lin Zheng slowly raising his palm, and a ray of light condensed in his palm. They all recognized that this was his explosive power, and disappeared immediately with one move. Everyone looked at Lin Zheng with horror on their faces, wondering why he did this. A strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Lin Zheng's mouth. "Little brother, what are you doing?" Wang Tian asked nervously. Lin Zheng said nothing, his face was expressionless, and the explosive energy condensed in his hands became stronger and stronger. Boom! A blast shot out suddenly, and everyone subconsciously covered their eyes with their hands and turned their heads, thinking that they would definitely die. After a few seconds, they found that they were unharmed, and a feeling of escaping from death surged up. After feeling lucky, they looked at Lin Zheng. He discovered that his blast was not fired at himself, but at the ground next to him. Suddenly, a burning smell wafted over him. Then there was a dong sound, as if something was opened, and the earth seemed to tremble slightly. Everyone looked at Lin Zheng's behavior and was a little confused. After a while, Lin Zheng suddenly squeezed it hard, and then there was a muffled sound from the ground. This time the ground really shook violently. Everyone could feel the soles of their feet slightly leaving the ground and their bodies shook quickly. Earthquake, everyone was stunned. It wasn't until Lin Zheng took back the blast that they understood Lin Zheng's intention. I saw a hole diagonally downwards on the ground. The entrance of the hole could just accommodate one person entering and exiting, so it was not crowded. The last violent shaking was caused by Lin Zheng controlling the explosion to explode underground, creating an open space. The structure of the entire burrow is somewhat similar to a long-necked funnel placed diagonally. It turned out that Lin was using blasting to help them dig a hole quickly, otherwise, as the temperature increased, they might really die from the heat. After Wang Tian and others understood the truth, Their eyes filled with tears and their expressions were filled with gratitude. "Thank you, little brother," Wang Tian bowed sincerely to Lin Zheng and said. Lin Zheng said, "You're welcome, 20 promises." Wang Tian, "After all, I paid by mistake. Where in the world is there a free lunch?" As well as the members of the special department, they all voluntarily made this promise to Lin Zheng. "Would you like some ice for you?" Lin Zheng suddenly asked. When Wang Tian heard this, his face lit up and he added some ice to make it even cooler. Naturally, it was the best, but after thinking about it, he immediately paused and said, "How much?" 20. Wang Tian took a breath. "If he continues like this, he will use up the entire Blade team. How will you explain it to them then?" However, looking at the sweltering heat of the team members, Wang Tian still gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. 20, just 20. Lin Zheng smiled slightly, then he placed his hands lightly on the ground and concentrated for a moment. Then a wave of cold air hit him instantly. With Lin Zheng's palm as the center, the ice layer began to extend rapidly. But the extending ice layer seemed to have eyes, and it automatically avoided Wang Tian and others and the entrance of the cave. In less than a moment, the entire shed was covered with a thick layer of ice. The originally hot environment suddenly became cooler. After doing all this, Lin Zheng left. Looking back, he did not forget to remind Wang Tian, "Captain Wang, remember how many promises you owe me." Wang Tian, he couldn't help but sigh. Why didn't he awaken the ice power? On the other side, Xolin and Li Zioru were hiding in a building. It was okay at first, but as time went by, the temperature got higher and higher. They kept sweating and soon they became thirsty. Fortunately, the supplies that Li Zioru grabbed earlier included mineral water. They drank bottle after bottle of water. Although they were not thirsty, their bodies were unbearably hot. Li Zioru looked at the mineral water in front of her. She really wanted to pour a bottle on herself to cool down, but her reason told her that water should not be wasted like this. Xolin, who was standing by, seemed to see what she was thinking and asked in a low voice, "Sister, do you want to pour water on yourself to cool down?" Li Zioru glanced at him and said nothing, just nodded slightly. When Xolin saw it, he immediately smiled and said, "Sister, you can water it. I have water too." "You have one too." Li Zioru looked at him and it didn't look like he had water hidden in it. She guessed that maybe he had hidden the water somewhere, but what he did next surprised her. Xolin stretched out his palm and then a stream of water slowly flowed out of his palm. "Sister, look." Li Zioru looked at him in surprise. "You have a water power." Xolin nodded and Li Zioru touched the water with her hand. It was extremely cool and then licked the remaining water on her fingers with her tongue. It was very clean and had no odor. In the end of the world, this kind of superpower is simply a gift from God. Maybe it's not very powerful for actual combat, but it's extremely important for survival. With this person who has awakened water powers by his side, Li Zioru no longer has any scruples and directly unscrews a bottle of water and pours it on her face. A coolness spread through her skin and throughout her body, and she felt extremely comfortable instantly. At the same time, the blood on her face was also washed away, revealing her scarred but fair and beautiful face. "So my sister is so good-looking." Xolin couldn't help but sigh after seeing Li Zioru's face. Li Zioru hit him on the head. "You kid, do you know what it means to be good-looking?" "Of course my mother is pretty." When he mentioned his mother, Xolin suddenly looked lonely and sad, lowered his head. His mother's body was placed aside, and Xolin couldn't help but take another look. He always felt that his mother was just asleep, but his reason told him that his mother was already dead. Li Zioru has slowly accepted this young man these days. At least he won't be as malicious as others. She touched Xiolin's head and said, "From now on, I will be your sister." Xolin slowly raised his head and looked at Li Zioru with tears in his eyes. "Really?" "Certainly. They are of different ages, come from different places, and have different identities and backgrounds, but now they are brought together because of the apocalypse. This is an unexplainable and endless fate." Just then, a strange roar broke this tender moment. "There are zombies." Li Zioru frowned, her expression became serious, and she immediately made a defensive posture, but she looked around and didn't see any zombies. What's going on? Did I hear it wrong? Li Zioru began to wonder if she heard it wrong. He looked at Xolin, who also looked around warily and said, "Sister, you heard it right, I heard it too." It seemed like the cry of a zombie, but it was a little different. Could it be that they are high-level zombies? Li Zioru's heart suddenly lifted. At this time, the temperature was very high, and the two of them were in a tense atmosphere, and soon began to sweat on their faces. The two's breathing became rapid. Suddenly, I heard a bang, like gasoline being instantly ignited. The two of them looked at the sound at the same time, and their mouths opened wide in surprise. I saw Lin's mother's body suddenly burst into flames, and the raging fire immediately enveloped her entire body. Mom, Lin yelled and rushed over, but Li Xiaoru stopped her in time. Wait a minute. The next second, Lin's mother's body actually stood up in an extremely strange way. She was originally lying flat on the ground. First, her waist suddenly straightened up, forming an arch bridge shape, and there was a sound of fine bones rubbing together. Then he slowly raised his head, and his whole body slowly straightened as if a spring had been placed on it. Her feet seemed to be welded to the ground, not moving at all. After standing up straight, the fire on his body became less intense, and a layer of light yellow flame burned on the surface of his body. However, the fire just now had burned her to a disgrace. Her face was covered in charred black skin, and the exposed flesh was burned to a charred yellow color and was still sizzling and oily, making her look extremely scary. Click, click. At this moment, her neck slowly twisted like a machine, and she looked at Lin and Li Xiaoru. When the two of them saw that terrifying appearance, they couldn't help but feel shocked. The next second, she suddenly spit out a stream of fire from her mouth and rushed towards the two of them. This is the mutation caused by the second natural disaster combined with the fog, the flaming zombies. Li Xiaoru frowned, just about to use his mind to kill her. Upon seeing this, Lin hugged Li Xiaoru and said loudly, "Sister, no." At this time, the flaming zombies had already rushed forward and sprayed another burst of fire at the two of them. When Li Xiaoru saw this, she rolled with Lin to avoid the flames. Then he looked at Lin and said seriously, "She is no longer your mother, she is a zombie now." Lin kept shaking his head, "No, no, no, she is my mother." Taking advantage of this gap, the flaming zombie flew towards the two of them. Li Xiaoru kicked it directly in the stomach, temporarily kicking it back. The two of them quickly stood up, but Li Xiaoru's shoes actually caught fire. She kept rubbing them back and forth on the ground, but the fire was still not small. At the critical moment, Lin sprayed out a stream of water which extinguished the flames. This time, the flaming zombies rushed directly towards Lin. Lin was wary and did not take action but kept dodging. From time to time, the clothes on his body would be ignited and he would put them out with water. Li Xiaoru knew that he still couldn't let go of his mother. So he shouted to him, "Lin, please wake up, your mother is dead. I know you can't forget her. The body in front of you is just what your mother once had, but now it's been taken over by the zombie virus, do you understand?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin seemed to be touched. He was distracted and fell to the ground. The flame zombies also roared and rushed forward. "Be careful," Li Xiaoru shouted. The distance was beyond the control of her mind, so she could only watch helplessly. Lin looked at the monster in front of him who had no feelings for him. At this moment, he finally woke up. This is not his mother. This is a zombie and his mother is dead. Ah. He shouted, then stretched out his palms to aim at the flaming zombies, and then two fierce streams of water shot out, directly knocking the flaming zombies away. Li Xiaoru smiled happily when she saw this scene. "You finally woke up." Then she quickly ran towards the flaming zombie. Now she had no worries at all. When she came to the flaming zombie, she frowned and a powerful force of thought swept over violently. The next second, the flaming zombie suddenly inserted his hands into his head and then stirred it violently, stirring himself to death. The flames on its body did not go out after it died and continued to burn. However, what was burning now was its body. When this body burned out, the flames would naturally go out. At this time, Lin also got up from the ground, with faint tears on his face. Looking at the corpse on the ground where his mother could no longer be distinguished, he took a long breath as if he was making the final farewell. He slowly raised his palm and sprayed water mist on the body. When water and fire meet, there is a burst of white smoke and hissing sound. After the white smoke dissipated, the corpse had turned into black charcoal. Lin knelt down and touched it lightly, and the black charcoal body shattered to pieces. In this way, the high temperature lasted until the evening and slowly subsided. During this period, the highest temperature reached a terrifying 70 degrees. Countless people were heated to death or died of dehydration due to lack of water. Some people found a relatively deep basement and escaped, but at this moment everyone was extremely thirsty and went out one after another to search for potable water sources. Some people followed the sewer pipes and hid deep in the sewers, but also escaped. However, many people were devoured alive by the fleshy zombies in the sewers. Those who were lucky enough to survive were all very thirsty. Although there was water in the sewers, it was stinking sewage that was impossible to drink. For a time, many figures emerged from many sewer mouths. Regardless of the danger from zombies, they all came out to look for water. Many people came to the gate of Tauan base. They are all familiar with this base. Because of the notice Lin Zheng sent before, they all know that this base is rich in supplies and there must be water to drink. For a time, the entrance to Tauan base was crowded with people. All of them had sallow complexions, dry mouths, and half-dead looks like walking corpses. Everyone tacitly knew that everyone came to the Tauan base to beg for supplies. It just so happens that there is strength in numbers. As long as they are united, they are not afraid that the people in the Tauan base will not provide supplies. If they really don't provide supplies, they will capture the base at worst. Almost all of them are armed with weapons. This is a habit they have developed since the end of the world, not only to protect against zombies but also to protect against humans. At this time, a naked man with dragons and phoenixes painted on his body stepped forward and said, "Everyone, please pay attention, I want to say something." Everyone's eyes were attracted to him and they all looked at him. When the big man saw that everyone was looking at him, he flexed his muscles and went straight to a huge piece of gravel. The gravel was originally a stone sculpture on the roadside. Later, he was ed hard by Li Jiang who was doing nothing. The big man spat on his hands, then rubbed his hands, hugged the piece of gravel, and then shouted, lifting the 1,000 jin piece of gravel. Everyone was frightened by his terrifying strength. Could this person be an awakened person? Ah. The big man roared again and then threw the stone, which weighed more than 1,000 kilograms 4 to 5 meters away. Wow! Everyone exclaimed, the big man is indeed an awakened person and a power-type awakened person. If he is at his peak state, he can lift an object weighing 2,000 kilograms. But now, due to the long-term high temperature, lack of water, lack of physical strength, and greatly reduced strength. The purpose of his move was to establish prestige among the crowd so that he could receive more supplies later. You have also seen that I have awakened my powers, which are powers. When he said this, his face was full of pride and he continued, the purpose of all of us is the same, which is to fight for this. The Tauan base asks for some water, but if they don't give it to us, what will we do? What else can we do if we don't give it? If someone builds a base, there must be some means we can still deny it. Someone below said. Yi suddenly pointed at him and said, oh yes, it's an open robbery. Some of the people below have no self-confidence, the big man said again. Haven't you seen the strength of our family? If the people in Tauan base dare to push me, I will crush them to death. Of course, my strength alone is definitely not enough. I need everyone's help. What this big man said was reasonable and well-founded, and the people below began to waver. Someone started to say, okay, I'll do it with you. If Tauan base is unwilling to provide supplies, we will capture it by force. With the support of an awakened person, their confidence instantly increased. More and more people began to join the big man's team and stood in front of him. The big man secretly rejoiced in his heart. If there really was a fight, he would let these people go up first to be cannon fodder, while he would secretly move the supplies. If this Tauan base understands the current situation and provides supplies, then he can also monopolize the supplies with the power of strength. No one dares to compete with him, so this move of his is simply killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, a thin young man silently left the crowd and stood alone in the corner. It was obvious that he did not want to be with this group of people. The big man noticed the young man, pointed at him and said, Hey, that kid over there, why don't you stand up here? Are you planning to fight alone? The young man didn't reply, just leaned against the wall quietly. Seeing that the young man was neglecting him, the big man suddenly became angry and said, Boy, if you don't join us, it won't be your share to share the things. Don't beg us to share your share like a dog. The big man looked like he had superpowers and so many people supported him, so he started to talk wildly to the young man. Yes, if you don't join us, don't even think about sharing supplies when the time comes. Get out of here. Someone began to insult the young man. The young man was still standing in the corner, waiting silently without making a sound. Isn't this kid still a mute? Yelling, he picked up a pebble on the ground and threw it towards him. The young man suddenly turned his head and looked at the stone. Bang! The pebble was blocked by a wall of air in front of the young man and bounced back. The big man was shocked. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. He turns out to be an awakened person. His superpower is related to controlling the air. The moment the stone hits, he can control the air to form a wall of air in front of him. At this time, the young man finally spoke. He warned these people in a deep voice, "Don't mess with me or I will kill you all." Everyone was frightened by the murderous eyes and took a step back unconsciously. The big man was obviously unconvinced. He walked out of the crowd, came to the young man, exposed his muscles and said provocatively, "Boy, don't think that you are the only one with special powers. I'm from the strength system. I can knock the shit out of you with one punch. Don't it's so arrogant." You can give it a try and see if you punch me to death first or if my air knife cuts your throat first. The young man said coldly with murderous intent, and it was definitely not a joke. The young man's fingers were already beating, and the surrounding airflow also experienced some subtle changes. As soon as the big man made a move, the young man immediately cut his throat with an air knife. Fine, the big man was scared. Strength-based abilities should be the weakest among all abilities so far. They can only fight in close combat, while other abilities can either kill people from a distance or kill people invisible. Of course, the power system can also choose to throw rocks and kill the opponent, but that is obviously not as useful as a gun. Boy, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Don't let me meet you next time. After saying that, the big man walked straight towards the main gate of Tauan base. The young man also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was sure to kill the big man, he was still an awakened person after all, and he might also be seriously injured. Being injured at this time was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, the big man gave up first. Open the door, open the door. The big man banged on the door and shouted into Tauan base. Others also gathered around and shouted loudly along with the big man, open the door. Open the door. Suddenly, Lin Zheng appeared on the wall and said coldly to the people below, "Are you here to exchange supplies?" Seeing someone appear, the big man stepped forward, put his hands on his hips, raised his head and said to Lin Zheng, "Young man, we are very hungry and thirsty, and we want to ask you for something to eat and drink." He looked exactly like a robber, and his language was full of playful and provocative meanings. Lin Zheng just clasped his hands in front of his chest and said, "If you don't have superpowers, get out of here, or you will be killed without mercy." When the big man heard that he had special powers, he thought about whether he could exchange them for some supplies. There was no need to fight. After all, no one could guarantee what would happen if there was a fight, so he said, "I have special powers." "What materials can be exchanged for?" "A box of instant noodles." "No more. Do you want to change?" Lin Zheng looked at the big man and whispered. The big man waved his hand and said, "1 box of instant noodles is enough for anyone." "So 50 boxes of instant noodles plus 30 boxes of water. Look at how many of us there are, that's enough." When other people heard this, they all agreed, yes, there are so many of us, so this is enough. "I don't know what the hell the weather is today, it's so hot. We're almost dying of thirst. Please give us 10 more boxes of water, otherwise there won't be enough water to drink." Lin Zheng couldn't help but laugh when he saw that the people below him started to make demands of him and said, "I'll give you 10 seconds to leave here, or else you'll turn into a corpse lying here, waiting for the zombies to take it away." The people below were not happy when they heard this. "Young man, your base is rich in supplies. What's wrong with sharing some with us? Look at us all dying of thirst. Do you want to just watch us die like this?" A man pointed at Lin Zheng and said angrily. Lin Zheng shook his head and said calmly, "Whether you die or not has anything to do with me, get out of here." As soon as these words came out, the situation immediately exploded. They all pointed at and even insulted Lin Zheng. The big man showed off his muscles and threatened, "Boy, it doesn't matter if you don't open the door. You see, I am a power awakener. You broke the door, I just punched it open. If you don't open the door just now, give us the supplies we mentioned. If you wait for us to rush in, you won't regret it." Lin Zheng ignored the big man's words and said, "You still have 5 seconds. Seeing that he was ignored again, the big man suddenly became furious and wanted to find a stone to throw at Lin Zheng. At this time, the young man standing in the corner suddenly stepped forward and said to Lin Zheng, who was standing on the wall, "I am an awakened person, and I will exchange it for a box of instant noodles." Lin Zheng glanced at the young man. He could feel the other man's calmness and fierceness. He knew that this young man must be no ordinary person, so he shouted to the base, "Jiang, bring out a box of instant noodles." Then he said to the young man, "Yes, but you must shake my hand for 10 seconds. The young man nodded, "Okay." Then Lin Zheng jumped down from the wall and faced the boy. Just when he was about to reach out, the boy suddenly said to him, "Can you give me another box of water?" "No," Lin Zheng refused directly. The young man slowly raised his head, looked at Lin Zheng and said, "I can help you kill these people." To treat the lives of dozens of people as nothing for a box of water is truly a ruthless person. When the others heard this, their expressions suddenly changed and they looked at the young man in horror. Lin Zheng smiled and said, "For a box of water you killed so many people, I wonder if you will kill me too." The young man shook his head extremely seriously and said, "No, you are very strong, I can't beat you." Unexpectedly, this young man is quite self-aware and can clearly see the opponent's strength. At this time, the big man walked up to the young man with an angry face, grabbed the young man's collar, lifted him up, and said angrily, "Boy, what do you mean, kill us all? I don't think you can. Do you know how to write the word death?" Seeing the big man taking action, other people gained the confidence to surround him, raised their fists and shouted, "Kill him." But the young man ignored them completely and looked at Lin Zheng again and said, "How is it?" Lin Zheng clasped his hands on his chest and said calmly, "Kill this big guy first and then I'll think about it." Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes immediately became sharp. He suddenly turned his head to look at the big man. The big man was shocked by the sight and an inexplicable sense of fear surged up. The young man's eyes were like the eyes of a beast. After one more look, his heart couldn't help but tremble. This sense of fear made the big man very angry. He raised his fist and gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, look at your horse. I will punch you to death." After saying that, he punched the boy in the face with his fist as big as a casserole. The people around were still shouting, "Beat him to death." Beat him to death, the young man looked calm and remained unmoved. Bang! When the big man's fist was about to hit the boy's face, it suddenly hit a wall of air. The place where he hit was slightly dented, causing ripples. His fist was as if hitting a layer of water, weak and weak, however. The big man punched almost with all his strength. The young man's face turned pale and he was obviously hurt, just when the big man was about to throw his second punch. An air knife directly cut the wrist of his other hand, and the pain forced him to put down the boy. The big man looked at his bloody wrist and became more and more angry. He clenched his fists and rushed towards the young man with a roar. Whoosh! Several transparent air knives shot out from in front of the young man, stabbing the big man straight. The big man dodged and avoided most of the air knives, then swatted one of them away with a horizontal palm strike. Seeing that the other party's air knife was so rubbish, the big man couldn't help but laugh. "Kid, you dare to be so arrogant with this little skill. You are really stubborn. Such a good power is in vain in your hands." Facing the humiliation of the big man, the young man remained silent. Only Lin Zheng noticed that his fingers were still changing their movements rapidly. Obviously, his offensive was not over yet. Lin Zheng smiled slightly and whispered, "That big guy is cold. Really." The next second, the air knives that had been dodged by the big man suddenly changed their directions and merged into one. A faint cold light could be seen on the blades. "Die, you kid!" The big man roared and rushed towards the young man. He didn't notice at all that an extremely sharp air knife behind him was flying towards his neck. Stab! The big man suddenly stopped. His eyes were horrified. The people present didn't understand why and kept urging the big man to take action quickly. "Why did you stop?" "Kill that kid. Yes, do it quickly. What are you doing?" Just when everyone was complaining about the big man suddenly covered his neck with both hands and his body began to tremble violently. The next second, countless scarlet liquid flowed out from between his fingers. He looked at the young man unwillingly and kept approaching him, determined to drag him to death together. Damn, you and I will die together." The big man burst out with his last strength, released his hands covering his neck, and blood suddenly spurted out. He bared his teeth and ran towards the young man. Unexpectedly, the young man stood up suddenly, condensed an air knife in his hand, and rushed towards the big man. The big man looked ferocious. When he saw that the young man did not hide but greeted him, he was overjoyed and decided to drag him to death. He grabbed the young man's neck. The young man ignored him, raised the air knife in his hand, and stabbed at the heart of the big man. The speed was so fast that it almost left an afterimage. A stream of warm blood suddenly spurted out from the big man's heart and sprinkled on the young man's face. The young man became more and more crazy, and the movements of his hands became faster and faster. After a while, the flesh of the big man's heart was stabbed to pieces. The young man's neck was strangled by the big man, his face gradually turned purple, his eyes popped out, and he was almost suffocating. Slowly, due to excessive blood loss and severe heart damage, the strength in the big man's hands gradually disappeared. The young man pushed hard and pushed the big man with a look of unwillingness to the ground. He coughed violently a few times, regained his breath, and then slowly spread out the air knife in his hand. Then he walked to Lin Zheng with blood all over his body and said with a weak breath, "How about it? Can you do it now?" "This is the end. A box of water is far more important than a human life." Lin Zheng looked at the young man. His superpower was quite good. If he practiced it well, he could kill people without being noticed. When the enemy was not prepared, he could quietly stab him in the neck. It is simply a must-have power for Lao Liu. Just when Lin Zheng was about to speak, a middle-aged man in a plaid shirt suddenly rushed behind Lin Zheng and put a knife on his neck. He shouted to the young man, "Don't come over or I will kill him and you won't be able to take it. It's time for instant noodles and mineral water." After seeing a big man being killed by a teenager, the middle-aged man in a plaid shirt knew that they would be next. Running is definitely not a wise choice. After all, the opponent has special powers. I am afraid that his throat will be slit by the air knife after running a few steps. The only way is to threaten him and let him leave on his own. The middle-aged man in the plaid shirt shouted to the others. He killed that big man before you came to help. Do you think we can run away? He will definitely kill us all in exchange for a box of water. The rest of the people originally planned to run away, but were shaken by what the middle-aged man in plaid shirt said. They all stood behind him again. There were even two people, like the middle-aged men in plaid shirts, holding knives on Lin Zheng's neck. Seeing that Lin Zheng was under control, the middle-aged man in plaid shirt took a long breath and his expression became more relaxed. He said to the young man, "Boy, we have no enmity with you. It was you who wanted to kill us first to change the water. We also know that you have awakened your superpower and are not your opponent. You just want to get more supplies. We those who have hijacked the Tauan base now, why don't you come with us and attack them together? Then we will have as many supplies as we need. How about think about it and let's cooperate?" The young man still looked calm and did not reply. He just whispered to himself, "Idiot." Obviously those people didn't know what a terrifying existence they were holding hostage. Seeing that the boy didn't reply, the middle-aged man in plaid shirt continued, "It doesn't matter if you don't cooperate with us. When we capture this base, we will give you a share of the supplies. Let's put the grudge between us to rest today, how about that?" The boy still didn't say anything, just silently admiring their extremely stupid behavior. At this moment, Li Jiang walked out of the base holding instant noodles, Jiang Yitong followed, and Wang Tian and others also came out. But as soon as he came out, he saw Lin Zheng being held hostage with a knife. However, they did not show any surprised expressions, but silently prayed for those people in their hearts. Seeing so many people coming out, the middle-aged man in the plaid shirt was a little panicked. But when I thought that I had a hostage in hand, I felt a little more confident. He saw that Lin Zheng was neatly dressed, and his behavior and speech were different from ordinary people, so he guessed that he must be a very important person. However, the person who came out didn't look panicked at all. He panicked all of a sudden. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? This guy was just an ordinary base resident. "Boy, are you just an ordinary resident in the base?" The middle-aged man in the plaid shirt moved the knife in his hand and asked Lin Zheng. At this time, Li Jiang responded first, "An ordinary resident? He is the lord of our base." "Lord?" The middle-aged man in plaid shirt was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he was catching the lord. That shouldn't be the case. Their lord was arrested. Why are they so calm? Not being able to control that much anymore, the middle-aged man in plaid shirt said to Li Jiang and others, "How many people are there in your base? Tell them truthfully. If there is any concealment, I will kill your lord." Li Jiang spread his hands and said, "These are the people, don't you know how to count them yourself? Why are there only a dozen people?" The middle-aged man in plaid shirt was a little surprised, but he was also ecstatic in his heart. It was obvious that there were more of them than the people in Tauan base. He said to the others, "As you can see, there are only a dozen people in this base and none of them have weapons. Let's rush in quickly and occupy the base." Good. Everyone raised their weapons and shouted in unison. They all looked excited and wanted something to eat and drink right away. And looking at the people in this base, all of them are fair and energetic. They must be rich in materials to maintain such a state. When they think of this, they become even more yearning and excited. As he said this, someone was about to rush into the base. The middle-aged man in a plaid shirt smiled and felt proud. He didn't expect an uprising to be so simple. "I achieved such great success just by leading myself casually. I'm such a natural leader." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zheng suddenly looked at him. At this time he was already drifting, as if he equated himself with the great men in history. He was just about to say something to Lin Zheng, sudden his whole head flew up directly. The two people next to him were dumbfounded and had no idea what was happening. After a while, one of them looked at Lin Zheng in horror, as if he had discovered something. "It's you are the awakened one." He almost shouted out in a low voice. His expression went from confused to horrified in just half a second. Another person also looked at Lin Zheng, trembling all over. Dong dong, two human heads rolled to the ground. Those who rushed towards the base immediately paused. Looking at this horrific scene, they didn't know what to do. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Lin Zheng looked at Li Jiang, Jiang Yitong, and Jin Mao and said coldly, "Kill, no one will be spared." The two men and one dog received instructions from Lin Zheng and immediately started to act. After a burst of sword flashes and explosions, corpses lay scattered on the ground. Wang Tian and others did not take action and did not dare to stop them. They could only stand aside honestly. The young man who saw this scene was obviously shocked. "I didn't expect that this small base would be crouching tiger, hidden dragon with many masters." Just when he was lost in thought, Lin Zheng had already walked up to him and said, "Stretch out your hand." The young man was stunned for a moment before he realized what he was doing and slowly stretched out his hand. 10 seconds later, congratulations to the host, successfully copied the air control ability. But when he let go of the young man's hand, Lin Zheng discovered that although his hands were dirty, his nails were very clean and there was no dirt at all. Lin Zheng was immediately alert. The person in front of him looked like a disguise. Why did he come to Tauan base disguised as this? Okay, you can leave with your instant noodles and water. The young man was stunned for a moment, then slowly turned around. Suddenly, he turned back and knelt in front of Lin Zheng, begging bitterly, "Please take me in, I am willing to do anything for you." After hearing the young man's words, Lin Zheng was suspicious, but he began to have some ideas. Could this person be an undercover agent sent by another base? I want to take this opportunity to penetrate into the Tauan base and finally cooperate with the inside and outside to capture the Tauan base. I just don't know which base is so ignorant that it chose Tauan base. Lin was thinking about it, and suddenly his eyes turned sideways and he was actually staring at himself, so let him be damned. So Lin Zheng took advantage of the situation and nodded in agreement with the young man's request. "I think you are pretty good and can join our base. Get up." The young man was overjoyed. He didn't expect to join so easily. Thinking about it, you can understand that you are an awakened person. In this troubled world where dangers are everywhere, you are a hot commodity to the base. Who doesn't want to have more awakened people in his base? "Hello, Lord, my name is Li. The young man stood up with excitement on his face and bowed to Lin Zheng. Li Jiang and others were a little confused. Didn't they agree not to recruit people for the time being? Why did they suddenly start recruiting people? However, when a newcomer came in, Li Jiang was still very happy. He immediately ran to Li, patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, you are really lucky this time. You can join our Tauan base. You will find that this is the luckiest thing in your life." "Oh, really?" Li replied with a forced smile. "Of course, our Tauan base will become Blue Star's first base in the future, our boss." Having said this, Li Jiang pointed at Lin Zheng. "This is the one who will be the Lord of Blue Star's first base in the future. And he is the first generation of founding heroes. How about it, yearning for it, or not yearning for it, or not excitement or excitement?" Obviously, Li Jiang has been completely given over to the CPU by Lin Zheng, and now his thoughts are all about being a veteran and a hero. Li smiled awkwardly again. "Let's go, I'll take you to visit our base." With that, Li Jiang pulled Li into the base. Wang Tian and others also went in, but Lin Zheng remained outside. He always felt that something was wrong outside. After everyone left, he turned on the monitor to check the surrounding situation. Sure enough, a group of heavily armed people were found in a building next to the base. Each of them was holding a firearm and wearing black body armor. They were observing the situation in Tauan base. One of the people holding a telescope looked at it for a while, then put down the telescope and said to the others, "Li has successfully penetrated into the base. Now we just need to wait for his signal, and we will attack the base in one fell swoop and capture it." After that, he emphasized again, "The old, the weak, the sick, the young, as well as those who resist and disobey will all be killed." Yes, as Lin Zheng expected, that young man was indeed an undercover agent who broke into the base, and the group of people hiding in the building were his agents. Lin Zheng smiled slightly. "Since you are here, let's all stay." After that, he also returned to the base. At this time, Li Jiang was taking Li to visit tanks and armored vehicles. Li's face was obviously shocked. He never expected that this small base actually had so much heavy equipment. However, fortunately, there were only a dozen of them. This was what puzzled him. How could such a few people get so many armored vehicles and tanks? Even so, this does not seem to affect the implementation of their plan. He subconsciously looked at Lin Zheng. "I started to make calculations in my mind. This person is the strongest in this base. As long as he is dealt with, the rest will be easy. The best way is to make it lower its guard against you, then take advantage of it and strike with a fatal blow." Suddenly, a way emerged in his mind. He came to Lin Zheng, bowed to Lin Zheng first, and then said in a grateful tone, "Lord, thank you for taking me in. In this doomsday, I have nothing to repay, and I will work like a cow for you from now on. The horse will repay you." Lin waved his hands expressionlessly but secretly said in his heart, "How long will you keep pretending?" Then Li took out something from his arms, opened it, and saw that it was a jade plaque with a Buddha statue. He said to Lin Zheng, "Lord, this is a Buddhist amulet passed down from my family's ancestors to keep you safe. Now I will give it to you. It is also a little thought from me. Please be sure to follow me, Lord." Lin Zheng thought to himself, It's passed down from ancestors, maybe it's not a Tawuan item bought on the roadside. However, Lin Zheng was not in a hurry to expose him but cooperated with his performance and said, "Since it is your heart, then I will accept it." "Thanks to your lord you don't mind, Li Li is really honored." Li Li pretended to be extremely excited and said with a slightly trembling voice. Lin Zheng couldn't help but applaud his superb acting skills. Not only his expressions and demeanor were on point, but his voice, tone, and emotions were also well controlled. Is it possible to be an undercover agent? All abilities and qualities must be excellent. The most important thing is that your acting skills must be passable. Otherwise, people will see through it at a glance. At this time, Li Li continued, "Lord, this Buddha amulet has a special nodding method. According to my grandfather, only by nodding it in this way can the Buddha amulet play a role in blessing and praying. If you don't mind, your lord, if so, I can personally help you bring this amulet." Lin Zheng nodded, "Okay." Then, Li Li came behind Lin Zheng and began to tie the knots on the rope on the Buddha amulet. At this time, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, showing an evil and charming smile, and then an air knife appeared in his hand. He aimed at Lin Zheng's back and stabbed at the heart. Poof. Only the sound of the air knife inserted into the flesh was heard. There was a burst of ecstasy on Li Li's face, and he kept stirring the air knife in his hand, wanting to directly stir Lin Zheng's heart to pieces. In fact, Lin Zheng had already arranged an air wall around his body. Li Li's air knife is just integrated into the air wall, and the popping sound is also caused by the friction between the air knife and the air wall. It is very similar to the sound of the knife being inserted into the human body. Since you like acting so much, then I will act with you. In fact, another important reason why Li Li didn't notice it was that he was too confident. The moment the air knife was inserted, he was already cheering for the success of his plan, that is, he was floating. As long as he pays a little attention, he will find that there is no blood flowing out at all. Lin Zheng pretended to look back at Li Li with a face full of pain, gritted his teeth and said, "You." In order to prevent him from discovering that he had not stabbed him in the back, Lin Zheng fell directly to the ground and turned on the actor mode. The moment he fell, he instantly took out a blood bag from the system space and threw it on the ground. When his body pressed up, the blood bag burst and a large amount of bright red blood flowed out. After seeing this scene, Li Li completely believed that he had succeeded. Lin Zheng was still performing hard, looking at Li Li with dissatisfaction and anger. "You, a wolf-hearted thing." Li Li squatted down, raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Lin Zheng and said proudly, "Lord, you are too powerful. I can't kill you without this method." "Who sent you here?" Lin Zheng said with a trembling voice. "You're a dying man, it's okay to tell you. Have you heard of the Liu family safety zone? In addition to the official quarantine area, there are 3 private safety zones around Jiangtang City, Tianyang City, and Anyuan City. They are Wang Family Safety Zone, Ma Family Safety Zone, and Liu Family Safety Zone, and my purpose this time is to conquer a small base like yours and surrender to the Liu Family Safety Zone," Li Li said patiently to Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng cooperated with his words, deliberately acting frightened, staring at him angrily. Li Li smiled and said, "A strong man like you will definitely not succumb to others, so I have no choice but to kill you. Now you can die in peace." At this moment, Li Jiang and others noticed the abnormality here and ran over immediately. When they saw Lin Zheng lying in a pool of blood, they all showed extremely shocked expressions. Looking at Li Li again, he had probably guessed the whole story. Everyone immediately surrounded him. "Li Li, did you do this?" Li Jiang almost yelled, his teeth clenching. Jiang Yidong ran to Lin Zheng and held him in his arms. Brother Lin Zheng, wake up quickly." Li Li glanced at them expressionlessly and then said without any concealment, "Yes, I did it. I'm going to kill you." Li Jiang yelled and was about to take action. At this moment, Li Li was shaken all over, and his tattered clothes exploded instantly, revealing the black uniform underneath. Everyone was a little confused by his sudden change. Li Li looked at everyone and said with a proud look on his face, "I, the people of the Liu family safe zone, and your lord of Taoyuan base are dead. Now if you surrender to the Liu family safe zone, you can avoid death. Otherwise, we will not kill you. Amnesty." Everyone suddenly woke up. It turned out that this guy was an undercover agent. Li Li moved his ears, activated the micro-communication device placed in his ears, and then said, "You can act, I have the situation under control." "Okay, let's rush into the base right away." Li Li nodded and looked at everyone again. "How about it? Have you thought about it? Surrendering to the Liu family safe zone and having food and shelter is no better than living in this shabby and small Taoyuan base. I believe you are all smart people. Jiang Yitang, who was holding Lin Zheng, saw that Lin Zheng was unresponsive. He turned around and was about to kill Li Li but was suddenly caught by Lin Zheng. Jiang Yitang's face was shocked and he smiled instantly. He was about to shout out but was stopped by Lin Zheng, who then made a hissing gesture to signal her to keep quiet. Then he told her not to be impulsive with his eyes. Jiang Yitang nodded slightly, understanding what Lin Zheng meant. Then he slowly stood up and said to Li Li, "I am willing to join the Liu family safe zone." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Jiang Yitang in disbelief, especially Li Jiang, who looked at her and said, You. Jiang Yitang, I am so good to you, but I didn't expect you. He is so ruthless, I really didn't notice it. Li Jiang, I advise you to join the Liu family safe zone, otherwise you may die here today. Jiang Yitang said calmly. Humph, it's not certain who will die, Li Jiang said angrily. Li Li was applauding from the side and came to Jiang Yitang and said, This lady is a smart person. Then he looked at the others and said, Does anyone else want to join? Wang Tian stood up, put his hands behind his back, looked at Li Li coldly and said, Do the people in our official quarantine area also want to join your Liu family safe area? Hearing this, Li Li was slightly startled. He didn't expect that there were actually people from the official quarantine area here. Although various systems and management systems have collapsed now, the official quarantine zone is still the nominal manager, and other safe zones or small bases are almost all subject to its control. But the purpose of the Liu family safety zone's trip to conquer various small bases is to overthrow the official quarantine zone and the other two safety zones, so that one family dominates. So even if he is a person in the official quarantine area, he does not need to be afraid. It turns out that you are people from the official quarantine area. As long as you don't surrender, you will be killed. You. Wang Tian was so angry that he was speechless for a moment, and he rushed forward to teach him a lesson. But suddenly an air knife appeared in front of him, facing his throat. Wang Tian stopped suddenly. Yo, people in the official quarantine area have such bad tempers. Why do they want to kill me? Come on, if you dare to take another step forward, this air knife in front of you will pierce your throat. Li Li smiled evilly, said. Seeing that Wang Tian was threatened, others were ready to take action. Li Li raised his hands and a transparent air knife condensed in front of everyone, pointed directly at their throats and kept trembling, making a slight low sound. This is Li Li's true strength. In the previous duel with the big man, he was hiding his clumsiness and did not show his full strength. There is nothing wrong with being cautious when he is not familiar with the enemy's situation. Bang bang. The door of the base was knocked, and everyone looked towards the door. Li Li knew that his teammates were coming. He flicked his nails against the door lock, and a wave of air shot out, opening the door lock. The gate of the base was pushed open violently, and then a large group of heavily armed personnel rushed in. They were all holding rifles and had fierce looks on their faces. They looked like they were not good people. A tall man at the head walked up to Li Li. The two looked at each other and then high-fived. Well done, Li Li nodded and replied, Captain, what should we do with these people? Except for that woman who is willing to surrender, the others are not willing to join the Liu family safe zone. The famous Captain Liu Qiancheng mentioned by Li Lei is the third son of the boss of the Liu family safe zone. He is also an awakened person. The reason why the Liu family dared to go out for action so quickly was precisely because of the emergence of two awakened ones, Liu Qiancheng and Li Lei. After careful consideration, the head of the Liu family decided to take a step ahead and conquer the survivors in the three cities for my use. Liu Qiancheng looked at Wang Tian and others and said in a cold tone, If you don't obey, I will kill them all. At this time, Lin Zheng, who was lying on the ground, saw that everyone had arrived. I won't pretend anymore, open your eyes suddenly. Yes. Lin Zheng slowly got up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, looked at Liu Qiancheng and others and said, Everyone is here, right? I won't pretend anymore. Liu Qiancheng and Li Li were both shocked, especially Li Li. He had clearly inserted a knife into his heart and was still stirring it back and forth. He couldn't be alive. Could it be that he had seen a ghost? Liu Qiancheng looked slightly angry and said, Li Li, what's going on? Wasn't he killed by you? Li Li was also a little confused and had to say, Captain, I did insert the air knife into his heart. I don't know what happened. Humph, Liu Qiancheng snorted coldly, obviously very dissatisfied with what Li Li had done. When Li Jiang, Wang Tian and others saw that Lin Zheng was still alive, smiles appeared on their faces. Zheng, are you okay? Lin Zheng looked at Li Jiang and said, Why do you hope that something will happen to me? No, I see you obviously lost so much blood, how could you? Li Jiang touched his head with a confused look on his face. Lin Zheng looked at Liu Qiancheng and others, raised his lips and said, If we don't do something, how can we lure all these rats out and kill them all? Hearing what Lin Zheng said, Li Jiang finally understood. It turned out that Zheng had long known that Li Li was not a good person, and that there were teammates ambushing outside the base, so he used this trick to lure the snake out of the hole. He looked at Jiang Yidong and suddenly realized, Sister Yidong, have you known this for a long time? You were pretending to be obedient just now, but you were actually cooperating with Zheng in acting. Jiang Yidong glanced at Li Jiang and said, did you enjoy the scolding just now? Li Jiang's mouth twitched. No, Sister Yidong, I thought you had rebelled. I'll settle the score with you later. Liu Qiancheng watched their conversation as if no one was watching and didn't take them seriously at all. He suddenly became angry and yelled, shut up, everyone. Listen to the order and raise your guns. Wow, suddenly, countless black guns were pointed at Lin Zheng and others. You bastards, if you don't take me seriously, then go to hell. Liu Qiancheng gritted his teeth. Shot. He waved his hand to the men behind him and there was a sudden burst of gunfire. Lin Zheng suddenly raised his palm and moved the corner of his mouth slightly. Superpower air control. Bang! A wave of sound came and then a huge wall of air formed in front of Lin Zheng. The bullets hitting it were like pebbles thrown into water, causing ripples in circles. At the same time, the bullets also lost all kinetic energy and fell to the ground one after another. Seeing this scene, Li Li frowned and was shocked. It turns out he also has air control powers. He seemed to remember something and suddenly realized that his previous air knife was blocked by his air wall and did not penetrate his heart at all. At the same time, it also proves that his abilities are stronger than mine. After firing a round of bullets, Liu Qiancheng waved his hand and ordered his men to stop first. Then he looked at Lin Zheng with interest and said, so you are also an air control awakener. Our Liu family cherishes talents. As long as you kneel down and give me kowtow 3 times, and I will spare your life and give you a chance to join my Liu family otherwise. At the end of the sentence, he smiled sinisterly at Lin Zheng, which meant a lot. Lin Zheng slowly stepped forward, facing the men behind him and flicked his fingers several times. Several air knives shot out and sealed their throats. Several of Liu Qiancheng's men fell to the ground with blood spurting out from their throats. Boy, you are so ignorant, aren't you? When Liu Qiancheng saw this scene, he was so angry that his cheeks kept beating. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zheng fired several air knives again, and several more of his men fell down. You don't know what's good, what's wrong. Lin Zheng said lightly, not taking Liu Qiancheng seriously at all. Seeing Lin Zheng take action again, Liu Qiancheng couldn't bear it any longer and yelled, if you don't know what is good, you will die. Immediately afterwards, a powerful spiritual force spread out in all directions with Liu Qian as the center. He turns out to be a spiritually awakened person who can manipulate other people's behavior by controlling their consciousness, which is the same as Lei Xiaoru's superpower. This kind of superpower is also a relatively powerful superpower, because most of the superpowers awakened by awakened people are related to the body itself, and their mental power is relatively weak. Therefore, spiritually awakened people can usually kill people beyond their levels. Liu Qiancheng's face was full of pride and ferocity. Boy, today I'm going to show you what a real superpower is. Just wait until you bite off the flesh on your own body bit by bit. Lin Zheng smiled slightly after hearing this, spiritual system. No wonder you are so rampant. Then I will let you see what a true spiritual awakened person is. Bang! An extremely powerful mental power rushed straight towards Lin Zheng, and the wall of air could not stop such an ethereal thing at all. Liu Qiancheng smiled proudly. In the face of my spiritual power, no matter how much you struggle, it will be ineffective. Just accept death. At this time, he also said to Li Li, Li Li, take the rest of the people and kill everyone else in Tauan base. Leave the strongest one to me. Li Li nodded. He admitted that Lin Zheng was very strong, but he also knew that Liu Qiancheng was a spiritually awakened person. An ordinary awakened person could not stop his spiritual attack. That kid was dead. It's stable now. He nodded and replied, yes, Captain, don't worry, I will deal with those few people in minutes. After that, he took the remaining people to besiege Li Jiang and others. This way, Liu Qiancheng directly controlled his mental power and rushed straight into Lin Zheng's conscious area. Just when he was full of confidence and thought he was going to succeed, he suddenly felt that his mental power was blocked by a high wall of mental power. The high wall seems to be tens of thousands of feet high and boundless. And his spiritual power was like a mayfly in the water in front of that high wall, ridiculously small. What's going on? Liu Qiancheng's face was extremely shocked. Could there be other spiritually awakened people here? He looked around and searched with all his mental energy but found no one else nearby. Suddenly his pupils dilated violently and he looked at Lin Zheng. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After a while he said, "It's you, Lin Zheng spread his hands, looking calm and relaxed. Liu Qiancheng was frightened. "You are a person with dual powers awakened." Lin Zheng shook his head and said, "No." Liu Qiancheng breathed a sigh of relief, but Lin Zheng continued, "I can't remember exactly how many powers I have." Ah, Liu Qiancheng's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "You can go die now," Lin Zheng said in a deep voice. "Wait a minute, you can't kill me. I am the third youngest member of the Liu family. If you kill me, the Liu family's safe zone will spare no effort to strangle you." Liu Qiancheng no longer had the arrogance he had before. "Do you think I care?" Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Liu Qiancheng immediately shouted into the micro-communication device in his ear, "Dad, Jiangtang City Taoyuan base, help me take revenge." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin's mental power was like a wave of water rushing straight into his brain. His head was like a watermelon with a cannonball, and was blown to pieces in an instant. The body also collapsed to the ground. What surprised Lin Zheng was that the miniature communication device in his ear actually popped out intact and fell to the ground. "I can faintly hear it still making a slight sound." Lin Zheng picked him up and put it in his ear, wanting to hear what was said inside. "As soon as I put it on, I heard an anxious voice shouting, 'Qiancheng, my son Qiancheng, what's wrong with you? If you're okay, please speak.'" It turned out to be Liu Qiancheng's father. Lin Zheng said softly, "Stop shouting, your son has already died in my hands, his head has exploded, and even the great Luo immortal can't save him." After hearing an unfamiliar voice on the other side, he immediately stopped. After a long time, an extremely angry but extremely restrained voice came from the other end. "Okay, very good, Taoyuan base, right? I want your entire base to bury my son with you. Just wait, I will make a decision here. I swear I will not stop until all the people in Taoyuan base are slaughtered." "Okay, I'll wait for you, old man," Lin Zheng said angrily. Now a conference room in the Liu family safe area. The head of the Liu family, Liu Shan, smashed the communicator in front of him with one palm, his face furious, as if he wanted to eat someone. The people around him were all too scared to speak out. Only Liu Shan's younger brother Liu Lei stepped forward and asked softly, "Brother, what makes you so angry?" Liu Shan gritted his teeth and said, "Qiancheng is dead." "What?" Not only Liu Li but everyone present was shocked. They all knew that Liu Qiancheng was a spiritual awakener and had extremely strong abilities. How could he die? "Brother, could it be that the news is wrong?" Liu Shan clenched his fists and said word by word, "The person who just spoke to me is the murderer of Qiancheng." As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Liu Qiancheng was killed, it was a certainty. This is a huge blow and loss to the Liu family safe zone, not only because Liu Qiancheng is a powerful awakener, but also because of his excellent leadership skills. Suddenly, the atmosphere became heavy. "Who did it, brother?" Liu Li asked. "Taoyuan base." "Taoyuan base? I haven't heard of it. It must be a small base where a bunch of ragtag people gather." The next second, Liu Shan slapped the table and said angrily, "Immediately gather personnel, go to Jiangtang City and Taoyuan base and raze them to the ground." Liu Li immediately replied, "Yes, brother." In Taoyuan base, Li Li, who originally surrounded Li Jiang and others, was now surrounded by counterattacks, because Li Jiang and the others have activated their abilities. Only then did Li Li realize that there were actually 3 awakened people in this small base, and even an awakened golden retriever. It's a pity that there is no moon tonight, otherwise he would have seen one more semi-awakened person. At this moment, only Li Li was left and the rest were all dead. He said tremblingly, "You bully the minority with more, what kind of heroes are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jiang rushed forward and swung the Tang Dao in his hand. A flash of sword light flashed past, and Li Li's head fell to the ground. Li Jiang slowly put away the knife and said, "It's the end of the world, who is telling you this?" Lin Zheng stepped forward, patted Li Jiang on the shoulder and said, "Not bad, Jiang, there is progress." "Thank you, Zheng," Lin Zheng said with a proud smile, but suddenly he felt a chill on his back. He turned around and saw Jiang Yidong staring at him. "No, Sister Yidong, misunderstanding." After saying that, he ran away. At this time, Wang Tian walked up to Lin Zheng and said, "Little brother, we have repaired your wall and we are going back." Lin Zheng took out a mutated Tang Dao from the system space and handed it to Wang Tian. "This is the mutated item you want. We will not owe each other anything in the future." Wang Tian took the Tang Dao and felt a little emotional for a moment. After spending so much effort, he finally got it. During this period of time at Taoyuan base, he thought a lot and experienced a lot. He was really reluctant to leave suddenly. However, he has his responsibilities and mission, and he must leave. Wang Tian bowed deeply to Lin Zheng and said, "Thank you very much, little brother. See you again in the future." After that, he took the members of the Blade team and left the base. People always have their own way to go. Watching their backs disappear into the night, Lin Zheng just said softly, "I hope we won't become enemies in the future, otherwise I will kill them without fail." Tomorrow is the 9th day, the last day before the zombie wave comes. Lin Zheng had to quickly deploy the defense of the base. Now the wall has been built, but I don't know if it can withstand the zombie wave. Just when Lin was thinking about how to deploy various weapons. Suddenly a gust of cold wind blew, extremely cold, like a biting cold wind in winter, but it was not spring or summer, so how could there be such an icy wind? Li Jiang and Jiang Yidong, who were chasing, suddenly stopped, unconsciously holding their arms and rubbing them. "Why is it so cold?" "Yeah, it's cold to the bone." Lin was looking around vigilantly when suddenly a thick mist floated over the east wall and instantly filled the entire base. Visibility is less than 10 meters. But Lin Zheng was surprised to find that this mist was no ordinary mist. It was the direct culprit that caused some humans to mutate into zombies, and it was also a magical treasure that strengthened and awakened others. How could this happen? A large amount of fog has invaded. Could this be the third natural disaster? Lin Zheng couldn't help but guess. The large amount of fog produced by this natural disaster will greatly increase the strength of zombies. At the same time, there should also be a large number of humans awakening supernatural powers. It seems that this natural disaster is both a crisis and an opportunity. Really not long after a large amount of fog appeared, the survivors hiding in various places awakened their superpowers. Those who had awakened before had their superpowers greatly improved, and some even awakened dual superpowers. For example, at this time, Lin was a little at a loss when he saw a stream of water spurting out from his right hand and a stream of flame from his left hand. How could this happen? Lin looked at his hands in confusion, and he could clearly feel that the supernatural power in his body was becoming surging, and his whole body seemed to be full of power. He faced the open space not far away and suddenly clapped his palms. Suddenly, a water flow with astonishing impact and a fierce flame spurted out at the same time. The water flow directly collapsed an abandoned wall. If it hit a person, he would definitely be knocked away. If the water flow is further narrowed, it may be able to penetrate directly through the human body, and the blazing flames roared out like a fire dragon more than 10 meters long, leaving a long scorch mark on the ground. Is this so fierce? Lin and Li Xiaoru were both stunned by the scene in front of them. Dual powers were awakened so suddenly, and are they still so powerful? Sister Xiaoru, why don't you try it too and see if any new powers have been awakened? Lin looked at Li Xiaoru and said. Li Xiaoru nodded and started sensing with her eyes closed. Suddenly, her head moved slightly and her brows furrowed slightly, as if she really sensed something. Then she stretched out her right hand and pointed it at the wall not far away. Boom! A blast shot out, directly punching a big hole in the wall. She also awakened her second power, explosion. I have also awakened my dual powers. Li Xiaoru looked at her right hand in disbelief and said. Lin nodded excitedly. That's right, Sister Xiaoru, not only have we awakened the second superpower, but the power of the superpower has also been greatly improved. Li Xiaoru looked at the thick fog that suddenly appeared around her and seemed to have realized that this sudden change might be related to the fog. This may have something to do with the fog. Lin was a little surprised. Is it related to the fog? Yes, don't you think that every time you inhale the mist, the energy in your body will be filled up? When you close your eyes and feel it, you can also feel that your body is absorbing the mist. Li Xiaoru said extremely seriously. Lin blinked and listened carefully. When Li Xiaoru said this, he immediately closed his eyes and concentrated, taking a deep breath of mist, feeling the changes in his body and his reaction to the mist. Sure enough, as Li Xiaoru said, every time you inhale the mist, the superpowers in your body will be filled up. It seems that your body is undergoing some invisible changes and is gradually being strengthened. It's true, Sister Xiaoru, it seems to be related to the fog. Lin said in surprise and excitement. Li Xiaoru had a hint of worry on her face. If this is really the case, then it will be much more dangerous in the future. Once people have extraordinary abilities, most of them want to use it to realize the evil and desires in their hearts. As Li Xiaoru said, those who awakened first immediately attacked those around them. Some are for revenge, some are for robbing supplies, some are for women. Others are simply killing people for fun, venting their animal desires and showing off their abilities. For a time, survivors from all corners began to fight each other. They awakened various superpowers and became gradually crazy amidst the explosions. Throughout Jiangtang City, several explosions could be heard in the distance from time to time. A fire lit up in a corner, and many people with wings appeared in the sky flying around. There was one who was so selfless that he didn't notice the tall building in front of him. As a result, I bumped head first into him and burped my head straight away. The superpower has not been awakened for 10 minutes and it has gone cold. This is the end of Lays. There are two fire awakeners on the road spraying each other. One of them is the person in charge of a small base and the other is a survivor of the base. The person in charge of this small base relied on his power to seize another man's wife. Helpless in the doomsday, if they don't obey, the couple will be kicked out of the base and either starve to death or be bitten to death by zombies, so they can only swallow their anger. Not long after the mist invaded, the man discovered that he had awakened the fire power. He immediately found the person in charge and wanted to kill him. Unexpectedly, the person in charge also awakened the fire power, and the two began to spray flames at each other. Two blazing flames collided together, and with a bang, countless sparks exploded. "UB*******D, I will definitely kill you today," the man yelled crazily and kept approaching. At this time, the person in charge was sweating on his forehead and his legs were weak. It was obvious that the man was stronger than the person in charge under the influence of anger. Seeing that he was about to be swallowed up by the fire, the person in charge immediately shouted to the man, "Xiao Liu, isn't she just a woman? Why do you have to be so angry? You and I have awakened our powers now. It's not okay to find a woman in the future. It's an easy thing. If we fight now and both sides suffer losses, then the gains outweigh the losses, don't you think so?" "It's your mother," the man yelled and pushed his palms violently. The flames sprayed out from his palms became a little fiercer and directly swallowed up the flames sprayed by the person in charge. Then it whizzed away and swallowed the person in charge whole. Suddenly, there was a loud scream, and the person in charge ran out of the fire covered in fire. Then he rolled crazily on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on his body, but the man gave him this chance and directly aimed his palms at him, and the flames engulfed the person in charge again. It wasn't until the person in charge lost his voice that the man stopped. When he stepped forward to take a look, he saw only a charred corpse with wisps of black smoke and the smell of barbecue. When Liushan and others headed to Jiangtang City, they suddenly awakened various powers. They were also keenly aware that the awakening of supernatural powers was related to the sudden mist, and they found that the closer to Jiangtang City, the higher the concentration of fog. Could it be that the source of this fog is in Jiangtang City? Liu Shan couldn't help but guess that if this was the case, then the safe zone should be established in Jiangtang City, so that more fog could be absorbed and the members of his family could awaken their powers and improve their strength more quickly. Thinking of this, he immediately notified the people staying in the safety zone and asked them to prepare immediately to move the safety zone to Jiangtang City. At the same time, people in the other two safe zones and the official quarantine zone also discovered this. They are also planning to move their base to Jiangtang City. In order to prevent others from occupying good positions first, they all sent out the most elite troops with the most sophisticated fog concentration detectors to find the place with the highest fog concentration, occupy it in advance, and wait for the large troops to move in from behind. For a time, many parties were mobilized, and all forces went to Jiangtang City to compete for the place with the highest fog concentration. In Jiangtang City, there are 3 sources of mist. The first one is at the sycamore tree. The second one is to get out of the giant zombie pond. The third place with the highest fog concentration is. "Zheng, come out and take a look." Li Jiang's shout attracted Lin Zheng and Jiang Yitong who were practicing in the safe house. They immediately stopped practicing and ran out, thinking that something had happened. As a result, I saw Li Jiang standing by the swimming pool, pointing in the direction of the swimming pool. The two of them looked in the direction of his finger. I saw a huge bubble popping up in the middle of the swimming pool. After the bubble burst, it released the thick mist inside. Then the water in the middle of the swimming pool seemed to be boiling, gurgling out, and then a large amount of mist spurted out, forming a long mist pillar, not more than 3 meters high. At the top, the mist began to disperse in all directions. "Zheng, what is this?" Li Jiang asked doubtfully. Lin Zheng thought for a while and said, "This should be one of the sources of the fog." The source of the fog. Li Jiang was a little excited after hearing this. "Then we have occupied an excellent position." "Excellent location. I'm afraid it will become a place of right and wrong soon," Lin Zheng said with a slight smile. "How could it be?" Lin Zheng explained. "Soon, everyone will realize that the awakening and improvement of supernatural powers are related to fog. When the time comes, they will definitely look for places with high fog concentrations to establish bases. Our place is one of the sources of fog, and it will become a treasure that everyone is fighting for. Then let's just block the source. Li Jiang suggested. Lin Zheng waved his hand and said, "No, since we have come across this treasure land, we should make good use of it. There is no need to block it. If those people dare to come, I will make sure they never come back." Then Lin Zheng stretched out his right hand and began to sense the presence of mist. "I wonder if I can replicate the fog like this." Clone. Bang! The surrounding 200 cubic meters of fog centered on Lin Zheng doubled in size. The change in concentration was visible to the naked eye. Lin Zheng was overjoyed. It seemed that the fog could be copied in this way. Then his thoughts flashed quickly and copied a dozen times. In an instant, the fog concentration in this area increased hundreds of times, and it was completely white, and you couldn't see your fingers. You can also feel the skin surface is slightly moist. Lin Zheng looked at the water droplets on the back of his hand, a little embarrassed. "Did you copy too much? It's all dripping." "Zheng's sister Yidong, where are you? Why are you suddenly invisible?" Li Jiang's shouts came from not far away. Lin Zheng stretched out his angel wings and flapped them violently. The mist around him began to flow rapidly and flashed several times. Finally, he saw Li Jiang and Jiang Yidong not far away. It seems that when copying fog in the future, you have to copy it less often. At the same time, under the invasion of a large amount of fog, the strength of countless zombies has also been greatly improved. There are already many second-level zombies and even third-level zombies, and mankind's awakening seems to have just begun. This is an unfair duel. Jiang Yidong has also awakened a new power again, the ice power. Now he has a total of 3 powers in his body. The same goes for Golden Retriever, who has awakened a fire power and also has 3 powers. Lin Zheng didn't have the fire power. He immediately grabbed the Golden Retriever's claw and copied it. Now Lin Zheng already has more than a dozen kinds of powers, and he can hardly remember which ones he has. But the miserable Li Jiang still only has 1 superpower and has not awakened any others. Ah. Heaven, look at it, forget about Sister Zheng and Yidong. Why can a dog awaken so many powers but I don't? Can you grow eyes? Li Jiang raised his hands and raised his eyebrows. The sky calls. At this time, Jin Mao looked at Li Jiang with a strange smile on his face. Li Jiang. After a while, the fog dissipated a lot, but it was still a vast expanse of white, with visibility no more than 10 meters. It wasn't until the next morning that things returned to normal. In fact, it is not that the amount of fog decreases, but that its color slowly becomes transparent and blends into part of the air. Lin Zheng and others walked out of the safe house, wanting to take a breath of fresh morning air, but all 3 of them choked and kept coughing. Lin Zheng took a gentle sniff and found that there was a faint, strange smell in the air, a bit like the fragrance of flowers, and seemed to be mixed with the smell of rotting corpses. The 3 of them really couldn't stand the smell, so they returned to the safe house, closed the door of the safe house tightly, and turned on the ventilation system. The strange smell was still not removed. It seems to be everywhere. Could it be caused by the fog? Lin Zheng couldn't help but guess. How about asking the system? Lin Zheng, system, what's going on? Why is there a smell in the air? System, this is the smell of fog. Lin Zheng nodded. Sure enough, it was related to the fog. He then asked, why can't I get rid of the smell even if I turn on the ventilation? System, that's because fog is gradually replacing the air on Blue Star. Eventually, fog will become the gas that humans breathe and survive instead of air. So even if you ventilate and exhaust, there will always be fog in the safe room unless you stay in a vacuum. Hearing the system's words, Lin Zheng's eyes widened and he was shocked. He felt as if his worldview had been subverted. He said in a surprised tone, "What did you say? The fog is replacing the air?" System, yes, Master Host, you heard it right. The reason why the fog concentration was thin at the beginning was to allow humans to slowly adapt. Otherwise, if the concentration was at this level from the beginning, all human beings would perish in an instant. Lin Zheng, from what you're saying, it seems like someone did this deliberately in order to allow humans to slowly adapt to the fog. So who did this? System, the system does not have enough permissions and cannot answer this question at the moment. Please ask the host to work hard to collect mutated items, copy abilities, and increase system permissions to know the answer to this question. Lin Zheng, F***K. Lin Zheng suddenly thought of a question. If the air was replaced by fog, can other creatures survive or have they adapted to the fog during this time? With this question, Lin Zheng then asked, can other creatures adapt to the fog? System, nearly 1/3 of all living things will be completely extinct in this fog invasion, including the vast majority of plants, crops, and poultry edible by humans. Hearing this, Lin Zheng couldn't help but take a breath. 1/3 of all living things were completely extinct, including most crops and poultry. This was a huge disaster for humans and the entire Blue Star ecosystem. It was also a devastating blow. If this leads to an imbalance in the ecosystem, it will be an extinct change for the entire Blue Star. Fortunately, Lin Zheng had copied many plant and crop seeds before. Now the ecological environment of Blue Star is no longer suitable for growing crops, but Lin Zheng can grow them in the system space. For a time, in every base or safe zone where crops are grown, their crops and poultry all died mysteriously in an instant. The crops dried up instantly and the poultry rotted quickly. In the planting area of the official quarantine area, the person in charge of taking care of this area changed his face instantly as soon as he walked in, and he screamed in fear. The vegetables and various crops they planted all withered and died. Not a single plant survived, as if they had been roasted at high temperatures. At the same time, the breeding area. Almost all the poultry let out a cry at the same time and then fell to the ground collectively. Then their bodies rotted rapidly, leaving only a pile of skeletons and fur. They looked extremely terrifying, as if they had been soaked in high-concentration sulfuric acid with traces of a sticky, disgusting liquid. Suddenly, the entire quarantine area exploded. Originally, as long as these crops and poultry grew normally, they could barely maintain the daily diet in the quarantine area. But now, overnight, all of them died mysteriously, and the entire quarantine area instantly fell into despair. With the supplies they have hoarded now, they can save enough food for a month at most. After a month, they will either starve to death, or they will not choose what to eat, and large-scale eating of the same species will begin. At the same time, in the distant city of Shangjing, an old scientist looked at the dry rice in front of him with a sad face. He is Li Camping, the most authoritative rice research expert in the entire Huaxia kingdom and also a wood-type awakener. This ability can control the growth and behavior of plants. With advanced cultivation, one can turn a tree species into a 100-meter tall tree in the desert in an instant, and can also control these plants to fight. He once again placed a rice seed on the culture medium in front of him, then stretched out his palms and pointed it at the rice seed. A stream of green energy was absorbed by the rice seed. The next moment, there was a slight cracking sound like an egg breaking, and the brown rice seed took root and sprouted quickly, but in less than 3 seconds it dried up instantly. The old man sighed. How could this happen? At this time, a young assistant came in with a test report. He looked anxious and shocked as if he knew something important. Grandpa Li, the test report is out. The cause of crop death is. He paused as if he couldn't believe what he was going to say next. What? Li Camping asked eagerly. It was poisoned by an unknown gas, and now we are surrounded by this unknown gas, and at the same time, no air components can be detected at all. It seems like overnight, the entire Blue Star's air has been poisoned by this, replaced by a mysterious gas. After the young assistant finished speaking, he swallowed his saliva. He even couldn't believe that these words came from his own mouth. What? Li Camping was shocked after hearing this and even began to question whether the test results were correct. Could there be an error in the test? If there is no error, how can we still live well? The young assistant said, Grandpa Li, there is nothing wrong. We did 10 sets of tests to get this report. At the same time, regarding the question you asked, we also did tests and came to an incredible conclusion. What is it? Li Camping's tone was more urgent than before, staring at the young assistant. We humans seem to have adapted to this mysterious gas, and it is related to the awakening and improvement of supernatural powers. This mysterious gas is the heavy fog that appeared last night, but it has become transparent. The young assistant frowned. He frowned and said seriously. After listening to the young assistant's words, Li Camping's straight body immediately slumped down, his brows furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. Then he waved to the young assistant and said, Okay, I understand. You go ahead and do your work first. Yes, Grandpa Li. The young assistant nodded to Li Camping, left the test report in his hand and went out. Li Camping picked up the test report and read it again and again, then put it down and continued to do experiments. At this time, Liushan and his party have arrived in Jiangtang City. When they were thinking about where to find Tauan base, an A4 paper on the ground attracted Liushan's attention. He picked it up and saw that it was the notice that Lin Zheng had distributed before. After Liu Shan looked at it, he crumpled the A4 paper in his hand into a ball, threw it on the ground, and then coldly snorted, Let's go to the western suburbs. Soon, they arrived at the gate of Taoyuan base in a fierce manner. Liu Li looked up and saw the words Taoyuan base, so he turned back to Liu Shan and said, This is it, brother. Liu Shan nodded, then waved to his men. The men behind him immediately stepped forward and threw 2 grenades at the gate of Tauan base. Boom boom, after 2 violent explosions, the door was blown open. Lin Zheng and others in the safe house heard a loud noise and immediately ran out to check, only to find that a group of armed strangers had rushed into the yard of the safe house. Lin Zheng looked at the middle-aged man at the head and felt that they looked familiar. The next second, I recalled that he seemed to be somewhat similar to Liu Qiancheng. Could it be that this person was his father? It seems that Lin Zheng was very angry and came to the door so quickly. Liu Shan glanced at Lin Zheng and the others, then looked around, feeling a little suspicious. There were only 3 people and a dog in this base. Doubtless he still stood up and stared at Lin Zheng and others with the eyes of a superior. His tone was arrogant and angry. "Did you kill my son Qiancheng?" Lin Zheng stepped forward and stared at Liu Shan with a serious face. The two looked at each other like this for a few seconds. After a long time, Lin Zheng slowly said a few words, "Get out or you will die." Hearing this, Liu Shan narrowed his eyes in anger and his cheeks kept beating. He didn't expect that the other party's attitude would be so arrogant. Okay, very good boy, I remember your voice, you are still very arrogant, but I don't know if you will be arrogant again later, because I will cut off the flesh on your body one by one. And finally chop off your my son will be buried alive with his head. Liu Shan said through gritted teeth, his expression as if he wanted to eat Lin Zheng alive. Your son was as arrogant as you at that time. Sure enough, you and your son are both virtuous, but now he has been eaten by zombies, and if you don't get out, you will end up like your son. Lin Zheng said indifferently as if he didn't care about Liu Shan at all. Threaten, at this moment. Liu Li suddenly stepped forward and said to Liu Shan, "Brother, look." Liu Li pointed not far away. Liu Shan looked in the direction he pointed and saw a column of mist emitting from the swimming pool not far away. The concentration of mist here was obviously higher than that of other places. "Brother, the fog concentration here is very high. After we kill them all, we will establish a new safe zone here. This is simply a treasure land." Liu Li couldn't help but sigh. Liu Shan smiled sinisterly and looked at Lin Zheng and others. When the time comes, their bones will be made into specimens and placed at the entrance of this safe area. Everyone will spit on them when entering or leaving. Yes, brother, this is the only way to comfort Qiancheng's soul in heaven. Liu Li agreed from the side, having said that. Liu Shan gave an order to the people behind him, "Pay attention to me, capture the ones alive, don't kill them, I will slowly torture them to death." After hearing this, Lin Zheng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing an evil smile. Following Liu Shan's order, all the men behind him rushed towards Lin Zheng and others. They did not hold guns but took out the daggers from their waists, intending to stab a few people and then hand them over to the head of the family, Liu Shan, to deal with. "Zheng, let's do it." Lin Zheng waved his hand. "Wait a moment, we're not even close yet." Li Jiang touched his head a little confused. Liu Shan's men formed an encirclement and slowly moved closer to them. Everyone looked fierce, their faces trembling constantly. "Superior." As one person said this, more than a dozen elites from the Liu family swarmed forward. They are basically awakened ones of the power system. They hold daggers and their muscles are pulsating, as if a group of ferocious beasts are rounding up weak prey. "Zheng, why don't we take action?" Li Jiang said anxiously. At this time, Lin Zheng smiled slightly. "The distance is up." A white light flashed, and the dozen Liu family elites who had gathered around moved their heads and Golulu rolled to the ground. Then Lin Zheng flicked his fingers, fall. Their bodies suddenly fell to the ground, and the blood flowing from their necks instantly dyed the ground red. When combined with the air knife in the absolute realm, this realm can be called a forbidden area for the gods. No one knows that an air knife will appear from somewhere in the next second and cut you into several pieces. Liu Shan, who was standing aside, was quite shocked when he saw this scene. No wonder the other party is so arrogant. It turns out that he has awakened such a terrifying power. However, no matter how powerful your powers are, you are still afraid of cannons. "Action," Liu Shan said to the communicator, and then a group of people carrying heavy weapons ran in from outside. There are howitzers, mortars, RPGs, heavy machine guns. Liu Shan did not underestimate the enemy. He knew that the person who could kill his son Liu Qiancheng was by no means an ordinary person, so he came fully prepared this time. He brought almost all his family's property with him and also brought a full 300 people with him. At this moment, they have surrounded the entire Tauan base. Not even a fly can escape. In an instant, countless heavy weapons were aimed at Lin Zheng and others. The black hole in the gun barrel makes people feel numb. Ha 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 ha. Liu Shan couldn't help laughing and looked at Lin Zheng. "Boy, I have long guessed that you have some abilities. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill my son Quenching, so I have made complete preparations this time to kill you and the Tauan base. Stepping on the ground, you see, this is the strength of my Liu family. The Liu family is the richest man in Tianyang City, and their business covers a wide range of areas before the end of the world. It is said that they are still doing arms business in private and have a close relationship with Uncle Tai from Jiangtang City. It's not surprising that he can handle so many weapons. At this moment, Tauan base has been surrounded by my people. Today is the day for all of you to die. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I will die with you that day. Liu Shan looked sinister and confident. Lin Zheng turned on the monitor to check the surrounding situation. Sure enough, as Liu Shan said, the base was surrounded by hundreds of people armed with live ammunition. There are several green heavy trucks parked on the road not far away. One of the trucks was filled with various weapons and ammunition. It seems that this old guy has really spent a lot of money and will not give up until he takes Tauan base. But now Lin Zheng has more than a dozen kinds of superpowers and has third-level strength, so he is not afraid at all. In addition, the heavy weapons in his system space are no worse than these, and any one of them can crush them. You have lived for decades, have you always been so confident? Lin Zheng took a step forward. Ha ha ha. Liu Shan laughed and said, delay for time, will I fall into Huangku's trick? After that, he ordered, bomb them to death. Suddenly, an RPG rocket launcher shot towards them with a sound of breaking through the sky. Absolute space start. Lin Zheng's lips were slightly parted. With him as the center, the space within 7 meters around him instantly distorted and fluctuated. After the rocket entered this space, it suddenly stopped, as if all the kinetic energy disappeared in an instant, and it just stood strangely in the air as if time had stopped. Bang! Then the rocket made a muffled sound and exploded into an orange spark. However, under the suppression of absolute space, the spark was quickly compressed into a small point and finally disappeared completely. Liu Shan couldn't help but open his mouth wide when he saw this scene. Once again, I was surprised by Lin Zheng's awakened superpower. What kind of superpower did he awaken, and why can he even block the rocket launcher? Liu Shan murmured to himself in a low voice, just block one shot. If one shot is not enough, just shoot a few more. Come with me. Suddenly, howitzers, rocket launchers, and heavy machine guns fired wildly at Lin Zheng and the others. Soon the smoke filled the air and the figures could no longer be seen clearly. With this level of attack, even a god would have to shed his skin. Liu Shan looked at it coldly with a look of pride on his lips, then he looked up at the sky, exhaled a long breath. His expression was deeply gratified. My son Quenching, my father has finally avenged you, and your spirit in heaven can rest in peace. After feeling deeply, he raised his hand to signal his men to cease fire. Suddenly, the intensive sound of gunfire stopped and the thick smoke slowly dissipated. At this time, Liu Shan said to the men beside him, you two go and drag out the remains of their corpses. I want to whip the corpses to relieve the hatred in my heart. The two men nodded and entered the thick smoke. After a while, there was no movement at all. It was like walking into another world and disappearing without a trace. Liu Shan realized something was wrong first and stared at the smoke. Suddenly, something seemed to fly out from inside. It happened to be thrown into the arms of Liu Shan and Liu Li. When they looked down, their expressions changed greatly. The thing was the heads of those two men. They died without any movement at all. The next moment, a figure flashed quickly, emerged from the smoke, and rushed straight into Liushan Mountain. This person was Lin Zheng. He and Liu Shan stood face to face. Liu Shan stared at Lin Zheng. As the so-called enemies meet, they are extremely jealous. Liu Shan's eyes were red and bloodshot, and his face was furious. Good boy, you're not dead yet, then I'll let me kill you myself and let you experience my awakened powers. Just when Liu Shan was about to take action, Lin Zheng grabbed his palm and said, Liu Shan's expression changed. What's going on? Don't you think that I have the advantage of cutting off my sleeves so that I can please you? Liu Shan is so lustful. 10 seconds later, congratulations to the host, successfully copied the thunder power. It turns out that what Liu Shan awakened was the thunder power, which is a very aggressive power and one of the more powerful powers. No wonder he is so confident in his own power. Crackling, Liu Shan released a bolt of lightning directly from his palm, trying to break free from Lin Zheng's hand. He looked at Lin Zheng confidently. Boy, what I have awakened is the thunder power, which can instantly release thousands of volts of voltage. Before he finished speaking, Liu Shan felt a numbness in his arm, as if he had suffered a violent electric shock. He looked down and saw bright arcs of electricity coming out of their palms. Liu Shan's scalp instantly became numb and he broke into a cold sweat. You are also a thunder awakener, crackling. After Lin Zheng copied the lightning power coupled with his third-level strength, he could instantly release a terrifying 100,000 volts of voltage. I have awakened many powers, Lin Zheng said calmly while looking at Liu Shan. This is impossible. Liu Shan looked at Lin Zheng with a shocked face. The corners of his mouth kept twitching. Lin Zheng increased the intensity of the electric shock again. Liu Shan yelled, and a sharp pain came from his arm. He looked at the palms of the two men again, and now there were wisps of black smoke. It's all electric and smoking. Then Liu Shan's arm was scorching at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face was full of shock, but he reacted quickly, and with a sudden twist, he directly broke the electric-scorched arm. I saw sweat pouring from his forehead and his face turned pale. After Lin Zheng threw away Liu Shan's arm, he rushed forward without any pause and knocked him away with a palm, sending him flying out of the base. Brother, Liu Li and others immediately chased after seeing this. As soon as he went out, he saw Liu Shan lying on the ground, vomiting a mouthful of blood, and almost only half of his life was left. Liu Li saw this and hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Brother, how are you? After Liu Shan spit out a mouthful of old blood, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let me attack and burn this place to the ground." "Yes, brother," Liu Li nodded, and then ordered to the people surrounding Tauan base, "Let me attack in and kill everyone inside." As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of people immediately took action. They took out their flying claws, hooked them on the wall, climbed up, and then jumped into the base. Suddenly, the originally small base was filled with people. And they are all armed with sharp weapons and firearms. Lin Zheng and others were instantly submerged in the sea of people. Moreover, most of them are people who have awakened their superpowers, so it is still difficult to deal with them. Li Jiang looked a little nervous and said, "Zheng, tell me how to fight." Lin Zheng smiled slightly, "Just stand and watch." Li Jiang. Then Lin Zheng closed his eyes slightly and began to brew his spiritual power. He seemed to have entered a spiritual ocean. At this moment, the waves were surging, following the direction of his thoughts. This spiritual ocean immediately poured out, crushing the people around him overwhelmingly. Everyone present suddenly felt a ringing in their ears, as if an invisible force was passing through their bodies. A huge sense of fear surged from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if a god of death was standing behind them with a black scythe, ready to swing the scythe at any time and harvest their heads. Endless chill rose from behind them. Everyone couldn't help but stop, trembled, and then looked at the people next to them, looking at each other with frightened eyes. "Come on," I don't know who yelled in the crowd. Everyone who was already stunned by fright also yelled to embolden themselves, and then rushed forward like crazy. Lin Zheng smiled slightly, superpower mind control. Bang! As his voice fell, the mental power like a huge wave instantly controlled everyone who rushed up. As if time stood still, they froze suddenly, their eyes rolled white. The originally noisy environment suddenly became dead silent. Quiet, it was so quiet that I could only hear my own breathing and heartbeat. The next second, everyone suddenly held their heads in their hands. Then slowly twist his head, then there was a dense sound of bones breaking, kakaka. It's like the strange smile of the devil in hell, so penetrating. Even Li Jiang and Jiang Yidong, who were standing by, changed their expressions and subconsciously took a step back. Because this scene is so weird and terrifying, more than 300 people all moving in unison broke their own necks at the same time. At this time Liu Shan and Liu Li were outside the base. First I heard a lot of movement inside, and then there was no movement. The two looked at each other and smiled slightly. "Brother, there seems to be no movement. Those people must have been chopped into pieces," Liu Li said while supporting Liu Shan. A crazy smile appeared at the corner of Liu Shan's mouth. "If you fight with me, even if you awaken your dual powers, your ability to fight will be of no use. You come out to mix up the power. There are more than 300 people, and one of you can beat you with one punch. You guys are hammered into a pulp, ha 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 ha." As he spoke, he laughed heartily and heartily. "Come on, help me go in and take a look. I want to see that kid's body with my own eyes." Liu Shan said to Liu Li, "Yes, brother." Then, with Liu Li's support, Liu Shan came to the gate of the base, but what he saw was not what he expected. Lin Zheng and others were standing in the open space of the base, and next to them were the corpses of Liu family guards. Moreover, each corpse died in an extremely miserable state, with its head twisted behind its back, its eyes sticking out, its tongue hanging out, and its face turned pale. Liu Li almost couldn't hold on after seeing this scene and fainted. What on earth is going on? A huge sense of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Liu Li on the side was already stunned, his mouth slightly opened, his pupils dilated, his face full of fear. Liu Shan couldn't help but swayed and subconsciously took a few steps back. Liu Li, who was stunned, finally realized what he was doing, but instead of helping Liu Shan, he glanced at him and ran away. Liu Shan looked at Liu Li, who was running away, with an angry look on his face and shouted at him, hole, don't run, take me with you. Brother, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you in the future. Liu Li shouted without looking back. Liu Shan, K. After finishing speaking, he looked at Lin Zheng and others with fear on his face. He was too seriously injured and couldn't run away at all. At this time, Jiang Yidong slowly raised the explosive bow, and an arrow shot out in an instant whoosh. The arrow flew out and whizzed past Liu Shan. An arrow hit Liu Li's back. Then the arrow turned into a stream of energy and penetrated into Liu Li's body. Boom, there was an explosion, and Liu Li turned into a pile of minced meat. Lin Zheng stepped forward, looked at the frightened Liu Shan, and smiled slightly. Old man, aren't you very confident? Liu Shan shook one hand. Yes. Then his whole body trembled, and a stream of yellow liquid flowed down his thighs to the ground. It looked like he was very angry. Let me go, and I, the Liu family, will protect you half the time, Liu Shan said tremblingly. Lin Zheng stepped forward and said to him, then have you ever thought that if I kill you, the entire Liu family safe zone will be mine? Ah, Liu Shan looked at Lin Zheng with a bitter look on his face. Don't kill me, I am willing to surrender to you. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zheng shot a blast directly at his head. After the blast disappeared, only half of Liu Shan's body was left. Why do I take you in? I think you are old and don't like bathing, so you can have cat cakes, Lin Zheng said lightly. The Liu family security zone was originally the most powerful family among the three. Just because of provoking Lin Zheng, most of the strength has been reduced by half, making it the weakest among the three families. If the sky is crazy, there will be rain. If people are crazy, there will be disaster. Therefore, if you don't have absolutely crazy capital, you must keep your tail between your legs. At this moment, the system reminded, please note to the host, at 12 o'clock tonight, the zombie wave will attack on time. Please be prepared for protection. This zombie wave will last for 3 days. Warm reminder, the highest zombie wave in this time, the level of zombies is level 4. Level 4 zombies, Lin Zheng was a little surprised. Humanity has just awakened on a large scale, and there are already level 4 zombies. This is completely a one-sided crushing. And by the 4th level, general thermal weapons are basically useless. It is impossible for a small place like Jiangtang City to have missiles or other combat weapons of this kind. It seems that this zombie wave is almost likely to lead to the annihilation of all human beings in Jiangtang City and the 2 surrounding cities, leaving no one alive. In the previous life, this was actually the case. From the information informed by the system, Lin Zheng knew that this zombie wave had caused almost half of the survivors of all mankind to die or become zombies. It seems that we need to upgrade our strength to level 4 as soon as possible, so that we can survive this zombie wave relatively safely. In this way, Lin Zheng absorbed a large amount of blue crystal nuclei again, and the supernatural power in his body was indeed surging a lot, but there was no sign of breakthrough. It seemed that the level of these crystal nuclei was too low. Quantitative changes will indeed lead to qualitative changes, but how many blue crystal nuclei must be absorbed to break through? Even if Lin Zheng can copy countless crystal nuclei, his time is limited. If you want to quickly improve your strength, you have to kill higher-level zombies and obtain higher-level crystal cores. However, Li Jiang and others successfully broke through to the 2nd level. At this time, outside Tauan base, another group of heavily armed people appeared. The leader held an instrument in his hand. He watched as he walked and finally stopped at the gate of Tauan base. The instrument in his hand also made a beeping sound. He was full of excitement and said loudly, "This is it. This is the place with the highest fog concentration in the entire Jiangtang city. If the safety zone is moved here, then our Magia safety zone can become the strongest safety zone. Brother, there seems to be someone here." Ma Kun put down the instrument in his hand, looked around, looked up, saw 4 big characters and nodded slightly. Tau source base ground. What should we do now, brother? Ma Kun thought for a while. The opponent's strength is unknown. Don't attack first. Go knock on the door and see how strong the opponent is first. If it's just a small base, just drive them all out. If there is some strength, we will contact the headquarters immediately. Let them send manpower as soon as possible to capture this place. Yes, brother. After the young man finished speaking, he went up and knocked on the door. Is there anyone? Is there anyone? When Lin Zheng heard this, he asked, "Are you here to exchange for supplies?" He led Li Jiang and others to the door, opened the door, and saw a group of people wearing uniforms with guns and ammunition. However, there didn't seem to be any ferocity on their faces, and the leader had a smile on his face. What? Li Jiang stepped forward and asked them. Ma Kun walked forward with a smile and said, Hello, we are from the Magia Safe Zone. We want to establish a new safe zone in Jiangtang City. When we passed by here, we found that there were people living here, so we wanted to visit and get familiar with it. We can take care of each other in the future. No need, Lin Zheng said coldly, turned around and left. Ma Kun quickly said, I'm sorry, little brother, it's really wrong for us to disturb you so suddenly. Look, otherwise we came in a hurry this time and didn't bring anything with us. Please tell me first how many of you there are. When our headquarters moves here, we will send you some supplies. We are all on the same front and should help each other, don't you think so? Ma Kun is also a smart man. He wants to use this to defraud the personnel situation of Tauan base. But how could Lin Zheng not know what he was thinking, so he glared at him. Ma Kun was so frightened by Lin Zheng's eyes that he trembled. He felt as if he had seen through him. He suddenly felt a chill on his back. What's going on? I'm actually afraid of that boy's eyes. Ma Kun was a little confused. Seeing that Lin Zheng and others were silent, Ma Kun smiled to himself to relieve the embarrassment and fear in his heart, and then said, It doesn't matter, little brother, it's normal for you to be wary of us. In this troubled world, no one can trust us. Wait for us. After moving to the headquarters, we gradually became familiar with each other. After saying this, he began to observe Lin Zheng's reaction. Suddenly, Lin Zheng moved slightly, and Ma Kun instantly felt proud. It seemed that he had been persuaded by himself. Lin Zheng said, Since you are so polite, why don't you do me a favor first? Ma Kun was stunned at first, but he immediately reacted and said with a smile, Little brother, as long as we can do it, we will do our best to help you. Then you come in with me, Lin Zheng said, turned around and walked into the base. Ma Kun was overjoyed. He didn't expect to enter the base so easily. This way he could better understand the situation of the base. Well done, little brother. When he led his men into the base, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The ground was full of corpses, and their heads were all twisted 180 degrees with their faces facing the back. It looked extremely weird. Ma Kun knew that the clothes on these people were from the Liu family. How come so many people from the Liu family died here, and in such a horrific way? Thinking of this, Ma Kun and others couldn't help but swallow their saliva, feeling frightened. Just when he was confused, Lin Zheng suddenly stepped forward and said to him, Just help me move these corpses out. Ma Kun was startled and looked at Lin Zheng blankly. Little brother, how could they die here? Lin Zheng said calmly, I will kill him, Ma Kun. Yes.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.